indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The acknowledgement of certificate of posting.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Barbara, can you please talk to us about the first item on the agenda about closed session?
That will be continued to after the regular agenda item with the rest of the closed session items. I can read it into the record at that time.
Okay, this will take us to the presentations and recognitions. We want to approve proclamation declaring April 13th, 2019 as Walk a Mile in Her Shoes in San Benito County and present the proclamation to the Community Solutions and the Manus House. Mr. Jaime de la Cruz.
Oh, hi. How are you? Actually, I got something better than you.
I miss stilettos.
Actually, before I continue, every year I ask the mayor to join me and walk a mile in her shoes, and it's very important and exciting because it means a lot in our community. And this year I'm inviting Peter Hernandez, of which I already volunteer you for that day, so I hope you have your dates available.
It's
for
open.
Thank
It's
you.
open for that day.
So this year we're going to increase the mayor, myself, and Peter Hernandez, and hopefully get rolling on board too, and some of my fellow supervisors to come and join us. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. We'll call it the political ragtag team for that day. But I also last year took the liberty to buy my own shoes, and I just want to share with the public. These are the shoes that I wear. So, my wife thought it was crazy, but I said, "Hey, honey, let's go shoe shopping now."
Well, there's a little story behind that.
Oh,
Because the first year, Supervisor de la Cruz went through 5 different pairs of shoes and 2 other people assisting him.
Yep.
And he made it through the entire walk a mile. We were very proud of him. And then the second year, we tried ordering a different pair of shoes from him, and finally he gave up. He says, "Honey, let's go buy me shoes."
And that's what I did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you. So today, I'd like to, whereas Walk a Mile in Her Shoes Day is intended to draw attention to the fact that rape, sexual assault, and intimate partner abuse remain serious issues in our society. And whereas in addition to the immediate physical and emotional costs, rape, sexual assault, and intimate partner abuse may also have associated consequences of post-traumatic stress disorder, substance abuse and depression, homelessness, eating disorder, and suicide. Whereas Walk a Mile in Her Shoes expands the dialogue between men and women on gender differences, gender relationships, and gender violence, and for men and also publicly demonstrate their courage and commitment to prevent gender violence. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors designate April 13, 2019 as Walk a Mile in Her Shoes Day in San Benito County. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for those of you that don't have your own shoes, this is what you get the pleasure of walking in. Actually, we have some others too. But I did want to share with the supervisors today some new information that's really a bit startling in San Benito County. Our community members walk each year to show the solidarity with survivors of sexual violence and raise awareness around sexual assault and domestic violence in San Benito County. There was a recent poll conducted by Community Solutions in the fall of 2018, and the results were, in San Benito County, nearly 2 out of 3, or 67% of community members have witnessed domestic violence, and nearly 1 in 2, or 46%, know someone that's been impacted by sexual assault. This is like 3 times the national average. That's just our county here. This is not what we want San Benito County to reflect. We as a community need to do better. We need to assure we raise voices of those impacted and ensure we find solutions to end sexual violence in our community. That is why Emmaus House and Community Solutions call on our community members to walk, join a team, sponsor the event, or fund someone else to walk to raise awareness. everyone is welcome to the event, men, women, children, and families. So let's all get pumped up for Walk a Mile, and I hope to see all of you on the 13th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The second one, we're looking at to approve a proclamation proclaiming April 7th through the 13th as a National Crime Victims' Rights Week, presented by Supervisor Jim Gillio.
Come on up here.
Hey, Peter.
So this proclamation holds a special place in my heart. I was a police officer in public safety for quite a while, and I dealt with victims of crime from very minor to very serious. And I can tell you that even if you just have your car broken into, which may be considered a minor crime to some people, it's a very serious violation to other folks, and they feel very violated. And there's a need for help with victims of minor crime, all the way up to obviously the most major heinous sex and violent crimes. And this proclamation is through the Office of Victims of Crime. Is that correct? The DOJ, the Office of Victims of Crime, and it's a national campaign from April 7th to the 13th. And obviously culminating on the 13th with Walk a Mile in Her Shoes. And I'm sure there's no mistake that that's not a coincidence. That's exactly meant to be at the end of the week there on the Saturday. And I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation. And if you didn't know this, our Office of Crime Victim Support is through the DA's office. And we actually have a very robust program that I'm sure we'll talk about here in a minute. So whereas this commemorative week celebrates the energy, perseverance, and commitment that launched the victims' rights movement, inspired its progress, and continues to advance the cause of justice for crime victims for the last 37 years. And whereas crime can leave a lasting impact on any person regardless of age, national origin, race, creed, religion, gender, sexual orientation, immigration, or economic status, and whereas the unwavering support of their communities and victim service providers behind them, survivors will be empowered to face their grief, loss, fear, anger, and hope without fear of judgment, and will feel understood, heard, and respected. Serving victims and rebuilding their trust restores hope to victims and survivors, as well as supports thriving communities. Engaging a broader array of healthcare providers, community leaders, faith organizations, educators, and businesses can provide new links between victims and services that improve their safety, healing, and access to justice. Whereas honoring the rights of victims, including the rights to be heard and to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect, and working to meet their needs rebuilds their trust in the criminal justice and social service systems. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit to ensuring that all victims of crime, especially those who are challenging to reach and serve, are offered culturally and linguistically accessible and appropriate services in the aftermath of crime. And whereas the San Benito County District Attorney's Victim Witness Assistance Program is hereby dedicated to strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime. And now, therefore, it be resolved that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim the week of April 17th through the 13th of 2019 as Crime Victims' Rights Week, and reaffirm this county's commitment to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year. That's the most important part, I believe, throughout the whole year. And to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may so they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. And I'll come on up and say a few words. Thank you very much.
You read the whole thing. That's awesome. Thank you.
It's important.
Okay,
Let me hand you this here officially, so if anybody wants to get any shots here in the audience, anybody?
Thank you.
I don't know if you have anybody with you. There you go.
So good morning. Thank you, members of the board. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Patricia Salcido, and I'm the program manager for for Victim Services. And so on behalf of the Office of the District Attorney and our program in particular, I would like to say thank you for taking the time to acknowledge National Crime Victims' Rights Week, which begins Sunday, this coming Sunday, and runs throughout the week. That although we do strive for a strong and healthy community, it's important to recognize that crime can happen anywhere to anyone. And it is our duty and our obligation to assist victim survivors of crime, especially egregious crime types, in ways that will help mitigate the trauma and the impact of such experiences. And so to that end, I would like to take a moment and acknowledge staff who do very important work. They provide advocacy, criminal justice education, compensation and restitution, ensure medical and dental care in the aftermath of a crime, and a slew of other things. The list can go on. I'd like to acknowledge Amanda Hector. Can you please stand? And Monica Torres. Thank you. They're amazing. So, anyway, so thank you again for the acknowledgement and the proclamation.
Thank you. That takes us to approve a proclamation proclaiming the week of April 7th through the 13th as a National Library Week, and this will be presented by Supervisor Anthony Vitello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to invite our librarian, Nora Conte, to the podium, please, and to receive this proclamation of the National Library Week for April 7th through the 13th. And we, on behalf of the San Diego County and the Board of Supervisors, we want to present this proclamation to you, our county librarian. And all of us that have visited libraries, whether it's in your schools or the county library or other places where you've lived, you recognize the fact that libraries are a very important part of our community. It serves young and old and people of all economic standing, and it's a special place for our enjoyment and a source of resources that make our lives a whole lot better. And I know when I was a kid, I used to really enjoy going to the library each morning in the school that I attended to just read the newspaper, especially on a night following like last night when the Giants beat the Dodgers, and read the box scores in the newspaper. But, now we don't have too many print newspapers, but we have computers, and libraries are changing with the times, and that's a good thing, and it's important. Whoever wrote this proclamation did a really outstanding job, and it gives a good presentation as what our libraries are and what it means to our community. So I'll start reading some of the whereases as well. Whereas today's libraries are not just about books, and whereas today's libraries are about what they do for and with their communities, and whereas today's libraries are at the heart of cities, towns, schools, and campuses, whereas librarians build strong communities through transformation of services, programs, and expertise, whereas the libraries have historically served as the county's great equalizer of knowledge by providing free access to all. And whereas libraries continue to be a cornerstone of democracy, promoting free exchange of information and ideas. And whereas libraries promote civic engagement by informing the community of events and issues, and whereas the librarians and library workers partner with other civic organizations to ensure their community needs are being met. And whereas the libraries provide free access of information, empowering their communities to make informed decisions. Whereas the libraries are a resource for all members of a community, regardless of race, ethnic, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or social economic status. Whereas libraries, librarians, library workers, supporters across America are celebrating National Library Week. Now, therefore, it is resolved that the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors proclaim National Library Week April 7th to the 13th, 2019. We encourage all San Bernardino County residents to visit the San Bernardino County Free Library this week to explore the resources and services and programs the library has to offer, and to engage with the librarians and library workers. Because of you and our library leaders, libraries transform. And also a great thanks to our friends of the library. They are a great help and a great, volunteers organization that really makes everything happen here in San Bernardino County. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Nora, and present this to you.
Well, I know we have lots of business today, so I want to make this brief. First of all, please remember always that the library is a great equalizer. It has no prerequisite to enter its doors, just for you to step in. Library staff is always available to help you, whether it's with a reference question, a passport, or getting information on how to use your new technology. I want to acknowledge Erin Baxter. Would you please stand, Erin? She is second in command at the library, and she has done an outstanding job in carrying and assisting me in carrying the library forward. Thank you so much, Erin, for all the work that you do. And also a very special acknowledgement to the staff of the San Benito County Library. As you know, we are now open 7 days a week. So please tell your friends and neighbors about this great opportunity that has been approved by the Board of Supervisors, certainly our CAO, so that we can have access 7 days a week in our community. It is a first in its history, and I'd just like to let you know that we were first, even before bigger and richer counties that are close to us, to have the courage to change things and to go forward for the benefit of all of our children and our youth, our seniors, and adults in our community. Thank you for the wonderful job that you do as well.
Thank you. The next presentation will be certificates of recognition to the San Benito County businesses for their help and support of the summer reading program at San Benito County Free Library. Laura, you want to come up?
When I first came to the library, we had 40 children attending our summer reading program, and I remember talking to some of the board members and saying, well, this is a wonderful opportunity. We need to get more kids. And they said, yeah, let's get more kids. So we went out and did this. And Summer Reading Club is one of the highest attended programs of our library. Last year, we had over 500 sign-ups, and we had about 400 completions. So our children in San Benito County, they love to read. They love to come to their library. They have minds of discovery where they want to know and they want to do well and not go on the summer slide, where they'll have to go back and review reading so that they will not be able to be as ready for school. So summer reading is about enjoyment. It's about discovery and finding more things out. So together with the Friends of the Library and a very energetic group of teen volunteers, we are able to present this program every year. And also, because of our businesses, we are able to encourage our children and support them to continue to read and be strong and ready for school when it comes back.
Preparing him, Sean. See? The businesses that participated this year, Mountain Mike's Pizza. Lighthouse 55 Bakery. Balbus and Tiffany Law Firm. San Benito County Express. And the last but not least, it's a local place downtown. They do shaved ice. Ohana Shave Ice. Thank you to all the businesses that participate in this program.
The business community is there in force, and I'll be knocking on other doors and perfectionizing, as we go forward with business, because libraries are about us. It's not about Nora Conti. It's not about staff. Not just about the board or not just about one individual. Libraries reflect us as a community and as we go forward together. So thank you, business members, for stepping up to the plate. I know that Mountain Mike's has been with us for quite a while, and I appreciate them and the bakery and the law firm. So you can see that we're all working together. I really want to thank Mary for allowing our children to ride free the bus so that they can get to the summer reading program. Thank you, business partners.
That brings us to public comment. Basically, public comment is if you wish to speak on a matter which does not appear on the agenda, you may do so during this period. Please complete a speaker card and provide it to the clerk of the board prior to the meeting. Except as otherwise provided by law, no action shall be taken on any item not appearing on the agenda. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record. Please address the board as a whole through the chair. If you wish to speak on an item contained in the agenda, please complete a speaker card identifying the item or items and provide it to the clerk of the board prior to the consideration for each item. Any speaker cards, ma'am?
Yes. Sean Tenenbaum.
Might be on the agenda. Are you referring to the carnival? No. Just checking. Sorry about that. I should have known that.
That's okay. So good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chair, supervisors, and audience. Just want to applaud the efforts for having the library open on a Sunday. That's fantastic for our youth. Education is the great equalizer in our society, and I want to commend your efforts on that. But I do want to share a few words with the Board of Supervisors, and I've been before you before. And this morning I wanted to share a few words of appreciation and gratitude and a big thank you from San Benito High School District. On behalf of the entire district, the collaborative spirit between our agencies has resulted in safe passage for our students with the closure of Nash Road, as well as the creation of an alternative route for residents in the River Parkway. Ongoing discussions throughout the year have been nothing but collaborative with CIO Ray Espinosa and his staff. And this morning, we continue our spirit of working together on behalf of the students at San Benito High School. And with that, I'd like to present to each of the Board of Supervisors what we believe is something that exemplifies the Baylor spirit, and this is our Baylor Strong Award. The acronym for STRONG is scholarship, teamwork, reflection, opportunity, nurturing, and growth. And all five of you definitely established that with us. We appreciate that deeply. I know many of you are alumni. And whatever we can do to support that effort, we're here in a collaborative spirit. Thank you very much for all you do, and I'll leave these for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Just for the record, Jim,
Yes, sir.
Baylor alumni.
Yes, sir.
Peter?
1992.
Yes, sir.
Jaime?
1992.
84. I'm the oldest guy.
And you are by default.
I wish I would have gone to Hollister.
But your wife did work at the high school.
My wife went to King City.
But she worked at the high school.
Yeah, that's
There,
right.
there
She
we
did
go.
work
So
there.
there is some type of, just want to make sure
She did
we're
work
all
there.
directly related to this.
Oh, my God. Really?
Any other speaker cards, ma'am?
Hi, good morning. Susan Logue, resident of Hollister. Today I'm talking to you as the president of the Friends. The Board of Supervisors has always been really supportive of the library and providing monies for the many, many programs. But I wanted you to know that the Friends do their part too. So about 2 Sundays ago, we had our annual fundraiser. It was called Tea and Treasures. And as an example of the business donors, we had over 40 businesses donating to that silent auction. Some of the businesses who donated were Running Rooster, Heavenly Bakery, Payne's Restaurant, Hardeen's, Ace Hardware, Eden Rift Winery, DeRose Winery, Pet Friends, just to name a few of the 40-plus donors we have. As a result of the people attending and the Friends' work, we were able to raise $4,000. So that $4,000 goes directly to the library and whatever the library programs need according to the community. So Ms. Conte is always following what the community wants, and the Friends support her choices in that way. I'd also like to say that because we're open on Sundays, the library is busier than usual, and it's always been busy, but now it's even busier on the weekends than we've had in the past. So that's really good news. There's also information about a $25,000 grant that came forward from the library, and I believe the Friends worked on that too, for family literacy. And we're doing bilingual story time on Thursdays at 4 o'clock. We've got homework club Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 3:30 to 5. We have now Canopy streaming, so you can get your movies at home via your library card. So if you're home, you go into your computer, go to the website for the library, put in your library card number, and you can stream movies live. I think it's 7 per person per family. So if you've got 7 kids, you're going to have 49 movies. As to the cloud, they're going to have started already, so they've got 90,000 titles in the cloud. So again, you're home, you want to read something, don't go buy the book. The library is already providing the service. So you just put the card in at home through the library website, and then you'll get your books downloaded to your tablet or wherever you want them. They also have Archives Unbound, which is a really exciting kind of historical, architectural kind of site. People are really enjoying that. There's also the New York Times. Anyone want to read the New York Times? It's free via the library. Also, they've got Brain Fuse, which is good for the kids and homework and that sort of thing. I can't see how much time I have. Oh, there it is. Snacks. Now, I believe Nora got a grant to help with summer reading program because it was so effective. And then additionally what she's done is she's providing food. So even like I help with the homework club on Wednesdays, children are eating for free in the library. So I just want to really commend Nora for that. Thank you. Coalition is meeting on Saturday, 10 a.m. at the library.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Sandry.
If I can see over the, so you can see me. My name is Maria Spandry. I'm on the Parks Commission. I'm speaking to you about the historical park. So we are trying to see if what the status was on the potable water. We wanted to, for scouting, we wanted to have a jamboree. So it's collectively having every troop in town come together and have friendly competitions to see who's the best at knot tying and everything. But it's kind of, we have no drinkable water out there. We'd have to bring everything. The other thing, too, is our troop 455, we also have our Cookie Merit badge that we work out there. And we'd have to take our patrol boxes home, rewash everything because it's not The water's not, I mean, we don't want to have contamination. So we were just wondering what the status was, because I think our jamboree is supposed to be, our camporee is supposed to be in August. So we were just wondering what the status was on potable water. And it is kind of a gateway. I mean, it's an amazing park, and we want more people to use it, but there's no drinking water. So we were just wondering.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ray, you got that? Thank you.
Ray, on the last one, is it possible to find out about the potable water and possibly send me an email?
Yeah, we'll work on that.
Thank you. Department head announcements. This is for informational purposes only. Starting off with our CAO, Ray Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have some announcements. I'd like to invite up Ellen Yamamoto out of our Behavioral Health Office. He has an announcement.
Good morning. CAO Espinosa asked me to speak on the issue of the status of Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System, otherwise referred to by the industry as ODS. So there's been a lot of question about what the status is for us, and something you need to understand also is it is a discretionary program, and counties choose to opt in or not. And so the bottom line is we are opting in, and we're on schedule to opt in for the next window that's available by the state, and that is July 1. So I will be coming forward with a contract. I do have the contract. It's a complex contract with a 170-plus page scope of work, and we will be working through that, and we will be coming forward to the board for approval on that. I think the other things you need to understand is there was a great deal of evaluation about whether or not to opt in, and I did a lot of research on the pluses, the minuses, and there are only a handful of counties that are small counties that have opted in, and it's because the biggest challenge is the administrative burden and also the fiscal match on the drug Medi-Cal, which has to come locally. And for us, it'll come through our 2011 realignment. It's important to understand that to date, only 2 small counties have opted in, and opted in to do this independent of a managed care corporation, which in essence takes the administrative burden. And those 2 counties are Nevada County and Imperial County, and we will be the 3rd county. So it's a daunting task. It's challenging. We have structural weaknesses within our substance abuse division that we'll have to work on. We can't wait until everything is perfect to opt in. I had a very frank discussion with the State Department of Health Care Services, and I believe I got some very sincere and honest answers from them. They understand it's new. They understand counties that have opted in are having great difficulty implementing all the modes of service, and they also seem to be willing to work with us. Nevada County's experience is relatively new, and the person managing that project is relatively new, and they had very optimistic things to say about it. And that was very beneficial to me because it helped me see some other parts that sometimes I can be blinded to because I've been in this business a long time, and I start questioning the issues of match and the issues of the difficulty of delivery of services. And the bottom line that I heard in all that is more beneficiaries have been receiving services. So I think between the discussion with a small county, Nevada County, the assurances of State Department of Health Care Services, I think that basically helped me to make up my mind that we'll work through these issues, and God willing, and support from people in the right places, I believe in the end people will get more services.
Supervisor Anthony Botello has a question for you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Alan, thank you very much for coming in and explaining the Medi-Cal or Medicare or whatever situation. And I think it's still kind of, we were making the effort to opt in, and how do we fail in not getting that all done on this last go around? Was it just because of staffing levels, or and what makes us more confident that the
Well, there are
next time we're
prerequisites
going to be
required to
successful?
be eligible to opt in. One was a readiness review report, and that required quite a bit of work. The other part was a network adequacy report that required quite a bit of work. And there were requirements, of course, that had to be met with all of those reports, and lining all of that up takes time. And I wouldn't say that we were laggards in this because, as I've shared with you, there are only 2 other small counties that have opted in to date. And so I think it is a daunting task, and we're going to move forward with it, and I think we're doing well by opting in July. There may not be another window to opt in either, and I think the state was very frank about that. They're considering letting more counties opt in that have had difficulty, and that's quite a few counties that have had difficulty. So possibly another window might be January where they could have the opportunity to opt in. But the state was very frank with me about that and said that isn't for certain yet. This could be the only opportunity. So we won't have everything perfect. The state understands that, and we're going to take the opportunity while it's here.
Yeah, I want to follow up. I guess the only thing I would like to ask is if we could communicate to the nonprofits that are very interested in this issue where the county is and some of the problems that we're encountering and our timing, just so they have some sort of reference points that they understand how they're get compensated back as well. Sometimes it takes time, I know, but providing some of these services is from other organizations that the help that they provide locally is important for us, and I'm just hoping that we could keep that dialogue open and continue to partner.
Well, whether it be small county or large county, one of the basic outcomes of opting into ODS is that the contractors probably will be the most voluminous billers of the Medi-Cal system. They will be delivering the most services because of the creation of new modes of service that they are the deliverers of predominantly for most counties. So they will very much be in the loop, and they will be contractors for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I'd like to invite up our COG director, Mary Gilbert. She has a Measure G update for the board.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Yes, I did just want to give you an update on our Measure G efforts that we're working on at COG. And this is our 1% sales tax for transportation projects. And the tax did go into effect yesterday, April 1. So retailers should now be charging that additional 1% when you're checking out. The retailers were notified by the State of California Department of Tax and Fee Administration back in February. So hopefully everyone got that notice and are working on that implementation. Also, I wanted to announce that we are recruiting for our Citizens Oversight Committee. So built into Measure G were a lot of provisions to protect taxpayer safeguards, basically. So one of them is having a Citizens Oversight Committee. It's an 11-member committee that will be appointed by the Council of Governments Board. So the application and information is available on the COG website, which is sanbenitocog.org. If you go there, it's just right there on the front page. There's an application and information about how to apply. Applications are due April 30th. And then finally, just an update on our implementation. At COG, we're looking at our doing some additional cash flow analysis and revising some of the estimates about how much money we anticipate will be coming in the first years of the tax. And we'll be putting together a strategic implementation plan that's also going to identify how the money will flow directly to the local agencies. So as you know, you'll be getting a portion of funds on an annual basis, an allocation to the county for road improvement projects. So that's all I had today. I don't know if you have any questions for me.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to thank the COG team and Mary and your staff for the professional package you put out for the Oversight Committee. Great package, great application, and I thought it was very clear, so I'm hoping we get a lot of applications. I'm hoping our friends in the media, looking at you over there, Mr. Noe, can get this out there and we can make sure that we get a good pool of applicants, and maybe all of our peers here on the dais could share this on their social media accounts and try to get as much people interested as we can.
And I'm happy to send the information electronically so that you all have it if you would like to post it on social media too.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, real quick. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. I do appreciate it for the update. I would encourage, I mean, I'm not on COG this year, but I would highly encourage that the makeup of that committee really represents the entire San Benito County. You really want to have city folks on there too. I was going to wait for this for later, but I'll just, pre-introduce this one. I'm looking at the results of the Measure G, and it seems like my district was the one that supported it the heaviest. Mm-hmm. And I want to congratulate every member of the community who volunteered on the committee and every other person who voted for it. Everybody deserves credit. I just want to make sure that in my district, at least, there's somebody in my district that represents in that, knowing that it's the highest voter approval next to Supervisor Hernandez's district.
Yes, and just to let you know that the COG board did take action and on our meeting last week, I think it was last week or the week before. At any rate, they did establish that the committee membership does have to cover all supervisorial districts, so there will be membership from each district.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I'd like to invite up Nora Conte, our librarian.
Board members, members of the public, and those citizens that are watching at home, I'd like to invite you all to remember about our celebration of the first 100 years of service, library service in San Benito County. We will be celebrating April 12th, starting at 6 o'clock. So please come and be with us and enjoy the stories and the songs and the festivities that we will have that particular evening. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that in 2009, 2010, when our CAO was head of technology, I asked him what he thought about open source. And we looked into it, and I presented it to the Board of Supervisors. Ray Espinoza said, yes, I think we can do this. Our board received the proposal from me, the librarian, and we went from paying $11,000 for our support of our information management system for the library to half of what we were paying. And I appreciate the board members I think Mr. Botello was here, Jaime de la Cruz was here. We said that if you allowed us to do this, we would be able to save in 10 years $60,000. And I am here before you to tell you that has happened. And I really appreciate our CAO's support at that particular time and for believing us and taking the chance. Where a lot of libraries were not taking the chance, we took the risk and we benefited by it because it helped services to the community, and we were able to save money. And that is the modus operandus at our library, that wherever we're able to be cautious and save but still go forward, we do. Thank you, Mr. Espinoza. Thank you, Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nora. I'd like to invite up our new Chief Probation Officer, Joe Frontella.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, a few weeks ago I was announced by CAO Espinoza, but unfortunately I wasn't available for that announcement and introduction, so I wanted to officially introduce myself. I'm Joe Frontella, and it is with tremendous enthusiasm that I assume the role of Chief Probation Officer of San Benito County. The department operational hours will continue to be 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and I'm looking forward to working with the very talented staff I have at the probation department to provide or to promote public safety and community well-being. I further look forward to working with the board to improve the quality of life for the citizens of San Benito County through a commitment to justice and an ethical approach to rehabilitation. I'm truly thankful for this opportunity, and I want to welcome all of you to come down and visit us at the other end of the block whenever you have time. I know you often don't have time, but when you do have time, feel free to come down and say hi. I'd love to have you guys there. I'll answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, I was asked this. Okay, maybe I shouldn't ask it, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the offer to come in and visit with you, and I was just wondering, how's your coffee over there?
Really good from now on, I promise.
Well, I'll make a point.
Yeah.
Thank you, and good luck and welcome aboard.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chief, I wanted to thank you for your service. Thank you very much, and congratulations on the position. I also wanted to point out to everybody, because you didn't take credit for it, so I'll give you credit. We were up in Sacramento doing some lobbying, and I saw you there lobbying. We crossed each other walking out of a senator's office.
Yeah.
And then I was also speaking to the governor, and he said you were the next in line to come in, so that was really good job for being out there and representing us. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I truly enjoy representing San Benito County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite up our Health and Human Services Deputy Director. I believe Enrique has a brief announcement.
Good morning, members of the board and the public. I have a couple of announcements. One is at the last board meeting, you approved a contract for video production of Health and Human Services Agency. You asked a question on how was the RFP promoted, and I just wanted to respond to that briefly. One is we did send it out to about 10 or 11 different video media type of productions in the county, and we had asked staff to research them and send it out, and that did happen. We also promoted it at our Health and Human Services website and also at the Community Action Board website. I was asked if we promoted on social media and Benito link, and I responded with yes. And that actually information was not accurate. When I got back to the office, I did consult with staff, and they confirmed that they didn't send it. And traditionally, every time we have announcements, we use multimedia, Benito link, pretty consistent. I was surprised that it didn't happen, so I take full responsibility for that. And as a result, we're decided to reissue the RFP just to make it more transparent and more accessible to San Benito County companies that may be interested in responding to that. So I wanted to bring that to your attention.
And Ricky, full responsibility. I just want to commend you. You're a fine example of what we should have in this community. I know nothing was intentional. I know you thought everybody followed protocol, but it takes a strong person to stand in front of us and talk about this. So I do commend you, and I just wanted to make sure that we're on record saying that that is a big step, and I appreciate everything you do.
Well, thank you. It's about making it right, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely want. I know I was one of the ones asking questions, and I do really appreciate your honesty and your integrity, Enrique. It means a lot. Everybody makes mistakes, or there's situations where things are out of your control, maybe through the process. I know that there's different chains of command, and so you acknowledged it and you realized it, and you brought it back to make it better. And I really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair. I got a quick
Yes,
question. Thank you, Enrique. I really do appreciate it. I was wondering, it's at the department's staff level, the concept. I was just wondering if you want to refocus the 3 minutes, maybe go in a different direction, a minute and a half, because I did talk to a lot of media people, and they did express that sometimes, when someone looks at something on Facebook, you got them for 30 seconds, and I don't know what's the intention of the 3 minutes you want to push forward on, but maybe it's reconsider it instead of 3 minutes, something else. I just don't know. Just
You mean a little longer or
a little shorter.
Oh, okay.
Little
But it made a video. You mean like maybe make it a 2-minute video?
Probably even a minute. I mean, really, I just don't. I don't know what you're trying to fill in 3 minutes. I don't know, so I can't ask you those questions.
With all due respect to Supervisor Dela Cruz, I'm not a professional videographer, and I don't know what the intentions are. So I'm delegating that thought process, that art, to you. So whatever you think is right, please go with what you've been researching.
We'll bring it back to HHSA admin team, and we'll discuss this.
Thank you.
So I also wanted to bring up really quick, on April the 10th, we have a job fair. The America's Job Center is hosting a job fair / resource fair from 2 to 5 at Veterans Memorial Building. We encourage the public to attend for those that are interested in search of employment. Any questions, 637-5627. And the last question, we've been for the last 7-8 years providing the volunteer income tax assistance program to our community. So we have 2 more weeks to file the 2018 tax season, and every Monday we are at the library. I think Nora is gone. Thank Nora and her team for allowing us to provide this program there in the evening from, I think, 5 to 9 or so. And on Wednesdays, we're at CSWD at our offices. And on Saturdays, we have a mobile team that goes to different locations, from Aromas to Tres Pinos to apartment complexes, San Juan Bautista. So that will continue for a couple more weeks. Just a final push for the public that wishes to complete their taxes through our program. They could certainly call also 637-9293, 637-9293. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique. So we have a few announcements out of administration. I want to mention to the board that at the last board meeting, there was a gentleman that came up that had concerns about doing live scan checks at the jail. I did reach out to the sheriff and discuss this. The sheriff's organization, the jail, does and will be doing the live scan checks, but there's also the ability for residents or business owners that are going to go in the cannabis industry to go ahead and use the city PD, the schools, and other places that have live scans. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. The other item, too, is that we'll be coming back to your board at a later date concerning landfill capacity. I know that there's been some concerns from the public of the landfill rising pretty high above the hills, actually. There is some ranges that they have to adhere to, so we'll be coming back to your board with moving forward, getting some work done to evaluate that. Just want to make sure the board is aware of that. One last item, I'd like to go ahead and request to remove items 16, 33, and 28 off of our agenda. We will not be needing to take these items to you for approval, so we'll be removing those, Mr. Chair. That was 16, 33, 28.
33?
33 or 23?
I believe that's going to come from...
33 from closed session?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. That's from him, right? Supervisor.
16. Okay.
So those are being removed?
Yes, sir.
And that's 33?
So that we don't need. That,
Number 3, he's going to put
I believe Supervisor Jaime de la Cruz is going to talk to number 3, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all the announcements, Mr. Chair. Okay.
Mr. Chair, could you repeat about the cannabis element? You said life scan. I kind of missed the concept.
Yeah, no problem, Supervisor Hernandez. So at our last board meeting, there was a resident or someone that was going to actually start a business and wanted to get ahead of the game and went to the jail to get a life scan to move that process forward. At that date, we were actually going through the process and having your board approve the process. So at that point, the sheriff's organization didn't have anything set in stone to move forward with that. So they basically said to wait, or they were not going to handle that. I did talk to the sheriff. They are going to be handling the life scan checks. So if anybody wants to open up a business or start the process and put in apply and move forward and pay the $10,000 and change to move that process forward, they can go to the jail to get the life scan. They'll have to make an appointment and schedule time to actually get that done. Or they can also go to the Hollister Police Department. They have the ability to do life scans as well as schools. So I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware of that, because that item did come up at a prior board meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll have updates from the supervisors. We'll start with Anthony Botello.
Okay. Thank you very much. I had a couple of important meetings. I think I'll save the COG report to my colleague, Supervisor Gilio, and I think Mary did a good job a little earlier. But a meeting I attended this last Friday was a Mobility Partnership Committee, which I represent San Bernardino County on, and we definitely are getting some real good work in at this point in time. We had a very interesting report on the high-speed rail. Apparently, it's on the high-speed rail track, So whatever the governor stated at the State of the Union, it's still being worked on, and they are on a timeline, and they're kind of finalizing their alignments coming into on this side of the Pacheco Pass, and so a lot more information is to be coming forward throughout this year. We also, the highlight of Friday's meeting was the presentation of a work plan for the 152 realignment, and that's where there's to be some real big decisions made as far as the ultimate alignment coming into through our county and into the 101. It's to have a tremendous impact on Highway 25 and the interchange at 101 and 25, as that's become a very important trade corridor. And so our meeting next in June, we're talking about the Phase 1 update, start working on traffic studies and a recommended Phase 1 of the project, as well as the alignment concepts of 152, which will be studied, and also near-term funding opportunities. So this thing's kind of going on a fast track as well, and I'm really optimistic that it's help us with the widening of Highway 25. We have some great partners in Santa Clara County. I know Supervisor Gilio has been spending a lot of time in Sacramento, making sure our state legislators and policymakers are abreast as far as what we need to do in this region. So with that, we'll keep the public informed and this board as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Dela Cruz?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of had a light schedule this time. I attended, we had the Vets Commission meeting last night, and there were some issues of concerns. The first one of issues of concern is that we need to put back or discuss the restrooms at the Vets Park. Mr. Chair, I hope we can put it in a future agenda meeting so we can talk about that. I know that, what's his name, Adam was there.
Done.
Thank you. And the reason why is because the restaurant was just terrible. That's the first one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Second one, the Vets Commission, which will be on today's agenda, later on today's agenda, approved to allow the San Benito High School to host the annual carnival on May 10th through the 12th at the Vets Park. I hope that once it comes to that time to vote, we can support it. It'll be a work in progress because this is the first year how it's going to happen, and then moving forward, if it does succeed and they do have it at the Vets Commission, this will be a golden opportunity to maybe back off of what the biker rally used to do, and that is used to bring in nonprofits and allow them to man the carnival and then they can share the revenues among all the nonprofit organizations in the community. So just an idea to bounce it down the road if it continues in that direction. The other one also met with the Friends of the Library last Friday, listened to them, and thank you, Supervisor Hernandez, for joining me on that meeting. There were a lot of discussions, a lot of ideas. Thank you, Susan, for the invitation. We learned a lot and a lot of healthy, good discussions that we had, and that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Gilio?
Actually, one more thing. I apologize.
Go right ahead.
Can we remove item number 3 off the board because we're not going to be able to vote on that one.
Okay. We are removing item 3 also on the consent agenda. You can go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got to tell you, it's been an amazing 2 weeks. We had a great weekend with some sunshine, so it was great. I had a very busy 2 weeks, so let's talk to you about the highlights. Couple local events. San Juan Batista Arts and Crafts Festival was very well attended Saturday, Sunday. I went over there Saturday. Eden Rift up in the Cienega Valley. If you guys aren't familiar with it, we have an amazing wine region right here in San Benito County. You don't have to go up to Napa Valley. You can just do it here. We had Eden Rift had their season kickoff, and right there you have DeRose, Duckhorn. So we have a ton of wineries here. That event was actually sold out and very well attended. So they're bringing in economic development into our community. People that I met people from all over the Bay Area as well as Hollister. So it was pretty awesome. Pet Friends, they had their fur ball up at Ridgemark, sold out. Great event, raised a bunch of money for our Pet Friends shelter and our animals. So I really appreciate them doing that. Now on to work. So the Central Coast Coalition through Director Gilbert at COG brought us up to Sacramento. And the Central Coast Coalition, if you're not familiar with it, is counties all the way down to Santa Barbara County, all the way up to Santa Cruz County, San Benito. And it's essentially a lobbying group. We all work together, and we mainly focus on the 101 corridor. It's called a congested corridor. And we go to Sacramento on an annual basis and lobby different folks. I've been up to Sacramento a bunch of times since I got started here, and I got to tell you, this was the most successful lobbying trip that we had. We spoke to Senator Caballero, who was obviously 100% behind us and helping us with not only that those projects, but the 156, the 25, and just local roads. And of course, Assembly Member, retired supervisor, now Assembly Member Robert Rivas. I'm looking over at his seat over there. He was more than generous with his time, met with us, and provided us some funding opportunities to chase down and look at. So we're working on that with staff. We actually chased down Senator Bell in the hallways up there and ran into him and had a nice conversation with him. He's from San Jose, a big proponent of the SB1 and also Measure B in Santa Clara County. So he's going to be a big link for us to get the 101-25 interchange done that you were speaking about, so and the trade corridor, frankly. So I think that's going to be great. And then we had a meeting with Governor Newsom's team, and to my surprise, Governor Newsom came in and spent probably a half hour with us. And I was really surprised at his availability, his candor, his interest in what is happening in small counties, how legislative decisions are affecting small counties. One of the big deals for us that we all need to be aware of, and frankly, we as supervisors here, every single one of us, and our city council colleagues need to be lobbying our representatives for this factor, and this could change a lot with SB1. It's critical. So right now we have a 50-50 formulation on the SB1 program, and basically it's 50% formulaic, roads, population, and you get a chunk of money, and then it's 50% competitive. And what's happening is the large counties feel that perhaps they're not getting the projects done that they want to get done, so they're lobbying, and obviously they're big, they're strong, and they're lobbying to change the formula. They want to change it to 90% formulaic and 10% competitive. And that will cripple our abilities to get SB1 projects done. Every person that I just mentioned that we spoke with said that they had no intention of allowing that to happen. However, big counties have a loud voice, the San Francisco's, the Los Angeles, San Diego's. So we need to make sure that we are constantly lobbying. When you run into a assembly member or one of their staff members, let them know how important that is to us. It really is critical. I asked Governor Newsom directly about this, and I believe Mary's sitting here, so I'll see if she nods her head. I believe what they said, him and his team, is that for at least the next 2 years, they don't foresee us making any changes in that, if it's up to them. And so we'll see what the legislature ends up doing. And I know that when we spoke to, for example, Senator Caballero and Member Rivas, they don't want to make those changes either. So hopefully we can keep it the way it is, because that's going to be great for us. Because small counties are hungry, and we work hard, and we apply for things, and the big counties just kind of want to get the money flowing to them. So really pay attention to that. After the meeting with Governor Newsom, one of the things he did speak about a lot was rail. He didn't speak a lot about high-speed rail. It sounds like they're still plugging along. What he was really interested in was local rail, and maybe I think kind of transitioning some of the high-speed dollars to local. And they're talking about a train. There's tracks already available, but it's a Union Pacific deal where they'll have to go from Santa Barbara all the way up to Santa Cruz. And then we also have a local rail study happening right now too. So we did let them know that we, if funding becomes available, we want to be considered for that as well. And then at the very end, he said, does anybody have anything else non-transportation related? Of course, I couldn't keep my mouth shut. I said, Governor, AB 109 is so AB 109, if you're not familiar with it, is realignment. State prison populations got full, shifted supervision down to the county level. And I very respectfully said that, this is crippling our county. It's very expensive. We're building a jail. We didn't have the funding for the full funding for the jail, so we're paying for it. And then we have to pay to staff the jail with this enhanced prison population. And I see Chief Frontella back there nodding his head, probably because he was up there saying the same thing. And, he did listen. He asked probing questions. He followed up. So at least, our voice is being heard up there. So I think that it's a really good thing. And, we'll keep on it, keep making trips up there and keep talking to folks. The other important meeting we had was with the CTC Deputy Director and California Transportation Commission. They're kind of the ones that hold the purse strings for Caltrans. And they know where we're at. They know our challenges. They know about, he actually knows Mary very well. That was great, our Director Gilbert. And he spoke about our Highway 25 project and is aware of it and what's happening. So it's good to be heard and let people know where San Benito County is. COG, I think we covered it with what I just spoke about, what Director Gilbert spoke about, and what the mobility partnership. There's a lot going on there. It's going to be critical. I appreciate you representing us there. And Mr. Chair, sorry for the long report. And that'll do it. Thank you for the time.
You done? No more? Jim, no more?
No, sir.
Okay.
Unless you want me to.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be a little bit more brief than Supervisor Gilio. It was really good substantive stuff, so I appreciate what he said. And actually, I love the fact that he was engaging the governor, and I think that's super duper important, understanding where their head is and how it impacts our local county. So, I had my own array of meetings, definitely. Some of it closed session type stuff, but some of the stuff that I could definitely mention is I visited the jail. I know we're dealing with the expansion, and then talks about obviously what it's going to take to add staffing to support the jail. Really good conversations that actually helped really give me strong feedback of the impacts of AB 109, the needs that we have. I also had a meeting with we had an audit committee meeting. We have a CAFA report that's supposed to be done. We're dealing with the implications of basically lack of reporting on behalf of First Five, and I know that's something that we have to look into. So I know we are. So then I also had a meeting with the library, and it was really informative. Definitely, the ladies have a wealth of knowledge and experience, and I totally appreciate their passion for why they want to strengthen the library or add space. So we're definitely really interested in keeping them engaged in the conversations. On that note, we had an intergovernmental meeting. We had our County Office of Ed Superintendent, Crystal Lamonto. We had Sean Tenenbaum there and all the respective council and supervisors that were there. We had a pretty lively conversation. It was really about vision. The biggest focus was figuring out how we can work together, because really that's what it takes in a small community. I know that's kind of been a little bit of the Achilles heel with our county, or is in general, is just us learning to work together so that we can have better outcomes, right, where it's really everybody benefits. And part of that conversation was obviously the housing and the planning. So on that side, they the superintendent took off her hat, and she basically like acted as a principal at the moment and said, hey, I just want to, along with Sean, engaged us on just really having a stronger network of relationships with them. And they actually even mentioned about a community growth master plan or something to the effect that gives them really strong feedback before projects are approved so that they can understand the implications of these projects. Obviously, if they're single-family homes, there's going to be kids that come in, and we're going to have to be prepared for whether it's increasing the current school levels or building new schools. You know, it's really hard to try to play catch-up, and I know the Santana Ranch project was a good example of how it's been a really big burden on the schools. And being on the school board, I could totally connect with that, especially approving, basically paying for $5 million for a plot of land that really, at one point in time, it was just dirt. And $5 million you wouldn't be paying for a piece of dirt before the actual housing development got approved. So it opened up my eyes to really see the nature of the focus of the rest of the committee, and their focus is really working together. That was probably the biggest emphasis. And then the other thing is we're going to be visiting. It looks like we're going to be planning on visiting the CSUMB campus. Part of the conversation is to try to understand how they became successful with their TEL Center. So it's a technology, education, and learning center, and with that focus, it's it's pretty diverse as far as the opportunities you're dealing with, and the dean is actually really interested. It sounds like on bringing an opportunity where he has a CSUMB extension here, if we had the ability to do that, and partnering with the library maybe to make it work. But all things considered, it's really about trying to bring, like I said, technology here, which would be in the form of education, and obviously a nice newer building, but education and then learning. So you're dealing with books and library and all the technology aspects, and then you're dealing with telecommuting or teleconference opportunities. So it's a really good. I visited 4 or 5 years ago with the mayor and the city manager, and I think the county, Crystal Lamano went, and we had a really good, lively discussion, and we're really informed on what a successful TEL Center looks like. So that's really exciting. And then last couple of things, I had a sit down with the kinship group. I know they're really interested in talking to us, and we have a meeting coming up on that and figuring out how to better support them. And then the hemp conversation, which I'll save. That was a meeting that we've had a couple meetings, and I'll give you my input once we get to that line item. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Well, I gave up my time to Supervisor Gillian Hernandez, so I have nothing to say. No. I just have a couple requests. So get your pencil going, Edgar and Ray. I want to see if staff can do a study, and when we say study, it's not a year-long study. This is something that needs to be done quickly, effectively, and efficiently. On if we could, if it would be wise and cost-effective to outsource the repairing of our potholes in San Benito County by a third party. I am not in no means saying the roads department cannot do this. The roads department has done an excellent job with the limited staffing they have. We have approximately 1,390 miles of land out there. That makes us the 35th largest county of the 58 counties. So we need to provide them help. As leaders, as people sitting up here, we need to recognize that, and we need to augment them, help them. And I think we, as staff, need to really do our due diligence in seeing if we can make this a reality. So when would be the quickest time we can come back with with some type of a plan? And if I recall right, I believe Supervisor Botello has said this had been done in previous administrations. Is that correct?
Yeah, 2 years ago when we had that wet year, we did contract with a second party to help our road crew. I was hoping that would have got done this year again.
Is that possible, CAO Espinosa?
Well, it's very kind of coincidental or ironic that you're mentioning this, and that I appreciate your input with this. We actually did meet with a company last week that specializes in assisting us with potholes, as well as even the Measure G, and moving forward with that with our county. So we've actually already started this process to address that. And as soon as I get some more feedback from them, I'll make sure to come back to your board with some input. So we're already on board with that and kind of trying to fast track that because of the issues that we have.
I appreciate that. The second request is a little bit might be something that we need to really put on our thinking caps and try to figure out what we need to do. I've been talking with several foremen from the civil grand jury, and I wanted to bring this to our attention, and I'd like to put this on the agenda for a later date, whether it's hopefully May 7th, because it gives us time to do some more research. I'd like to have a discussion on what's going right and what's not going right with the grand jury. I want to look at some of the things that we've done in the past and see if we still want to continue down that road. One of the biggest things, and I think Mr. Botello and Dela Cruz can probably go into this, is there is, I believe, 19 jurors, and in order for them to receive any type of compensation, they all have to be together. That was something that was passed years ago. But I'd like to talk about this, and being that it's something new, just bring it to the forefront, have a candid conversation, and then figure out how we can have a stronger grand jury. Would you like to say anything, Anthony, or would you just wait till?
I was asked by the media to comment on that, and basically what I said is that I certainly like to review that ordinance. And God, I hope I didn't vote on it, but think mistakes could be made.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you voted on it or not. I mean,
but it needs to be looked at, and it needs to be looked at right away.
Yes,
and fixed, and so we can have a dynamic group doing their, law required task. So. I agree 100% with you, Mr. Chairman.
When would you be able to put that on the agenda,
We
sir?
can probably put that on the next agenda if
the 16th?
Not. Yeah,
April
if not
16th?
a special board meeting, because we're discussing budget anyway, so that would be appropriate to talk about that at that point, to discuss their budget in particular.
Perfect.
And the potential of raising their budget. So I think that's something we can talk about in either one of those meetings. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And then on the agenda, also make sure we are talking about the bathrooms at Vets Park. I know you have that. Other than that, let's go into our open session.
Consent.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, unless there's any other items to be pulled, probably from the public or from the board, I'll move to approve the consent agenda as modified.
Okay, we're pulling what number? What are we?
3 and 16. 3 and 16.
And 28 and 33.
But that's on the regular agenda, though, I think.
3 and 16. Is there any other ones that need to be pulled from the public? I believe so. Anything besides 3 and 16?
Second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nava, do you want to speak on number 8?
I'll amend my motion to include number 8, then.
Okay. Can you fill out a card and give it to her, please? Thank you. I appreciate it. So we'll pull 3, 8, and 16. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I move to.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. with exception, we're pulling 3, 8, and 16. We'll start with number 3.
No, actually,
No, we're moving.
Oh.
We're scratching. We're moving those.
I believe.
Thank
just
you.
eight.
Thank you. I'm out of it today. Number 8. Approve the agreement for vendors' usage of the Veterans Memorial Park for San Benito High School District to host the carnival on May 10th, 11th, and 12th of 2019.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you about this. So it's been a couple of months, actually since January, trying to collaborate with all of the different entities at Vets Park that have the lease, that are leaseholders. The San Benito High School has a tradition of having our carnival on Mother's Day weekend, and every year it's well attended. It is our main fundraiser for ASB, for the student body, and this is where they go to leadership camp. So they earn about $15,000, and I think San Benito High School has the most at CAS, which is in Santa Barbara, and the most students participating. When it's an amazing sight to see all these red shirts. They spoke last night at our meeting, and they were so eloquent and so. They just spoke so, they were amazing. This is what CASC teaches them. They touch subjects about their identity, how to be more effective leaders here in Hollister, not just through the leadership with themselves, but with the rest of the community. There are 3,300 kids at that high school. And if these kids can go back and start networking with the ones that are in need with sexual abuse, bullying, and that's what they learn. They learn these things, how to point someone out and make them feel like they have a purpose. It's an amazing, it's just an amazing camp. Both my kids have gone through it, and CSUMB was my daughter's choice, and that's where she's at. And she's a leader there. My son is in leadership at the high school in the class office. He's amazing, this person that would never speak because of CASC. To be able to give all these children this opportunity, and it is something that we need to do. It's amazing to see all of the groups at Vets Park come together and support our high school. Collaboratively, they have been at the table working together and just being very supportive of it. And I want to thank everybody else, all of everybody that's come over and helped us at the high school to try and get all of the information that we needed from the carnival vendor. And but I just would hope that you'd pass this, because right now it's a one-time thing, and if it grows, it would be amazing for us to be able to do it again. The foot traffic is heavier there. It would be, but if we lost this date, we would lose this date forever. This vendor is very active in California, and we would lose this date because it's a very popular date. That means we'd have to redo if we would be able to get a contract with them. So I just appeal to you to pass this for us.
Thank you. Any more speaker cards? Bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
Make a motion that we approve the item as stated.
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Passes. Now we'll go into public hearing. Resource Management Agency. Hold a public hearing. Adopt an ordinance establishing water allotments within CSA area number 31, Stonegate, for the 2019-2020 water year, and taking other related actions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to invite up Scott, please. Thanks. He's going to be handling this item.
Good morning, Chairman Medina and members of the board. I'm Scott Lyons. I'm the Administrative Services Manager in the county's Resource Management Agency. So the item before you is an item that comes to you every April. and it is requesting your approval for water allotments for each of the parcels at Community Service Area 31. It's important because this is the way we partnership with San Benito County Water District to ensure that they can allocate their water resources amongst all of their customers. So this is a fairly pro forma item that we bring to you every year.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. I did some research on this, and it sounds like the San Benito County Water District actually allocates the water, and we're passing a resolution to kind of enforce their allocation. So if an individual homeowner goes over the allocation, there's some teeth for somebody to say, hey, stop, because Stonegate gets a master allocation, so to speak, for the entire community, and then each individual lot gets a certain amount. But if they go over, the water district doesn't really have a way to stop them from going over and then using up the whole allocation for the community. Is that semi-accurate?
That is completely accurate.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I may ask you a question, I know I get allocations from the water district, and that comes from CVP, and if I go over my allocation, it costs a fortune. So I'm incentivized not to, and I read my meter very carefully. Is that the case with these homeowners as well? So that, if they do go over their allocation, I would assume that the rate structure supports conservation on our end.
Right. That's exactly right. The specifics of the overage fine, if you will, are all within, I believe it's the original ordinance, which is, I think, 927. So I don't know the exact amount of how much the fine is or the overage charge, but that's exactly right. It's a disincentive to overuse your allocation.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons we do this, so it was confusing to me, but what I learned is, so Stonegate gets a master allocation. I'm just making up the number. Let's say they get 100 acre feet. And then they divide that up in between each individual lot owner. They don't have, this gives them a way to hold the individual lot owners accountable, because of what could happen is, Joe Smith could use 100 acre feet, and then he would use up the entire water for the rest of the community. And then they would start getting penalized by that financial incentive. So I think that's what the purpose of this is. And I contacted the community out there to make sure that nothing changed. They support it. So I'm in support of this today.
Right. And the allocation for the coming year is exactly the same as the amount for this past year.
Is there any public comment? Bring it back to the board. Any questions? Any further questions from the board? What's the wish of the board?
Mr. Chair, could I read the title of the ordinance?
Yes, ma'am.
An ordinance of the County of San Benito establishing a water conservation program for the area served by County Service Area Number 31 for the 2019-2020 water year.
Wish of the board?
I'll make a motion that we approve as stated.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you very much. Brings us to our regular agenda. Resource Management Agency, delegate authority to the County Administrative Officer to move forward with the John Smith Road Overlay Project through an invitation for bids process. Authorize the CAO to approve the scope of work for project not to exceed $375,000. Approve budget adjustment increasing appropriations in the amount of $375,000 for the transfer of fund balance from the Integrated Waste Management to the Road Fund. So,
no, say that 3 times really fast.
Go. Take it away.
Morning, Chair, members of the board. I just want to take a moment real quick to thank Adam and his team. He was dealing with the assessor's bathrooms being plugged up, and his team did an amazing job of getting that fixed because that was a problem over there. So just wanted to say thank you to him, and thank you to the rest of the RMA staff with helping with that. So as your last meeting, you requested to bring this back to your board for consideration. We moved quickly with this. We worked with our engineers at RMA, and now before you is for you guys to approve, to authorize the CAO's office to start an IFE process for John Smith Road from where it connects from 2,700 feet from the intersection westbound using a cold-in-place process, which is what I've been told better than a chip and seal process. So this would last a little longer. It will hold up to the current potholes that are being, we're getting complaints from members of the public.
Real quick question here. Just for the record, this is not coming from the general fund.
Correct.
This is coming from a account called the Integrated Waste Management.
That's correct.
And how are these monies put into this fund?
These monies were put in this fund from as enterprise funding from the landfill itself and utilization of the landfill and LDF fees. So basically, those funds are allocated for a special project for the realignment. We were trying to get the realignment done, but I think with the time that it's been taking so far with dealing with fish and wildlife and a few other things that have been coming up, that we've just decided to, with your board's direction, to just move forward with just putting this overlay on, at least have that portion of that road smooth and still continue to work with the realignment. It's my understanding, working with engineers, and it's still going to be a process, multi-year process to get that done. So we figure that we just need to move forward with this.
So is it safe to say integrated waste is in theory paying for this repair?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Dela Cruz.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When do you expect this to be completed?
We will come back for the final approval of the scope of the job. This is just to authorize putting this out for bid.
So you figure 30 days, 60 days, and then get a bid, another 30 days.
Correct.
How much would construction do? 2 more months? Do you think we'll be able to be done by October, November of this year?
I could come back with that information. I don't know at this time.
And the next question is, how long would this resurfacing last to ensure it doesn't go back to the 41% on the PCI number?
About 10 years.
10 years?
Process.
Yeah. Well, I think it's worth the investment.
The thought is that realignment will be done before the 10 years
Yeah.
expired on that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Gilio.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I wanted to thank you for your leadership on this issue. You've been working hard with trying to secure this project, get it rolling. I wanted to thank Adam out at RMA. Thank you for your time and getting this rolling. I really appreciate it. Edgar, Ray, it's a big issue that I've heard a lot about over the last year or so when I was out meeting folks, and also in the last 3 months. So I really do appreciate us moving forward with this project. I have a question for the county attorney. Under staff recommendations, it's under number 1. The very last sentence, authorize the CAO to approve the scope of work for the project. So if we make the proper motion today, this wouldn't have to come back to the board for approval to keep moving forward. Is that correct? The CAO, we could delegate that authority to him?
We can delegate that authority to him, but we're recommending that it come back for after it's released, that it come back for the board for final approval before we award the contract, so that it can be out on the street, but then it will eventually still come back to the board for final approval.
One more time, though. So if we allow him to approve the scope of work, we don't have to come back with the scope of work and then release it again and then come back again. We can
it can be on the street.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any public comment? Bring it back to the... Oh, we have someone out there.
My name is Barb Tadeo, and I live at 575 Heatherwood. My concern is the timeline. You were just mentioning October. Can it be done before summer? Because the potholes have gotten even worse to the point that friends of mine, these are senior citizens that try to drive out there, are no longer being able to drive out there. They're fearful that they can't control their car because the potholes are even getting worse. If it's a temporary fix on the potholes while the bids are going forward, that would be wonderful. The other problem that we have is that many of these big rigs now, because of the road, they're now going down Best Road and destroying that surface also. So this is my concern, that it not be October, because like I said, I can't afford any more damage to my car But when I have friends who go, hey, I can't come out to your house because the potholes are getting so large, is a concern. That's why, Mr. De La Cruz, I, as concerned are you on this timeline business, something's got to be done, even a temporary, until the bids all come back in. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other public comment?
We have a staff, I think, that wants to talk a little bit about the timeline, maybe, Mr. Chair.
We have an update on the timeline.
Board Chair, Board of Supervisors. I'm Greg Bucknell, Contract Civil Engineer for the county. Yes, we've initiated the plans and specifications. We should be done within the week and maybe start advertising. This is April, probably May. We'll come back to the board first meeting in June to award, if that's your intent. And then we should be able to get under construction June, July, and be done by the end of the summer. I would say by September.
I have
Sure.
maybe a
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just what needs to be done. What I know about a little bit about asphalt is that you got to have a certain weather condition, temperature. I just want this project to go forward as soon as reasonably possible. But with the temperatures, that this job is stay as good as it could possibly stay permanently without us coming back to do it twice. And that's the only thing that I would ask, our staff to do.
Yeah, we're using a cold-in-place recycle. We'll grind up the existing asphalt, and it'll be a one-step process, and then we'll come back with a 2-inch overlay. And like you said, that should last with your truck traffic, 5 to 10 years due to the impacts on the road. And then it'll probably take up to 2-3 years to finish the environmental to move forward with the John Smith realignment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? What's the wish of the board?
Make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to read this so it's clear for the delegation of the authority. I make a motion that we delegate the authority to County Administrative Officer to approve the IFB for John Smith Road Overlay Project through an invitation of bids process subject to final approval by the Board of Supervisors at a future date, and also authorize the CAO to approve the scope of work for the project.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I need to add on to the budget there. Sorry about that. And also approve the budget adjustment, increasing the appropriation in the amount of $375,000 from a transfer of the fund balance of the integrated waste to the road fund. Again, $375,000.
Amend my second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0.
Thank you.
The next one will come from the County Administrative Office. Receive a presentation on off-highway vehicle license fee allocation, approved budget amendment in the amount of $6,000 for 18-19, and provide recommendations to staff on the 19-20 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to invite up Stuart Petrie. He's our new budget officer, and he's done a great job on this particular item. Your board has actually heard this item a few years back, and we wanted to come back with some clarity and some direction from your board. So thank you, Stuart, for working on this.
Good morning, the board. So this item came about after a meeting between myself, Supervisor Gilio, and Superintendent Bill Lutton out of the state parks, who is the superintendent for the Hollister Hills Recreation here. I did want to actually thank him. He actually provided us a lot of historical data and information on this. Both Supervisor Gilio and myself were actually not around for most of this, the historical aspects of this, so we did need to do our due diligence to research how these off-highway vehicle license fees have been used in the county. So just to give a little history of Hollister Hills, the land was purchased by the state in 1975. And then in 89 and 91, there was a purchase of land for an expansion. With that purchase of the land for an expansion of the park, there was a lawsuit that was brought upon by some of the county constituents regarding the economic impact report. That lawsuit was actually settled in 2002 with multiple stipulations regarding monitoring for management of noise, dust, attendance, buffer zones, etc. All of that, and talking to Superintendent Lutton, is still being managed to this day. They have a lot of programs out there regarding the dust and the noise to manage and monitor that. Around the same time, in 2001, there was an MOU that was entered between the county and Hollister Hills. This was to get some funding back to the county to mitigate some of the impact that Hollister Hills has, roadways, other services that the county does provide locally. There was a one-time payment that was received into the Cienega Road Realignment Fund to eventually do that realignment there of $150,000. Additionally, in the MOU, there was discussion. There was a item on there as well for an annual payment of $6,000 that was due 1 year from the opening of the expansion. That would come in every year for this mitigation. Now, the expansion actually opened in 2008, which was 2 years after there was a change in legislation. So just to give you a background, prior to 2006 and that change in the legislation, San Benito County only received about $400 to $1,000 on the semi-annually as a payment from these vehicle license fees. Kind of discussing with the superintendent of the park there, the $6,000 MOU was supposed to provide the county with some more funding, because obviously this wasn't going to do much for the county's purposes of mitigating some of those impacts. But since 2006, we have received a lot more funding with the change in the legislation. Currently, the last couple years, we have been receiving between $40,000 and $60,000 on each allocation semi-annually, approximately $100,000 per year of funding. Basically, the 2001 MOU ended once the new allocation was brought in by the legislation, and that's Vehicle Code Section 38240, because now we were receiving more funding than that annual payment of $6,000. Historically, the semi-annual payments have been budgeted and deposited with the sheriff's office and used for the mitigation of sheriff impacts to the county park. In fiscal year 16-17, there was a board, this was actually brought to the board, discussion on should some of that funding have been used towards road maintenance on Cienega Road for the impact of all of the additional drivers coming out onto Cienega Road. Cienega Road is the main entryway to the park. That's the main entryway that most individuals come in for their off-road recreation. To the board at the time, directed staff to deposit $48,000 into a new fund called the Cienega Road Maintenance Fund. This was to cover the period from 2008 when the expansion opened to 2016 for that road mitigation impact. And then in 17-18 last year, we did move an additional $6,000 per board action into the road maintenance fund Currently, the fund balance is approximately $55,000 in there. Additionally, I just wanted to go over the state's guidance on how the funding should be used. Under the purpose section, the second sentence discusses that the revenue received allocated equally to the cities and to the counties, and this is to provide and operate trails, areas, and other facilities for the use of off-highway motor vehicles. So it is pretty vague in the usage, and it can be used for any of the mitigation kind of impacts directly related to the park. With that, were there any questions for me from the board?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, sir.
Stuart, I really want to thank you for your efforts on this, and I wanted to thank the superintendent who is here in the back. Thank you very much for spending all the time that you did to educate me personally and get me up to speed on this. I think because of the complex nature of this subject, that there was, I think, perhaps some misunderstanding, because if you look at it, it looks like that there should be $6,000, so to speak, in this impact fee that we should be saving for Cienega Road, but really that's not the case. So can you back up a couple slides there real quick? I want to hammer this point home just a little bit more, because it took me a minute to get it. Keep going back there. Keep going back. Right there, please. So if you look at that, so what the MOU said with the lawsuit, there was an MOU that came out of that, and it said we did the $150,000. We did, we did the bypass. That was great. And then if you look, it says the expansion opens in 2008. So from 2008 on, we were supposed to get that $6,000 from the state, but because of a great, I think it was Deputy Director of State Parks, they reformatted the allocation of the way counties receive funds. So how it was in the past, it was how many OHVs or motorcycles or ATVs you had registered in your county, and there was a formula that said how much money you get. Well, guess what? San Benito County doesn't have a ton of OHVs registered in their county, but we have all the impact from all the surrounding counties that have a ton of OHVs registered. So they were getting all this OHV money, the counties, and the counties that were impacted, the smaller counties that don't have a lot of registrations, were not getting money. So this deputy director, and I don't recall her name, I apologize because I'd like to give her credit. She recognized that problem, and they came up with a new legislation that the state supported. And now we are allocated. The bottom line is a complex formula again, but we're allocated about a low of about $100,000. Actually, I think the first year was $80,000. Was probably catch up, and then from there on, between $100,000 and $120,000 a year for mitigation. And the reason I asked to have this item brought to the board was to clarify that, number one, and then to hopefully get the support of the board to allocate those funds, the roughly $100,000 that comes in on an annual basis, so we can get Cienega Road up to par. And then once it gets up to par, I would say we could look at, my thought would be we look at, okay, how much does it actually cost to just maintain the road and keep it in a good situation? I'll give you an example. We're going to talk about this on SB1, but the worst, well, I shouldn't say that because it's not the worst. The road is very bad from Hospital Road, going all the way back up to the wineries. But one of the worst and most traveled by residents, because of the amount of residents there, is Hospital Road up past Hidden Valley Road there before you start climbing the hill. And then obviously you guys all know the hill is really bad if you've been up there lately. That probably is going to take a significant amount more money because of the nature of working on hills. But just that mile stretch between Hospital Road and Hidden Valley, it's about $1 million to repair that. And we'll talk about that more in SB1 because it sounds like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money. But I think that when you see the sources of funds, including if we're able to use this $100,000 here, the $55,000 that we already have in the account, I think there's a real path forward to get that stretch of road done. And again, we'll talk more about that during SB1 because you'll see there's some funding that was already allocated last year and then this year for Cienega Road. So that's kind of where I hope we can end up here today after we have a conversation and hear the community's inputs, is to allocate those funds to Cienega Road and come up with a resolution on that, and then obviously continue funding the sheriff's department at the same level. I don't want to cut any money from the sheriff's department. It's really just transferring money from a different place to a different location. After speaking with CA Espinosa and Stewart, the funds are there. It's just allocating them correctly.
Yes, sir, Ms. Supervisor Dela Cruz.
Thank you. Jim, Supervisor Gilliam, kind of got confused at the end. The money that's coming from the state right now, it's going into our general fund, correct? Is that correct? Going to the general fund. Is it sitting in the general fund, or is it going to the sheriff's department?
It's technically going to the sheriff's department, but it's going into a big pot in the sheriff's department. It's considered part of their budget.
So let's assume $100, make it real simple academics. $100 goes to the sheriff's department. Now you're asking that we pull that $100, go to the Hollister Hills fund account.
Correct.
And so how will the sheriff backfill that $100?
Out of the general fund savings that we have in there now with salary savings, we haven't ever in these years that I've studied it, and Stuart can correct me if I'm wrong, actually spent the entire amount of money because of vacancies and salary savings. We just don't spend it.
That's a budgeting issue that the board discusses during the budget process.
Yeah, you're correct, but I think what's going on here is the issue and the problem is that this was wrong, this was incorrect. I think the board may have got some information that wasn't exactly accurate in the past, and that's why you guys allocated that $6,000 a year. And I think there was confusion, and that's why I wanted to bring it forward to kind of correct the record. When you guys allocated that $6,000, it wasn't actually through a budget process. It was because there was a perception of an error and a need to get that money going to the right spot. So it's directing to the impact. So that's why we brought it. I asked for it to be brought now.
I remember the discussion when Supervisor Batella was here. I remember the sheriff says, well, that money's being used. We have patrol out there, therefore some of that money should be used to patrol out there. And I foresaw this because Supervisor Monaco was as passionate as you were for that one too back then. And I discussed it with them, and I said the same question to him when I'm asking you, and he basically said, yeah, is that we have now inherited two budgets, now we need to fund two budgets now.
Mm-hmm. And so going back, I understand exactly why it was done. So this was done, and look at the date, 2008, 2009, 2010. Yeah. I mean, at that time frame, I believe that you need to shrink in and support your core, which is public safety, health and human services, all the things that keep our community alive. And now we're in a little bit different situation where we can allocate those funds to get caught up on the road. We just need to. We got to get caught up.
And you're absolutely right that because I actually visited the Hollister Hills the other week and it was packed. Yeah. And we're missing an opportunity to gain economics and to attract something.
And all the wineries up there. I mean, it's I was talking to a gentleman who went for a drive with his classic car up to the wineries and hit a pothole. And this is not an exaggeration. It ripped off the bottom of his oil pan on his $100,000 Corvette. So there's people that are not going up there because of the condition of our roads, and we have a lot of economic development up that way. That's why I'm particularly passionate about this area.
Yeah, and there's another issue that we haven't discussed, and it's not our board level, but it's something that I'm prelude to it, and that is that the Hazel Hawkins Hospital Board directors are talking about doing something, because when someone gets hurt out there, Hazel Hawkins is the one that's going to take care of that bill, and most likely a lot of these individuals don't have the insurance to cover it, and we in San Bernardino County will have to pay for it.
Yeah, we have a EMCC meeting tomorrow, Supervisor, and that's one of the discussions is the AMR and the ambulance coverage, and Supervisor Hernandez and I will be at that meeting tomorrow.
One of the biggest things here that I see is whether something was done incorrect in the past, we need to correct it. And that's kind of what I think you're looking at, Jim, also, is just because something's been funded for decades, that doesn't make it right. I mean, where was the money supposed to go to in the beginning? And that sounds like it.
It would be the decision of the board on how to utilize the funding, because the funding is kind of open in the usage.
Yes. Yeah. Any public comment?
Good morning, Kathy Alameda. I've been here before. We've talked about the road before. It really needs to be repaired. Trying to talk about past discretions of the board and what's been done. Is water under the bridge? Let's move forward. let's repair the road. It's our welcome mat to San Benito County, and right now our welcome mat looks pretty shabby. It's kind of embarrassing. It's a dangerous road. We have a lot of outside of our county driving it, which is a concern. They don't know the roads. They don't know the potholes like us locals do to avoid. I saw a terrible accident there at the intersection of the bypass and Hospital Road. A motorcycle down on the asphalt, and emergency crews in. You bring up the point of policing the park, but if I'm not mistaken, the park, Bill, has their own police service, correct? So I'm confused as to why we're so concerned about, I mean, I'm not against the Sheriff's Department, but if we're funding it to secure the Hollister Hills, they already have their own police source. So why are we double layering that sense of security out there? I just want to work through this. I want to make sure the road is safe for locals, safe for our visitors that are coming from outside our area to enjoy the wine country, to enjoy Hollister Hills, but there has to be a solution to the problem. But I realize you guys have a mess on your hands. Our roads are a disaster. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other speaker cards? All right. Oh, thank you. Bring it back to the board. Any discussion from the board? Supervisor Bertella?
Yes, I want to thank Supervisor Gilio for working with our staff and as well as the superintendent for Hollister Hills. Good information, and and I think it's a fact that 2009 and 10 and through that era of the recession, we're coming back to the core, and it's $6,000 is not a lot of money either, no matter how you cut it. But I'm happy to see that it's quite a bit more money. Hollister Hills and the people that come and visit our county they do spend money here. I've seen them in San Juan. I've seen them in Hollister, stopping for gas and snacks and things and utilizing our restaurants going home. So it's important. I fully support Supervisor Gilio as to redirect this funding to Cienega Road and bringing that up to a level of a decent road. Also in support of our wine industry and residents out there. We're have to cobble together a multitude of pots of money to fix these roads. I think the chair stated that we have 300 and some odd miles of road, and they're all in bad shape. And and if we Cienega Road, it was one of our Measure G roads, focus roads. Now, if we could use some of this, state money, fix that road, that means there's more money for the other roads. I think we got to even explore using more of the franchise money that we just did for John Smith Road in other areas that we know is impacted, with waste coming in from out of the county. But we have to pull as much resources from different pots of money and fix these roads. And hopefully that's what we're working on at RMA right now. I don't think we would be jeopardizing any public safety by redirecting these funds. And hopefully to our representatives at the EMC meeting and a suggestion to our Hollister Hills superintendent, I'm concerned as Supervisor De La Cruz about the impacts on our hospital, on accidents and people going in and utilizing our local hospital. Perhaps unless you could show proof of insurance, you don't get the privilege of riding in Hollister Hills. You have to have insurance. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, check insurance
That's my
cards when they
idea
go
of
in
the
there.
day. But really, they should. If I get pulled over driving my car, I better have my proof of insurance, and you should have proof of insurance if you're utilizing, the tracks up at Hollister Hills. You're welcome to come, but doggone it, you can't break our hospital because there's a real problem out over there. Real problem, and where it gets stuck, and a little bit here and a little bit there, all of a sudden we get ourselves out of the issues that we're in. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor De La Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I, too, want to commend Supervisor Gilio for taking the lead effort on this one. As you know, I also, because Supervisor Batone and I have a history on this, we can give our perspective to it. And I think from the get-go, and if you misunderstood me, or if anybody from this board misunderstood me, there's no way that I will support not fixing that portion of Union Road down to Hollister Hills. I think that's important. You're correct. That, we want to make sure we fix those roads and all that. The only question that I have is that we have, kind of commingling, Supervisor Botello, commingling, SB 1 money, G money. We're now defining the roads that we want to fix first. And I keep hearing, every meeting we're talking, this road needs to be fixed first. Now Seneca needs to be fixed because that's, the tourist industry, and we're all for tourist industry. And I hear from Supervisor Hernandez every single day about the importance of tourist industry. I'm all for that too. I just want to make sure that, I want to thank Mary. Measure G, again, I'm going to say it right up front. Measure G passed by the entire community. In my district, it was about, what was the number? I just saw it. It was about 73.7%. That's the highest of all the supervisors' districts. And we want to make sure that, we all supervisors, get our districts addressed too, and start focusing where we want to use the money. Do we want to use the money where most of the cars are being traveled, or do we just want to use fixed roads where maybe 5, 10 people drive on those roads? It's a fair question to ask. It's not something for people to start throwing darts at me. It's a question that we all need to ask and wrestle with it and manage it. And so it kind of leads to this discussion what we're talking about right now. But from Union Road to Hollister Hills, you're right, Jim Gillo. We need to address those issues. You're absolutely right. And we too need to address the dollars and refocus those dollars. And we're going to backfill the sheriff department because we all support public safety.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion if there's no further comments from the supervisors.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we keep the sheriff's funding status quo and we reallocate 100. Well, actually, I'm going to leave that open. We reallocate the exact amount of dollars that is contributed by the state on a biannual basis, which is roughly $100,000 to the Cienega Road funds for year 18-19 and beyond. That's my motion.
A second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hammy? 5-0. I don't often do this, but
Thank you all.
do you want to take a break?
Yeah, I do.
What?
Did you say break? Are you going to let us have lunch today, too?
Nope, no lunch.
Thank you.
You're lucky you got a break. State of California, you work 6 hours.
Did you get direction?
Not the one I requested, so now I have to come up with, make sure the sheriff's budget doesn't go over.
Supervisor hold this over a meeting.
That's right, he should pay for, that's right, I agree with that one.
Okay. $25. We are going to go out of the order a little bit. We're going to skip to 25 so I can have our staff back to work. This is to approve a proclamation and accept the presentation designating the week of April 1st to April 7th as Public Health Week in San Benito County. On behalf of San Benito County, we'll
Good morning, supervisors, CAO, and staff and community. We're happy to have you all here today to help us celebrate National Public Health Week, which started yesterday on April 1st, as it does every year. And every year we come to give you an update on what we're doing in National Public Health Week. And we have a big lineup of activities that represent some of our public health services activities that we offer to our community to help encourage a healthy community. And I'm going to end with our county health rankings, which were embargoed until today and have just been released. So I'll let you know where our standing is in the state compared to the other counties. So this is the theme for this year's Public Health Week, National Public Health Week, creating the healthiest nation for science, for action, and for health. Yesterday, the theme was healthy communities and focusing on the places that we live, learn, work, worship, and play. We all know that we live in a beautiful community with many positive health attributes and health factors, and rich in culture and educational opportunities, many of which we've heard about today, this morning, in a very impressive San Benito County. So yesterday we celebrated with the first annual Walk with the Doc, and we had a good crowd that came over and started at the Public Health Services offices, the new ones, which we're enjoying, thank you very much. And we walked over to Hazel Hawkins Hospital and had a refreshment break and Q&A over there, and then walked back, and we got in about 6,000 steps, all of us, so that was a great way to celebrate a healthy community. Today, Tuesday, is Violence Prevention Day, and I think some of you might remember that when the American Medical Association and other organized medicines tried to get involved in the gun violence issue, President Trump told us to stay in our lanes, that is not the business of doctors. And so physicians around the country and public health services have been very active to remind our legislators and our electeds that we indeed work hard in the gun violence area and that we are effective in applying public health principles. Here in San Benito County, we work very closely with the Sheriff's Department, corrections, and probation to work on issues such as our opioid task force, where we're addressing opioid misuse in our county and working in a cross-disciplinary, collaborative task force that's made tremendous progress and had many accomplishments. We've got Supervisor Hernandez as part of that task force, so thank you for your service. And we are looking forward to moving forward, especially as we've heard this morning about the work that the Department of Behavioral Health is going to be taking on. We look forward to partnering with them to make some big strides. I'm going to mention traffic safety to you during the county health rankings report, but I want to I think that the discussions here this morning are indicative of concerns and a significant health factor risk in San Benito County. I'll say a little more in a bit. To celebrate National Public Health Week on Violence Prevention Day, we're helping to sponsor a kids art contest around violence prevention. It's co-sponsored with the Child Abuse Prevention Council, with San Benito Arts Council, and the YMCA. And the art will be displayed at Mars Hill, and there will be a competition with prizes awarded at the end of the month. Wednesday, tomorrow, we're looking at rural health, and we know that our rural health areas, including rural communities like San Benito County, have higher burdens of chronic disease. This is because we have less access to preventive services, to primary care providers, and to specialists. And we've already heard this morning about difficulties of our hospital keeping its doors open. So those are all indications of some of the difficulties that rural communities face. We're celebrating with having the cheer crew. Oh, here's some good rural county photos. We're celebrating by having the cheer crew of Health and Human Services Agency come over to our offices tomorrow for a salad bar. And I want to invite the supervisors and staff to join us if you'd like to. And we are usually cheer crew has corn dogs and fries, so we'd love to have you over for a healthier option. And you can get a look at our new Public Health Services office if you haven't already done that. Thursday is Technology and Public Health Day, and we're going to be doing Twitter blasts and directing folks to some public health applications that are on your phone, and directing them to our own Health and Human Services Agency website, where we have a number of different videos and resources posted for the community. Also to our beautiful San Benito County Opioid Task Force website, which you should visit if you haven't. It's easy to find. If you just Google San Benito County and opioids, you'll get there. And it's full of resources for our community around opioid use and misuse. And it's also in Spanish. This is just a screenshot from my own phone from my page of health apps that I use to connect to the hospital, for my work, to all different kinds of health promotion and health services that I use in my everyday work and everyday personal life. And Friday, National Public Health Week is focusing on climate change. And we know that our community is feeling the impact of climate change in terms of drought and flooding and a less reliable climate in our county, the smoke from wildfires in neighboring counties. And this seriously impacts people's health and well-being. And so tomorrow, to honor that, we're going to be hosting a Friday at the Community Food Bank. And we've got over 40 vendors who will be participating on the month's busiest day at the Community Food Bank. So we'll reach out to thousands of people on Friday through our public health outreach efforts at the food bank. That's Friday morning if any of you want to stop by. So here we get to the end of my presentation and the county health rankings. Again, these were embargoed until this morning. And I want to remind you that on these, we look at both health outcomes, which is the longevity of our life, the length of life, and then also the quality of life. And we do that with vital statistics, information that we have about illness and births and deaths. And then we also look at health factors, and those would be things like, what are the tobacco laws in your county? What kind of sex ed do we have for the kids? What is the walkability of our community? How is our air, our water, our soil? So all of these are taken into effect. And then we're ranked, and you can find us there in light green. So the darker or the lighter the better, the healthier the county. So as we have been in the past, we're in the second quartile. And in terms of health outcomes, so again, that's length of life and quality of life. We're ranked number 20. Am I reading this? Ranked number 20. That's actually a little bit higher than last year. And but overall, over the years, we have dropped a little bit in the health rankings, and I'm going to tell you why that is in this next slide here. Our health factors, and this is around our built environment, the things that our county provides for the health of our community members. And the big outlying data that I found this morning in my brief overview once the data was released was that our biggest factor is traffic fatalities. So motor vehicle accident fatalities, we have a rate over twofold the state rate. And that really brings down our health ranking compared to others. And I don't think any of us would find that surprising. I mean, it is surprising that it's twofold. But, we have these tiny ag roads that our very busy commuters are sharing with farm equipment, no safety shoulders, lot of driving under the influence still, and failure to restrain our children properly in the cars and to use seat belts. I get to review all of these death certificates, and I see the factors that play into the motor vehicle accident fatalities, and some of those are preventable.
Doctor, can I ask a quick question on that?
Yes.
What was our actual rate, not the rate, but the number of traffic fatalities in San Benito County last year?
I didn't bring the data with me since it was just released at 9 a.m., but I can definitely get that to you.
It's usually 3 to 5 or somewhere around there. Does that sound about right? Or?
It's higher than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to see that later if you don't mind. Thank you.
So I'm happy to come back with more. Oh, and then a second factor that really plays into our ranking is that we have a considerably higher diabetes rate than neighboring counties. And that has to do with a more overweight and obese population, common in rural communities, but that's something that you should think about as you think about your parks, your access to parks, to hiking trails, to adequate nutrition, to healthy foods. So all of that can weigh into your decision-making because diabetes really does dramatically impact length of life and quality of life because it impacts your heart, your eyes, your kidneys, really every organ in the body. So, yeah, I'm happy to take questions. That's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to come back and give you more details or meet with any of you individually.
Mr. Chair. Ray, help me out here, but Doc, I think, don't we get a report of the top medical issues that the county experiences, and one of the medications on the top of the list is for diabetic. Is that correct?
Yeah, are you referring to us switching employees for county employees? Yes, that's correct. Now we have an experience that we can go back and review for county employees only, not for the entire county.
Right, but the county employees is medicine for diabetic, is that on top of the list? Do you recall?
Honestly, I don't recall the exact, but I know that is obviously a concern, and it is up there in that.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
And I think we're supposed to receive a proclamation.
Do you have a proclamation for us?
Mark.
What?
Huh? There's a proclamation on your desk.
Uh-oh.
For National Public Health Week.
That's his. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I had a little bit of busy.
Well, we were kind of out of order in the proclamation sequence.
I guess it's my turn to read.
It's very long. You don't have to read the whole thing.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Maybe the first paragraph and the very end.
Back to work.
So I'll read the first couple. Whereas the week of April 1st through the 7th, 2019 is National Public Health Week, and the theme is creating the healthiest nation for science, for action, for health. And whereas since 1995, the American Public Health Association, through its sponsorship of National Public Health Week, has educated the public, policymakers, and public health professionals about issues important to improving the public health. Now, therefore, be it resolved that during National Public Health Week 2019 and throughout the year, we join together in partnership, engaging our community and policymakers in a conversation about creating a healthy San Benito County through science, through action. There's a typo on it, just FYI. And for the health of the community. Without health in all policies, our community languishes. We must protect and enhance the community in which we live, learn, work, worship, and play as its impact our health and capacity to fend off disease and injury. Signed by your chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
And thank you all for your support of public health services. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to the next two items I just want to let everyone know are the hemp along with the SB1. They're going to be hopefully some good discussion. And if you put your cards in already, your speaker cards, please make sure that you put them in and make sure that you give us a lot of feedback. We want the feedback, especially with these two, because they are important to the county moving forward. So with that being said, we'll start off with our hemp
Great.
discussion.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chair. Back in February, the board had directed staff to come back with a hemp moratorium and also to be working on a permanent ordinance. It also established the ad hoc committee for industrial hemp cultivation. Since that time, the ad hoc committee has met a few different times, and at this point we've come back with the moratorium, which will just temporarily keep the status quo and not allow cultivation of industrial hemp for both commercial growers as well as the research. I wanted to give an update because part of this is that we were expecting the regulations from the state to be taking effect either today or tomorrow after review from the Office of Administrative Law. Since that time, on the 28th of March, the Office of Administrative Law gave their feedback to CDFA. CDFA had to take those comments back, and they had to repost the regulations for a 15-day period. That 15-day period is set to expire on April 14th, and so I posted what is currently on the CDFA website for your review. So you can see that this is currently what's on CDFA's website, and the comments are due back by the 14th. At that time, CDFA will then review those comments and then, again, provide the regulations to the Office of Administrative Law for their review. I spoke with CDFA this morning to check in and make sure that this is all accurate, that I understood what was going on, and when we might be able to expect the regulations to actually take effect. At this point, the Office of Administrative Law does not have feedback yet from the CDFA because it's in the 15-day comment period, so we don't have, at this point, an idea when those regulations might take effect. So we're still in a holding pattern with regard to regulations from the state, and again, emphasizing the need for this urgency ordinance so that way the state can figure out what it's doing as well as the county can figure out what it's doing. If there's any questions with regard to the moratorium or what is happening at the state level, I'm happy to try to address those questions.
Yes, I would like to first ask Supervisor Botello and Supervisor Hernandez to speak about the ad hoc committee, and we'll let Supervisor Botello first, and then we'll go with Supervisor Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and anyhow, we've had a couple of very lively ad hoc committee meetings, very well attended by different departments, and it's kind of a hard thing to have a full consensus as far as what we should be doing here in the county. My understanding and what Sarah was describing is that the state, California Department of Ag, Food and Ag is behind schedule as far as coming out with the state regulations in governing the requirements for hemp cultivation. And they're in a 15-day review process. So it kind of took the urgency off of us for an action even today. As we know, can see, our ag commissioner, she had a prior personal commitment and is not here today to kind of give her perspective as far as, from the agricultural department. But I know that some counties have put some, a moratorium up. Others have not, and and many of the larger counties that we would consider agricultural counties are allowing it to move forward. Personally, I'm opposed to doing a moratorium. I view this as being another agricultural commodity. It's being grown nationwide, and I think it's kind of we could view it that outdoor cannabis and there could be some conflict, and that's where a lot of our ad hoc discussion was based on. Well, we don't allow outdoor cannabis be grown in San Diego County. I think that anybody who is grow cannabis is going through our, very detailed application process. In order to grow hemp, you're going to have to register with the Ag Commissioner and register that crop as well. The people that go through this are law-abiding operators. They're not the problem. And the ones that have no intentions of complying with the law, whether they're growing cannabis or growing hemp, are going to do so regardless if there's a moratorium or not. And it's it's a big issue and always will be. But what we have is an opportunity for another crop to be grown in our region that gives us value and different opportunities for people that own land, that farm, and options. And I, myself, being in the agricultural field, feel that this is very important. And I don't think we had a solid consensus with staff recommending any particular action. I know I spent a lot of time with the Ag Commissioner on this issue. I spoke with other folks that are working on this. And I think if there is an issue or a problem, we could deal with it. This is an annual crop, and I don't think there's to be a mad rush to put 10,000 acres in San Diego County because it is grown. It will be grown statewide. It will be grown nationwide, and we could kind of deal with some of the issues later on. That's what I have. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Supervisor Hernandez.
So I appreciate the time that we have spent together.
Mike, I think your mic's...
My mic got turned off. I definitely appreciate the time we spent together on this. It's, it sounds really easy to just pose this that it's not a big deal, but not a big deal means there's no consequence or there's no possible issues. And even the Ag Commissioner agreed that there was nuisance issues that had to be resolved. That's just the one thing. We've had 2 meetings, lively discussion. Honestly, there was nothing substantive as far as what even to craft. So and I know our CAO has actually mentioned if we don't have something in place, then we're basically losing funding and really just even funding in the sense of cost recovery for managing this, right? So there has to be Victor Gomez is in the room, and he's mentioned himself that there's by default there's a separation that has to happen between hemp and cannabis, right? They can't be in the same lot. There's issues of cross-pollination or possible issues. You have to address them. You have to figure out what that means to be able to address them. So it's not a simple cut and paste. And personally, Supervisor Patel, I'm not worried about legal or illegal. Hemp, to me, isn't really that big of a deal. But it's those that would use the legal means illegally or through a side avenue that always has to be a consideration. You know, it's the illegal is the obvious. Those that try to use legal means to do illegal things aren't that obvious, and there has to be a lot more due diligence. So to support saying, just let this move forward, is to basically say we're not going to try to capture the consequences of the possible issues that would come up. So I definitely recommend a moratorium. And I in one last comment, you know, we've had 2 lively meetings where the Act Commissioner was directly involved. She's not here. That concerns me. And then in that time, I've never been told about an actual hemp grow, which is already in our community. There's 2 of them. And I appreciate, I mean, they're completely legit as far as I'm learning. So there's no issue with that, but just for the sake of even us being educated so that we know how to do our due diligence in understanding the implications of this, we had no information with the Act Commissioner sitting right in front of me, never mentioned the hemp grow. And that's a concern. Like, why would I not know when I'm part of the ad hoc committee? So it's not as, the fact that there's these red flags already causes me to really consider that we need to tighten this up and really just consider, especially with now the extension not being an urgency thing, we need to do a moratorium so that we can really do our due diligence and do it right.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
I will bring it back to myself real quick. I want to make sure we understand the difference between hemp and manufacturing or extraction of the hemp oil. 2 entirely different processes. So when I'm looking at the first one, just being able to cultivate or grow hemp. Completely legal. The federal government has put that together with the Farm Bill, so it's in the right to farm. Is that correct, Sarah?
The feds did go ahead and take that crop off of the Schedule 1, and so, yes, they have their own way of dealing with it. They are going to be coming out with their regulations, and every state that wants to have a state plan for industrial hemp regulation needs to submit their plan to the feds, and the state here is working on their plan.
So when we speak of an economic boom or taxes or anything like that on these crops, we can't tax them, the actual cultivation part of it or the actual growing. We can try to do our cost recovery with the Ag Commissioner will have to go out there prior to harvesting to do the test to make sure that it's within the criteria. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the one part at this point that's listed in the state laws, is that 30 days before harvest, there's going to be a test to be done to ensure that that crop has a 0.3% THC level or lower in order to be still considered hemp. Otherwise, it's considered cannabis.
Now, can we put a tax on it? Can we put a 15% tax on it to if they want to grow it?
I haven't been researching it to that point, but without saying anything, if we were to be able to put a tax on it, it would have to go to the people to adopt the tax.
So,
with regards to fees for the cost of maintenance of the program and regulations and going out there, certainly we are able to have a county fee over and beyond the $900 registration fee that the state requires for the commercial cultivators.
As long as it's cost recovery, correct?
Right. Bear in mind that that $900 registration fee for the state does not apply to the research institutions. And so, again, if you want the Ag Commissioner or county staff to have any oversight there whatsoever, you'd probably want to have a fee for cost recovery of those services that the county's providing.
Now, the manufacturing, the extraction, that's where we as the county and the investors or the people that are doing the extraction, we can develop a development agreement and work not any way we want, but together to make sure that we are bringing some money to the county.
We can certainly address manufacturing through those types of avenues.
And can manufacturing be used as a use permit?
If we have that as part of our zoning code and have a use permit requirement.
Okay.
It will
We have
be
it as part of our
presented
zoning
to the. May I clarify?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that issue, I understand that one of the people that want to do manufacturing is going to submit a use permit application, and that will be heard by the Planning Commission to make sure that the Planning Commission feels that it's appropriate for the agricultural processing.
So the way I'm looking at this is, I had a lengthy conversation with our ag commissioner, and she specifically stated it will not greatly impact her on a day-to-day basis or her department.
Her department is limited to just registration of the crop. Manufacturing, she has nothing to do with.
I'm talking about cultivation, growing also, because the only thing she really has to do on the cultivation part is 30 days prior to the harvest, she has to do her testing.
Registration and testing.
Yes. So I want to make sure there's cost recovery there. When it comes into manufacturing, that's where I feel we really need to spend our time on. The other part with the cultivation and the growing of hemp, and this is the hard part that I'm trying to put my head around and going back and forth, is when we look at a 5-acre parcel, specifically in Spring Grove area and other places throughout the community, San Juan and South County, that's where I'm looking at some type of an ordinance or some type of a plan where it cannot be, it should be limited to certain acreage or not next to a house or anything like that. So that's why when I'm looking at it, I think it's a crop that should be just grown, but I still think we need to have some type of an ordinance. But if we decide on an ordinance, we cannot just say, well, we're going to come up with an ordinance. We need to be date specific. I'm looking at the only way I would even entertain a moratorium is if by April 30th we have an ordinance, or I'm sorry, May 7th we have an ordinance. That's the only way I would actually think of a moratorium. Just remember, we learned from our past. Remember what happened a couple Novembers ago with the cannabis. We were back and forth. So I just do not want to make that same mistake. So that's kind of what I have to say right now, and I'd like to hear from everyone else after. And then if my thought process changes, I will change it. Supervisor Gilio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. I just wanted to have a question for staff, maybe Ray, maybe whoever wants to chime in. Would May 7th give you enough opportunity to craft a thoughtful ordinance and have it in place? And I'd like to hear your opinions on that.
Well, it's not just
speak to that. In terms of crafting and writing something, that's not a problem. It's the procedures that you have to get to that point. You have to do public notice to the Planning Commission because we're talking about a land use, if we're talking about parcel size. So there's going to be hurdles in terms of the timing. Now, on an expedited schedule, certainly staff, from my end, can be, drafting and writing those things. But with a Planning Commission that meets only once a month, there's those types of hurdles. And then, of course, the review process that RMA would have to engage in with their environmental review. And I would look to RMA to speak to that with regard to what that ordinance looks like. But
is it possible to do a special meeting for Planning Commission, Tevin? Just out of curiosity, I don't want to.
Always.
Okay.
We could.
Thank you.
May I speak?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I think it's important, and I think it's been clarified right here, that you have the crop in the field, what's that about, and regulations that are still yet to come. Then you also have an agricultural processing facility proposal, what we turn the product into. Presently, under our agricultural provisions of the general plan and zoning code, agricultural processing facilities, one would think of a winery supporting grape grows, or packaging lettuce and mixed salads and things like that, processing and cleaning, and then it's shipped. So agricultural processing facilities you can ask for those with a conditional use permit. And we're going to have one on the table very soon where we can do the conditional use permit. The other side of the coin, though, I heard a request or a desire to I'll just be a little direct, get a little piece of the pie with a development agreement. All right, it is not required in our code right now that a hemp processing facility or even a winery, enter into a development agreement. The way the code's written, it says if both parties are willing, it's offered by the applicant and the county wants to join them in a development agreement, that can be processed. I believe our current prospect is open to such thing. But if you were going to say, facility number 2 or facility number 3 needs a development agreement, we don't have anything in place right now. So if you're going to be directing staff on what we come back to post-moratorium, you might we should think about that. How do we become part of the table so there's a financial floating of all the boats, raising the boats?
Thank you for that suggestion.
And back to the grow for a moment is, not necessarily land area or those limitations, but you think of what would be the performance standards where you don't want to have nuisance. And this was anything. Is the thing next door stinky? Does the thing next door have runoff that was unintended? Does the pollen blow off of that and affect other crops or things? So if the board wanted to entertain a moratorium with direction to staff on, hey, we need something good in place so that there aren't deleterious or secondary effects for allowing this new industry. We don't want people to suffer through odors, or it's only a certain period of time, or those things. So that's what we can think through. I mean, think of land use. We do earth, wind, water, time, place, and manner. How is it that something could be crafted that we allow as much free enterprise as possible, farmers working with the farmers as well, but yet you've got something in place that protects the public health welfare. When I was at the ad hoc committee speaking with Supervisor Botello for a moment, what was the example of a person that decides to grow an organic crop next to a non-organic crop as they institute for themselves certain setbacks and accommodations so that they can both have their crops, but yet I'm not quite aware of any state agency or overwhelming regulation in there. So there's a lot more people that could probably speak to this more informed than I can, but that's what I wanted to offer from the RMA.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Tavin, Mr. Chair, if I can ask a quick question. So I know when we were talking about the whole land use thing, there was even, it's again, to me, it's more, and I'm not definitely for trying to drag this on. I was just expecting more substance when we were talking. I know we were kind of just getting into dialogue. It wasn't any specifics really what we were going to do with the ordinance. But yeah, so you were mentioning, like, I remember in our meeting you were mentioning even what that would look like with having grow happening and then processing on site. Kind of like you mentioned the wineries. The wineries themselves have their grapes right next to where they do that. Maybe it's more cost effective for them. So all those possibilities. Maybe I'm too analytical, but to a certain extent, we need to understand the implications of those things. And then when I actually visited that grow, Victor Gomez even mentioned that when it comes down to hemp, it's not necessarily just an issue of putting because I know that one actually has covered, what's it called, the canopies. But on an outdoor grow, it's all about really location because Hollister's pretty unique to the drift that we get. The wind coming in from the coast, and so one location might not be as big of a deal as far as smells as another location, right? So there's a lot of considerations, and my biggest thing, especially being elected, the whole goal is to make sure you're doing your due diligence, and that was really my intent, and that's why I wanted to have a little bit more substance with the details that we were dealing with about how to make this successful, right? So we're dealing with this nuisance, but then we're also allowing the right to farm. I don't want to take away a farmer's right to do his thing because I know that as it stands, farming is really tough, and I support the ag industry. I know that it's a precious ground to protect to a certain extent, and I'd rather see a farm there than a lot of urban sprawl. So, all things considered, I appreciate everything the feedback that you gave at our ad hoc meetings.
Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. And I think we're both on the same page. We don't want to dilute the right to farm, and we have that ordinance in place. One of the things that we've wrestled with was trying to accommodate some of those ranchette parcels that we have here and there throughout the county. But at the end of the day, what we have is AP. It's AP5, and it's a balancing act, and we're concerned with that. But for the most part, I think way this hemp is to be rolled out, it's not to be rolled out, in mass. It's to be, somewhat very controlled, and agriculture has always regulated itself. Next door to me is an organic farm. And me and my neighbor, we work together on making sure that he's able to maintain his certifications, we're so over-regulated by different agencies that has oversight. And this hemp is a good example. The California Department of Food and Ag for the most part, is to supply the regulations as far as testing process, as well as the timing when those tests are going to be made, and making sure that it's not, anything but hemp. And the cannabis industry, I'm sure, is going to kind of keep an eye on if there is an impact on the two crops, that they're going to work together and find its own, solutions. I think if we get involved, government gets more involved than what it needs to be, we're asking for trouble with the county. And we've done this in the past with roosters. We had an ordinance, created an ordinance because it was noisy. Who wants roosters next door to them? Rooster farm. Sure enough, we created an ordinance, and we promptly got sued. And we were confident that we were going to win. Guess what? We lost. And so that's what kind of sets in my mind that, we have a commodity. The state is regulated. We have an ag commissioner that complies with the ag code. And I don't think there's to be the issues that that is to be out there. Now, when they want to do the manufacturing, it's just like a packing plant. They do have to go in and get a use permit, and for the building, and make sure it's safe to the public. And that's our opportunity for the development agreement on the manufacturing side of it. And that's a different set of rules. But so that's where I'm at with this issue. Thanks.
Jaime? And then Jim, and then we'll go back if Peter needs anything else after.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I was not going to say anything because you actually said exactly what I wanted to say, was that we learned a lot from the last go-around on the marijuana. We failed the public in terms of developing some type of policies by putting a moratorium. And I was against the moratorium back there. I knew that it was the beginning of the downfall for that, and sure enough, that's what happened. However, I hate moratoriums. I'll be honest. I'll be upfront. I don't like moratoriums. But in this case, I think it's warranted. I think it's important that we step a little bit back and give some breathing room and look at it. And our chairman said it perfectly. We want to make sure there's a time frame, May 7th. I am comfortable May 7th. I'm okay with that. I just don't want to make sure that the staff comes back to us and says we need another urgency moratorium, because I will not support that. And I appreciate Supervisor Patello's comments. Your arm point, I agree. Once manufacturing and once a use permit is in place, the DA is the best way to go. And I definitely don't want 20, 30, 40, 50 manufacturers out there and there's no DA agreements in there, because then what's the sense of doing anything if we can't develop DA's agreements? Because that's the best way we can generate the maximum rate of return for our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Gilio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So my thoughts on this are I would support a temporary moratorium with a date certain to be completed. I would support May 7th as long as staff feels that that's within their time frame. If not, I would suggest maybe moving it out to the first meeting in June, but I would leave that up to staff's recommendation. That's my input on the moratorium. And I think what needs to be established in the moratorium is just nuisance issues. I definitely agree with Supervisor Botello. Ag needs the least amount of restrictions possible so they can get their job done. The concern that I have is that this crop is going to take a little bit more work than corn or garlic, or garlic has an odor to it. Tomatoes, it's going to take more work because there is testing, so we have to send our ag commissioner staff out to do the testing. So we got to make sure we at least. I'm not trying to make money off of the farmers, but at least make sure that we are covering our costs, right? And then also, I think there's going to be a code enforcement component. And if you can imagine the calls that you get now on odors, loud dogs, garbage, all those things. If somebody had a 4-acre cannabis farm and for 2 months out of the year was, I said the wrong word, I'm sorry, a hemp farm, and for 2 months out of the year was smelling really bad on the Spring Grove area perhaps, or John Smith Road out there in that area for me. I think that's going to create a problem, and it's going to create a need for us to make sure that we're at least revenue neutral, because we don't want to spend a ton of money doing that. So I definitely would support a very temporary moratorium just to get our ducks in a row, so to speak. But if we came back and asked to extend it, I won't support continuing to extend moratoriums, because I think it's our responsibility to get this right on that side. And then as far as the moratorium, one other point I'd like to make is we heard I want to say the gentleman in the front row may have a testing facility now. Is that right? Or a trial facility? Or oh, sorry. That's Mr. Griffin. Sorry. There was a gentleman that was here last time that had a testing facility. So there are a couple of testing facilities out there now. So I would not support a moratorium on the investigative or testing facilities, only on the new commercial facilities. And then as far as processing, again, I agree with what everybody said. 2 separate issues: the grow process. I think the process we need to treat like a conditional use permit process, like an ag plant, and then make sure that there's some cost recovery in there. Thank you for your time, Mr.
I think County Council has something to chime in on.
Yes, the May 7th date is not possible with the noticing periods. Assuming that you could get the Planning Commission to hold a special meeting on April 24th or May 1st, we could potentially try for the second meeting in May. But that's the accelerated as at all possible.
It's slow, Barbara.
May I please?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Through the chair. Thank you for that. Sorry to play bureaucrat for a moment.
No,
but basically to hit May 7th would be that the ordinance would have to be written right now, done, of which we don't really know exactly what we're protecting or not. The environmental documentation would need to be in place and written, and we would have needed 30 days to have gone by, and we would need the Planning Commission to vet that before it gets to you, the Board of Supervisors, for acting on a new ordinance. So it's not that we can't come back on May 7th with something, but I do need to temper your expectations, or at least thrash those out as you've directed county to go back and do an ordinance. Maybe our alternative is, hey, the state said this and that. We don't need an ordinance. It's free market.
When do you think you can do it, Tavin? Besides December 31st.
Besides December 31st. Oh, you probably want it for Christmas, 4 days earlier.
May, still in May, at the end of May? May 21st or June, the first meeting in June?
With as much Chamber of Commerce approach as we can, maybe with the meeting of the ad hoc committee and staff, I think you might get the strongest numbers out of us. I don't have a crystal ball like that.
But I do want a date. That's my only issue, because I don't want...
Well, part of it determines on what level CEQA would be done. Even to get the second meeting date in May, you'd be looking at some sort of exemption or addendum that doesn't require public circulation of a CEQA document. If planning determined that there would be a CEQA document necessary for it, it would be pushed out further.
But you see what I'm after, right,
Yeah.
Barbara? I just do not want this to be kicked year or month after month after month, and then coming up with all these excuses of A, B, C, and D.
Right.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Let me help you guys. Farmers don't wake up in the morning and say, well, today I'm going to plant some lettuce. This stuff is contracted weeks, if not months ahead of time. There's probably just a limited amount of ground that is probably available at this point that you're going to see any hemp on no matter what. If we say moratorium right now, we might as well just go ahead and throw the towel in on this year. We told whatever growers that might be contemplating growing it this year, forget about this year. That's the fact. We come back in 2 months, they're not going to have the seed in the barn waiting to plant it, and that's at the end of their growing season. This is an annual crop, and it's just like planting your corn. There's no reason to plant any corn in July because you don't have a long enough growing season to get it in the barn. So I think the message that we're sending today, if we grant this moratorium, is don't plant this year, and you'll just have to figure it for next year. And I've talked to a couple of growers. I said, well, where were you guys back last year when we should have been doing this ordinance then? But if you look at the list, probably a number of counties have the same concerns that Supervisor Hernandez has, and maybe a couple of us here. And that's the message we send to the industry. I don't think I'm too far off.
Mr. Chair, quick question. Supervisor Botello, is it the hemp same as marijuana, 3 month cycles?
It's the same family of plants, but it doesn't have the THC level.
Right, it's 0.3.
It's appeared to be the same.
So it's 3 month cycles.
Yeah. And so I think the deadline to get a crop, you have a range.
Right.
I'll use corn for example. From mid-March to June, you could plant your corn, but then you get past that, the growing season's not there. You're done.
Right.
It's not enough days.
I get, Mr. Chair,
one reading.
I'm afraid that this moratorium is going to be useless, but I think we should implement it, and notwithstanding Supervisor Patel's concerns. But I still think we should move forward with the moratorium.
Through the chair.
Can I ask you a question through the chair? Maybe if we have an expert or the ag
I was just
department.
going to ask that.
What is the growing cycle? If they plant in July, can they harvest this year? Or
We do
I
have
don't
a
know.
representative who can speak for himself, but it's a one crop rotation a year.
Yeah, but what's the planting deadline? So, for example, garlic you plant in August, you harvest it in July. So if you don't
if I'm not
plant in August,
mistaken,
you're
it's
screwed.
like June.
Oh, well,
so June is you have to is when you got to plant your crop, and then in October is when they
yeah,
harvest.
but let's hold off. Is there an expert in the?
Victor's looking at me right now.
Well, Vic, can you come up here, Victor, and sign a yellow card?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Gonzalez is on his way.
That way,
we're looking.
Peter, that's the way straight from him.
Well, maybe it's not just an either-or question, moratorium or no moratorium. Maybe what I'm hearing you explore right now is, what if there wasn't a moratorium, but yet staff is still directed to put together an ordinance, of which in that ordinance we could address maybe, a little retroactively, people that got started in the meanwhile.
No amortization.
The hard part is the takings element of that.
I thought I heard that kind of being
I
discussed.
appreciate that, but we went into this process 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It was called the amortization. We're not. Well, I'm speaking for myself. We're not going to go through that again. I'm not going to go through that.
I agree.
But the change here, though, is there's a point where that crop's been deregulated. Well,
No,
for another 2 weeks.
I understand. I just don't. It's.
The answer's no.
I understand.
I'm going to spell it.
My
no.
eyes open with the
Thank you.
amortization thing.
But
too.
but it was a good suggestion, Tevin. Mr. Gomez, if you don't mind, please, being that you're the expert in the room.
Yeah, thanks. I have a bunch of comments, but I'm only going to answer your questions, and I'll come back up for my
Yes,
comments.
sir.
So you'll generally see, we need plants in the ground, I would say, by mid-June, July 1st, to be able to harvest. Right, and this isn't cannabis. We're not going to be growing indoors. Some will grow within greenhouses for seed production or whatever it may be. But we do have two. Just so you know, we do have two operating research firms right now. Myself, Central Coast Hemp Company. We are currently operating 70,000 square feet, and thank you, Supervisor Hernandez, for making it out to check it out, and Edgar as well. And then I believe Jeff Brothers has another operation as well. We are, I think, the only two permitted hemp research cultivators in the county that have submitted our information to the county. So just wanted to share that.
But with all due respect, I want to make sure that when we're speaking of a moratorium, that's not including the research or the schools.
According
Am I correct?
According to the way your staff report is written, you are including research.
Well, I would have to make sure that we're certain not to include that because it's been already there for months and years and decades. Okay. Any other discussion with the board members?
So I think to Supervisor Patella's point is if we do adopt a moratorium, we're going to lose
this year
a growing season. So we're going to be planning for next year, and that may be the case already because maybe there's so much uncertainty. People don't have a plan to plant in June of this year. Maybe they're preparing for next year. I don't know the answer to that, but
that's actually
let's hear from the public.
I think you're right.
Let's hear from the public.
Victor Gomez?
That's exactly. It's a big deal. Yeah. Get rid of about the 5 acres.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, Victor Gomez with Central Coast Hemp Company. We are an established agricultural research institution, and we do operate under an MOU as well. And we have provided all that information to the Ag Commissioner's office. My concern, and the reason I was coming up here, was two points, and I appreciate Supervisor Batello's advocacy on the moratorium and his concern, and I think you guys all expressed concerns with moratoriums in general. Number one, the CDFA has not released any of the rules and regs. So they were supposed to come out today. They haven't. They will not. I think there's like a 30-day delay from what I'm hearing out there, maybe 60 days. So adopting a 45 to 60-day more temporary moratorium, it wouldn't be a bad thing. It wouldn't. So if you adopt the ordinance today to expire at the end of May or whenever it may be, gives you enough time for county council and your planning staff and you guys as well to be able to draft an ordinance over the next 60 days that I think could be amicable to both farmers and to members of the community, fellow farmers and others. So I don't think there's any issue with that. With that said, your staff report does include this temporary ban to actually include research facilities. If you think it's just to hold that off and the Ag Commissioner's office to potentially hold off accepting any new MOUs or research permits, that's up to you. But you do have operators right now that are operating under research, and I am one of them. So I would just ask that you please not include a research, just focus on industrial hemp only right now for this temporary moratorium. Allow yourself the ability to draft up an ordinance that, from the comments I'm hearing today from Supervisor Hernandez to Supervisor Gilio to Supervisor De La Cruz, all actually seem very, very reasonable. Supervisor Hernandez came out and toured our facility. He shared some optimism. He shared some concerns. But all of them were extremely legitimate, Peter. So thank you for that. Thank you for that feedback. And I think you guys will come, maybe not all on the same page, but pretty close in developing an ordinance, an industrial hemp ordinance that could apply here to San Benito County. All of the discussion I think you had today was very good, very healthy for us. But today, fine, accept a 45 to 60-day moratorium, whatever that may be, a temporary moratorium. But please, exclude the research component of it and allow us to continue to do our research on the industrial, on the research hemp side. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Yes, sir. Granted.
So thank you for the time. My name is Pete Aiello. I know some of the people in the room, couple behind the bench. My dad and I operate Yasugi Farms just north of town on Highway 25. And through at least a dozen grower partnerships, maybe even closer to 20, over the years. My dad and I have been farming in this county for probably 3 decades now. And there was a very good point made earlier, I believe, by Supervisor Hernandez that farming has become very tough. Some of you guys may have heard some stories about my operation, my family's operation, fallen on some pretty hard times. And it may not be possible for us to continue in vegetable production now. We grew up in ag. I spent a lot of time in this county as a little boy, actually. My dad's business partner had 3 sons my age also. And not only, running around and playing as a little kid, but since then, conducting farming operations with a lot of very, very well-known, very established growing operations here in San Benito. This may be an opportunity to revive agriculture a little bit. It's still thriving in the county, don't get me wrong, but things are very tough. And I know my operation wasn't the only one that lost a few teeth, so to speak, over the last few years. And this may be an opportunity now to restore some economic prosperity, not only to the growing community here, but also to the county itself. It would be a boon, no doubt about it. There have been a lot of great comments here today by the supervisors, one by Supervisor Botello, that ag is really good at regulating itself, okay? We have an excellent ag commissioner here. Karen is as good as it gets, and the staff that works for her also very, very good. And again, we've had experience working with these folks for a long time. I personally have been farming in 8 different counties throughout California, and I can say, without hesitation that working with the staff in this county is very pleasurable and very good. They're very knowledgeable, and they're very on top of their stuff. So I would urge the supervisors and the staff not to overstate or overthink the issues that we've been discussing today. Odors, for example. That's nothing new in agriculture. We deal with that all the time, regardless of what crop we're growing, okay? Proximity to homes, schools, hospitals, also not a new issue. We've been dealing with that as well. Testing, that's also not a new issue. Now, it may be somewhat new as far as hemp is concerned, but I've been, I'm sorry, I'm rambling too long. Anyway, we have a good framework in place for all of these things already, so I would encourage everybody to utilize that framework, utilize your staff, utilize what's already in place, and it would make this issue a lot easier to advance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it, Pete.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board Supervisors. My name is Elia Salinas, and I've been talking about hemp for years here. Started off with cannabis, and I always end with hemp is what would really need to be growing in San Benito County, so hemp is not new to me. What I'm worried about is you discussing doing a moratorium. You cannot grow hemp right now unless it is with a research institute via an MOU with a higher education, with university or college. A moratorium would only help if there's a bunch of people starting to grow hemp, but you can't grow hemp because you got to go through the state. The state's not ready for it. It's a commodity. The state is getting the regulations. There's going to be a fee you have to apply. It's not a black market hemp out there. I've never seen it. I've never heard of it. Everybody that I know that's growing hemp, it's all through a research institute. So I don't think you should go. There have been no moratoriums instituted by any county in the state of California since the Farm Bill, which just happened. So there are moratoriums out there, but they started before the Farm Bill. So don't step into something that hasn't even happened yet. Maybe you should have your staff research it, because I know for a fact there are no moratoriums since the Farm Bill has been signed. So it's not necessary, so I don't think we should be going through this. I don't think going through a moratorium, then you're going to have enforcement. Enforcement of what? They're not happening out there. I know where the grows are. I know who's growing it. I know who wants to grow it. No one's going to be doing this illegally. Enforcement should be going out there with black market for the marijuana, and that hasn't been happening. It has been happening for years, and there's been an excuse saying that our hands are tied because we're going through this cannabis ordinance and we're going through all this stuff in it, and we still haven't even gotten any marijuana or cannabis applicants because we're still going through this process. So I really strongly urge you not to go through a moratorium. I think it's unnecessary. I believe what Supervisor Gilio and Medina were mentioning with regards to doing a development agreement. The majority of the people that are growing cannabis right now are wanting to grow cannabis are all thinking of this glorious thing that they're going to make millions of dollars on CBD oil. And it's not all about a CBD oil. It's actually about what the plant itself can do, the stems, the roots. It's a rotating crop. It's great for cleaning up the soil for the next crop to come in, which will be conventional crop and not hemp. So there's many things out there. We're talking about a small majority of people out there that actually want to grow hemp for the CBD oil. And once people grow hemp, they're all talking about making this, but they don't even know what to do with it. So what we bring to the table is going to be people that can actually process it. So right now, I think you just need to slow down a little bit on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards? Bring it back to the board for discussion.
Mr. Chair, I got a quick question. I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Mr. Griffin.
Griffin? Nice to meet you. Thank you, Griffin. I got a question. Is there any applications besides the two that Victor mentioned on testing that had been submitted to your office?
Can you repeat the question, Mr.?
Are there any applications that have been submitted to your office for testing? For research, I'm sorry, for research.
For research?
Yes.
For research authorization?
Besides the one Victor talks about and the other one?
Just the two that Victor mentioned.
Just the two, okay.
There's been other discussion. People have come in and, proposed things or talked about it, but there hasn't been anybody that's submitted a location.
So if we do a moratorium and waive those two to make sure that other ones don't come in until we get something in place, that's something you can handle, right?
I would like to have the Ag Commissioner comment on that, but because research is exempt from registration.
So we can't put that.
So I don't believe we can do that, but
okay.
County Council and
Well, I hear we have like three lawyers here, so I think they'll agree with you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Perhaps if I could interject, if you wanted to address that in the ordinance, and I'll defer to Sarah as well, but you could change the word including in Section 4A of the ordinance. You could say, but not including established agricultural research institutions.
I would like to see that because, I'm a black and white type of a person, so no one can come back and say it doesn't say it there. There's no gray area.
Yep. Sarah, does that, you have no objection to that language?
If the board were to want to adopt a moratorium to apply to just commercial cultivators of industrial hemp versus the research cultivators of industrial hemp, we could strike where necessary any reference to the established agricultural research institutions or other language to not include established research.
I think that the change that we could make, it says during the term of this ordinance, including any extensions hereto, no person or entity, and then it says including, but what we could do is just word the adds, but not including established agricultural research institutions, blah, 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 shall cultivate industrial hemp. And I think that if we just add the words shall not, but not, that would meet that section.
Correct. All I'm saying is that I think in the findings and declarations that there's probably some references to the language and applying this ordinance to those. So my recommendation on top of that would be to strike those provisions so that this ordinance would clearly only apply to the commercial cultivators of industrial hemp.
So the answer is yes.
We can make those changes if that's the wish of the board.
Perfecto. Supervisor Bertello, I know you had one parting comment.
Yeah, and it is a parting comment, and I know our Ag Commissioner is not supportive of the moratorium, and the reason I'm not supportive of it is that if we go down the moratorium path, we are creating an ordinance. We will create an ordinance, and by creating an ordinance, we are going to weaken the right to farm ordinance in this county. It's a be easier for this board, future boards, to address noise, smell with other crops. The next thing you know, I'm not spraying on Saturday and Sunday at 2 o'clock in the morning. And you only be allowed to grow certain crops or not have horses or dairies or whatever the case may be. We are a right to farm county. I won't support anything that will take away that or water down that at all. I view hemp the same way as I view lettuce and apples. And I think we're going down a dangerous path. And I just won't support that.
Any additional comments? Let's bring it back. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we move to do a temporary moratorium.
Define temporary.
Before the June crop, basically before the June opportunity for June 11th.
It would only be valid.
Mid-June, right? So our specific date, June 11th, but basically to mitigate. So, anyways, temporary moratorium till our supervisor meeting June 11th, and during that time that we have an ordinance ready to adopt, thoroughly vetted by the ad hoc committee.
Two things. One is this urgency ordinance is only going to be valid for 45 days, and it would have to come back to the board to extend it for a further period of time past the 45 days. Let me read it as in the title into the record. An urgency ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito establishing a temporary moratorium on the cultivation of industrial hemp within the unincorporated areas of San Benito County pending the study and consideration of land use and other regulations pertaining to such cultivation. And then as part of your motion, could you consider points 3 and 4 that are on page 727 and include that in your motion?
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second, but under the question, what do you mean by that, Barbara?
He needs to add 2 items.
Oh, the 2 current research operators?
Pardon?
Are you talking about the 2 current research operators or no?
No, you should include that as part of the motion as well. But to make the motion as written on section as written in the staff recommendation, but amending the language to not include
the current
let's get the exact definition as mentioned, not to include the scientific or educational institutions as amended as mentioned by staff.
The research.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is your say it, Sarah.
Do you accept that?
Yes.
Then I'll accept my amended second.
We'll do a roll.
I have a question prior to a discussion point, please. The County Council mentioned that we should add point 3 and 4 on page 727. Has that also been added to the motion or not?
Point 3 and 4? Are
Yes, the CEQA findings and
I'll read it. How about if can I make a friendly amendment to the motion, or is the second already on? Would you withdraw your second?
I'll withdraw my second.
So here's a friendly amendment to include what County Council is talking about. It says, so here's point 3. Make the motion finding that the proposed urgency ordinance, which preserves the status quo and prohibiting a new land use that may impact the environment, is exempt from the environmental review under CEQA. And pursuant to CEQA guidelines, ETSEC listed in the section, I won't read them all, there is no possibility the activity in question may have a significant impact on the environment. In addition to the foregoing general exemptions, the Board of Supervisors further finds the urgency ordinance is categorically exempt under CEQA. Section 15308, Class 8, categorical exemption because it is regulatory in action by the county pursuant to its police power and in accordance to the Government Code Section 65858 to ensure maintenance and protection of the environment pending the evaluation and adoption of contemplated local legislation, regulation, and policies. It is consistent of a temporary prohibition on industrial hemp cultivation within the county, which is currently unregulated at the local level. Direct the county administrative officer to cause the notice of exemption to be filed, and make a motion to accept the introduction, waive further reading of the urgency ordinance, and adopt urgency ordinance, thereby establishing a temporary moratorium of the cultivation of industrial hemp within the incorporated areas. And then I'll summarize what I believe Supervisor Hernandez's motion was, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that this urgency ordinance would expire per the county council within 45 days of adoption.
And that's also including the language regarding established agricultural research institutions.
And future, because we heard that we shouldn't regulate that. So my friendly amendment would also categorically exempt research institutions, whether they're existing or new research.
Yes.
Yes.
And the second?
No? I'll second, but I got a question. Your last comment, Supervisor Gurriel, you said existing and new. What do you mean by new?
Research and development facilities, because apparently they're exempt from the state, and they have to have an MOU with a research institution. They have to present it to the Ag Department. So they're already going through a very robust process, and there's no reason in my mind to regulate them any further.
The language that we would have is, but not including established agricultural research institutions, and then we will, in the findings, delete the findings that are relevant to that.
Got it. Thank you.
I also added on there, though, to be clear, I added on established and potential future.
Okay.
Yes.
Established
Thank
and
you.
potential future.
So it's in black and white.
Peter?
I had a question. Is there any way, I mean, I guess this is where it gets kind of tough, is my sentiment is with Supervisor Patel, I don't want to control ag crops. I don't want this to set precedent to hurt other farmers. I mean, that's definitely should be a focus. And to a certain extent, we almost have to itemize hemp as something, I don't know if you can, but something that basically says this is more of a it's not normal. It's not a normal scenario, because everything else, all things considered, tomatoes and any other kind of crop should have still a stronger protection. To me, it's just the biggest issue has always been separating hemp from cannabis. I've said that from the beginning. So, anyways,
your motion, is it still agree?
Yeah,
with?
my motion's still the same. I just
well, we have a second, so now we're gonna go to a vote. Peter?
Yes.
Jaime?
Yes.
Anthony?
No.
Jim?
Yes.
Mark? No. 3-2.
Fails, Mr. Chairman.
If you wanted to move to the second part of the staff recommendation,
Second part.
It says, or absent required the 4/5 vote, make a motion to accept introduction, waive further reading of the ordinance, and continue the matter to 4/16 for adoption. Let me just consider, if we...
Mr. Chairman, if I may make a motion that we agendize this on the 16th and have a report from the Ag Commissioner as far as the necessity of any sort of local rules that we may have on this industry.
And so it won't be on for adoption on that day. We'll just have a discussion item.
No.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Well, now that's done. Let's go to another one that's going to be pretty long and very important. This is coming out of the Resource Management Agency. Receive a report on potential projects for 1920 SB1 road program and adopt a resolution adopting projects for 1920 funded by SB1. We'll bring up Edgar.
And Dulcet.
Well, we just wanted to start with thanking RMA staff with putting this together. We relied a lot on them. Scott, all the engineers, Deems, everybody who provided input to us. I just wanted to say thank you because without them, we couldn't get this before you on such a short notice.
And Michael as well. He reviewed the resolution, and thank you, Michael. So quick overview what SB1 is. SB1 was signed into law in April 2017, where the state allocates money for road repair and
So right now, this is the current SB1 formula. As you're all aware, we've been talking about this. Go ahead.
The way CSAT calculates how much each county gets, it's 75% is weighed on how many vehicles are registered in the jurisdiction, and the remaining 25% is calculated based on the maintained miles. So they do this for each county / city, and that's how they give us the number of SB1 funding that would be allocated to us. With the accountability and transparency, there are key deadlines that the county must adhere to for the fundings. And the first one is there's a project list that's due to the state, and the date to submit that is May 1st of 2019. In addition, in October 1st, there's an expenditure report that's also due to the state. So.
We'll go more into this later. Since this was put together, we had made some changes to the list. I know that we posted on the agenda a certain list for your consideration. However, we're going to try to skip this, and we're going to go to Excel to give you a broader list, because some of these items I see scratched off. At the time we put this together, we didn't know they were part of the 1819 SB1 list that your board has approved, so we will no longer consider them for the 1920 SB1 list. So we're going to skip this right now. We're going to go back to it in Excel so you can guys all see it at the same time. This is a little bit more on the alternative projects. Back to Excel. This is what we had proposed at the time. We have changed this a bit because we added another project since this was put together.
So we'll come back to the recommendation, but what you want to just...
So now we're going to show the list of projects. What was given to your board was the list above here minus the highlighted portion. This is part of the last year's SB1 project list, so we're going to remove this, but I just wanted to show everybody in the board these are no longer being considered for the 1920 SB1 list. So in essence, what that leaves us is, based on our allocation for the 1920 SB1, under one of the programs, it leaves about $248,000 to play with. And these are the alternative projects that you see here that your board can consider. I highlighted the ones in blue that are new. The top two were shown previously. The 15th is brand new for your consideration. I'm trying my best to show everything so you guys can.
And I guess it would be helpful to highlight the limit that we're allowed to.
So the limit the SB1 gives us is $1,753,272. And what I did is I did a formula here, adds everything up. So once we remove those two projects that are no longer being considered because they were considered for the last SB1 list, we got $248,000 to move around. And these are the costs for the current list for alternative projects that you can add to that, with the consideration of not going over our SB1 allocation. Is there any projects that you'd like me to move around or play with,
Mr. Chair?
the board?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Supervisor Vitale first.
Oh, okay, thanks. I like this list a whole lot better. It's starting to make a little bit more sense.
Okay.
But there's still a few projects that I would have a concern with. I'm going to start picking on my own district. I know Jaime.
Why wouldn't you?
Supervisor De La Cruz may kind of question that we got to make sure everybody gets represented right. But I'm going to look at my own district on the alternative project, Anzar Road, and that's to be a chip seal, I guess, is what we're talking about.
Which one?
The first one on the alternative list.
Yes, it would
Shouldn't
be
we
the
be
Colden
looking at the
Place.
bridge?
Excuse me?
Shouldn't we be looking at the bridge? Or maybe I should backtrack a little bit. We're talking just about SB1 funds.
Correct.
But wouldn't it make more sense to kind of figure out using SB1, Measure G, maybe even the landfill type of funding that and take the whole pot of money and try to develop a list of roads that is the priority, and then we have the money that's available to us, and rather than piecemeal, this fund is to take care of these set of roads. Measure G is to start doing these roads and so forth.
We could definitely do that. However, we need to send a list to the state by May 1st on SB1. We could come back and give you more roads, and gives us the other part of this item is to authorize us to seek other funding for other projects that your board may want to consider.
I think in the future, and I agree with you here, this is an anomaly now because we've operated this way for decades. But I think what we need to do in the future is look at the main arteries out and in San Benito County, and then look at those areas and put the money together. So you have a priority 1, which is in and out, priority 2, which is some surface roads that have more usage than some other ones, and then go from there to a different priority. We need to come up with a process. I know the was it CPI process that we used? That was just picking the most dilapidated roads. Yeah, PCI. Yeah, PCI. Yeah. It was choosing the most dilapidated roads, which doesn't make sense sometimes because they don't get used. So when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking of what you are thinking too, Anthony, is looking at the highly used roads that are the biggest bang for our buck, and then looking at where is tourism coming in, and then from there making decisions, not always just based upon my own district.
Correct. So here is a map just to visualize some of the roads
thank you.
that were being proposed based on this project list. And Renee at GIS was kind enough to do this late last night and gives us a visual on where all these roads are when it pertains to our county. And it's a little hard to see, but you can see Project 1 is up here. Project 6 is there, 7, 13, 8, 5, 10, 9, 2, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
13, you, Jaime?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
13 is Buena Vista?
Yeah, Buena Vista. I think, Mr. Chair, if I can, if I may have the floor, thank you. I think I share your views on what you said earlier. I think it's also very important that we invite the city hall sheriff, because they too are getting SB1 money and the sales tax too. And I can almost guarantee you that it can serve a lot of purposes, and that is that we identify those roads that are both city and county, that the city and the county can help in to use those pot of monies to build those roads, because one, there'll be more money available combined, and two, there'll be more traffic's going on those cars, just the way you said earlier. And then three, I do agree with, Supervisor Patel and I have been here for about 15 years. I do agree that he's a heavy advocate for his district, but, at the same time, we're all going to advocate for our districts. And I think that could solve that problem. What's presented right now, it's a May 1st submittal. I get it. We got to submit it. But I think that at the same time, we need to start working. I think you're great on that. Supervisor Patello is get those, even the John Film money too. I shouldn't say John Smith, the enterprise money. Integrators, thank you. And all those other money, put them in a pot and have a serious discussion how we want to use those dollars moving forward. We shouldn't wait to meet deadlines by the state. We should start doing it now. Steal some of your management style, Mr. Chair. Start planning now. Start working to now, and it's our responsibility to try to lobby for each board member. Says, you know what, this is what I like to see, and that's acceptable. Fine, and see where it pans out. Sometimes, a lot of times, I'm going to be on the no side on a lot of votes, and I'm okay with that. As long as the public hears how I stand about representing my district and how we can work together as a county interest. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If we could just make a comment.
Mr. Chair. Oh, go ahead. Yep.
So staff has worked at reaching out to the city of Hollister, and how we found out that the previous RMA director and staff had actually been in discussions with the city of Hollister. However, for them it was too late at that time. So we did reach out to Hollister again, but we haven't set a date to actually meet with them and talk. So there is some sort of collaboration with them.
And just remember, this is not just for this. This is for everything in the future. I mean, we can't go back to the past and just forget the past. Let's just work on the future, because we have different management, we have different people, and all that other stuff it's not going to do anything.
But just to add a point to Supervisor De La Cruz, it would be in our best interest, in the city's best interest, to work together with these projects, because of staging and engineering costs. It would be beneficial to both parties. So we are actively working with the city on addressing some of these projects.
Thank you.
So we're going to go back to the Excel sheet and see.
Can I make a comment on that real quick before we get off that topic? I personally talked with folks at the City Community Development Department, and they are very interested in working with us, specifically a couple projects, San Benito Street, Union, those border areas, perhaps in Supervisor De La Cruz's district. I can tell you that they're very, very interested, and there was a breakdown in communication at one point, but I believe that this group here, the present group, has resolved that, and you guys are working diligently with them. So I think that's important. One other thing that I think needs to be clear is this is coming straight from the CTC, by the way, and I bet you Director Gilbert will probably agree with me. I don't want to put words in her mouth. But this list is by no means set in stone on May 1st. So we need to have a comprehensive list together. We need to get it submitted. We have the opportunity to edit and change and modify. But if we don't submit something, then we're in trouble. Does that seem right? I'm getting a head nod from Director Gilbert. So just keep that in mind, that it is urgent that we get this list done and complete and professionally presented, but it also can be modified and changed in the future.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Giglio. I know you're up there with Robert Rivas, Assemblyman Robert Rivas, and he has been a big advocate of ours also, correct?
100%, yeah, 100%. And I can tell you that I don't want to overstate the confidence level I have in our ability to recover SB1 funds and funds to get roads done, but I think that we'll be able to surpass this budget that is listed up there. That's why I'm glad we have the list of alternative projects, because I think we should submit for as much as possible, and maybe we'll get more funding than we anticipate. So I think that's a good thing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions, Mr. Chair, or do you want to go on with the presentation, or where are we at?
So right now it's open to your board to move some of the projects around to come up with the allocated amount for SB1. And then on the second part is we can figure out which other projects you would like us to consider to pursue for additional funding.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple thoughts on that, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I know we'll all have a chance to talk here. So Cienega Road, last year, if you look at item number 11, that project was $193,000. That was actually went through last year's SB1 funds, so to speak. So that comes off the total that we're asking for this year. What I would like to see happen, after talking with the community members and also Greg Bucknell this morning and the county administrator, is actually shifting those funds to the Hospital Road intersection at Cienega Extension and as far out as possible, because that's where the section of road is very, very bad. And this is where sometimes the pavement condition index report can get you in trouble, because when you actually drive it, you can hardly drive on the Cienega Road from Hospital to up past the hill, up frankly, all the way to Hollister Hills, but I know we don't have the money to get there. So I would like that project has not been bid or approved yet, the 193 from last year. I would like to shift that over to the Cienega Road from Hospital Road, going out as far, I guess you'd call it south, as you can go, Cienega towards Hidden Valley and Hollister Hills. And we already talked about the other funds that are now available for that project, so I think that's going to help. And then that $193,000 placeholder for this year, just keep it in the same place and go towards keep building up that Cienega Road. We know we need $1 million or $980,000 to do a mile out there. So if we can get as close to that as possible, we're not going to get a mile done, but maybe we can get 3/4 of a mile done or 6/10 of a mile done or something. That's just a suggestion and an idea, and it doesn't impact the project list or the bottom line, because there was already $193,000 allocated for this year on Cienega Road.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think we should submit all the alternative projects as well, and hopefully we get the extra funding to do either all of them or some more of them, and we can direct staff to chase whatever funds are available, whether it's SB1 or other sources of funding to get those done.
Mr. Chair, just to follow what Supervisor Gill was saying. So that bottom number, 248, is no longer there, correct?
It is, Supervisor De La Cruz.
It's still there. It's just moving.
What Supervisor Gilly is suggesting this Project 11 was part of last year's.
Uh-huh.
So reallocating the 18-19 funds from this to Project 15. However, that doesn't change your 19-20 SB1 list that we would like to submit on May 1st.
Right. Yeah, I think you're correct there. The only other thing I would suggest. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that with that, you're going to have to subsidize it, and utilizing the funds that we talked about this morning to subsidize those numbers. That's what the recommendation is.
So what we're doing is we're cobbling together as much funds as possible, like Supervisor Patello and Supervisor De La Cruz were saying, to try to get something done.
Thank you, Supervisor Gill. Mr. Chair, if anyone taking a drive on Buena Vista Road from 156 to Ranchito Drive.
I was there on Friday.
I was there on Thursday.
There were a lot of potholes out there, and I constantly get calls from my constituents about that. And if we're going to start moving money around, Mr. Chair, I'd like to put that portion to fix those potholes. I know we tried to patch them, and it didn't work out because within a week they're already gone and people are already up in arms.
Can we put that in our?
I would support that.
Can we put that on our wish list that we're working on right now with third party?
Yeah.
That was Buena Vista.
Yeah.
Done.
I support the number 12 going to that, the $34,980, and then because I think that would do a lot towards rehabbing the potholes.
Yes. Yeah.
And then we can take the 193 from last year and 193 from this year, the 200 we talked about this morning, and we can actually get some real work done on Cienega Road.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. And then hopefully the city halls will start coming in and say, okay, guys, this work long term.
And once again, Buena Vista, it's an artery now because people are coming off that bypass, going down to Buena Vista, then turning on Locust and coming back to the...
high traffic.
That's what I do sometimes. So. Anything else from the board?
Well, I'd just like to see,
Thank you.
The Carr Road Bridge on a list real soon, but that could be a Measure G project, I guess. So I'm fine with this.
Thank you. Any comments from the public? Just for informational purposes, Anthony has we had a conference call scheduled at 1, he and I, so he's going to take the conference call for me. So just wanted to let people know. Thank you, Anthony.
Okay. Am I on? Good. Hi, Kathy Alameda. Just a question, and I know you can't answer, but I'd appreciate a phone call back on it, is what's the selection process on choosing what roads are first on the list? Is there a drop dead date on the usage? Is it a use it or lose it, and is there a time frame on that? And is the community involved at all in the selection process of what roads should be repaired? I know the conditions of our roads, traffic, and commute time, and all of these factors will get worse. Let's create a projected timeline of projects so we have a plan moving forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Is it?
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll get that answer for you.
Jim or I will call you back.
Wayne Norton?
Good afternoon. Thanks for allowing me to speak. When we talk about setting priorities, the public set priorities for roads in November with Measure G. The voters set priorities already on what roads they wanted fixed. That was included in that project. And I got to say, I'm a little disappointed to see that not many of the projects that the voters said were important to them are on this list. Now, I understand that the way government works, that sometimes allocations have to be made and things have to be shifted. But we made promises. The government made promises. I worked really hard on that, excuse me, Measure G committee, and I made promises based on my confidence in you all that you would work on the projects that they told you they wanted fixed. In reference to Supervisor De La Cruz's point about his district supporting Measure G, Aromas, where I live, voted 77% for Measure G. Yep. And we don't use Highway 25. So half the money that we voted for at 77% levels, we don't use. We don't use that highway. And there's almost no projects on this list, not on the priority projects. There's a couple in the alternatives for Aromas. Now, I know we don't want to get into a battle about, protecting districts, but I do think that you made some promises, and I think we need to figure out how to meet those promises. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Carol Feast-Hamill. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. I'm a 22-year resident of Hidden Valley, so I'm really familiar with Cienega Road. We had a very good history lesson here about the MOU and the history of Cienega Road. So I think we're all on the same page about the work that needs to be done. I had come this morning to discuss with you the alternate projects, which has now all changed. But I'd like to support Mr. Gilio's suggestion that the area of Cienega Road that be addressed is the part from Hospital Road towards Hidden Valley. There's a really blind turn there with lots of potholes, and people tend to swerve from one side of the road in both directions to avoid those potholes, and it's a really dangerous situation. So I really respectfully request that you add this to your list of roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring it back.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
If I may, I know normally we don't comment, but I wanted to, in the essence of clarity with regards to this presentation, kind of highlight a couple things. One is, with regards to Measure G and what we discussed earlier, we're moving forward with looking at extracting the most we can out of that, and from the county's perspective, the county side, obviously COG is spearheading that, and there is obviously a committee that's going to be established to address that, to make sure that the projects that were promised or listed in that are going to move forward with that. And originally, Tier 1 in that was going to move forward first with Highway 25, and then Tier 2 and Tier 3 were going to be handled later, but there might be some differences, and so that's what the strategic plan is. our COG director had mentioned this morning that they're going to look at, because they may have to switch the projects list, but still, because of the prep work that needs to go into Highway 25. Today, we're talking about something a little different. We're talking about SB1, and we're talking about HUDA, what we receive in the past. So HUDA 2103, or HUDA 2104, HUDA 2105, and HUDA 2106. Respectively, 903,000, 692,000, 544,144, plus our loan payment equals $1.75 million. So what we're looking at here is more or less our RMRA, or road maintenance and rehabilitation of our roads, our local roads that are kind of separate from the Measure G. And these are just things that we have to address from our RMA or Public Works Office. And we want to make sure that we receive these funds, because these funds are promised to us, but we have to put a project list together for the local roads kind of outside of the Measure G. And if we don't, we could potentially lose those funds. So this is really, really key, really important that your board moves forward with this and this resolution. It doesn't mean, as Supervisor Gillio mentioned, we can tweak it later if we have to, add something or change or remove something. But this is really important that we move forward with that. I just want to make sure there's a little more clarity with it.
Yeah, I want to be clear on something also. I know there's two different things. There's SB1 money, and then there's Measure G money. Measure G money started yesterday, if I'm correct, and that was put together to fix, or the high priorities were Anzar Road repair from Sear Road to Gannon Road, Buena Vista Road, which is up there, Carr Avenue Bridge, Carr Avenue Heavy Rehab, Cienega Road Rehab, Cole Road, F Street Tres Pinos, Fairview and Fallon, Fairview Road, Fraser Lake, Nash, San Benito Street Rehab to Union, San Felipe, San Juan Canyon, San Juan Highway from Anza Road, Shore Road, Heavy Rehab, Southside Road, Union Road, Heavy Rehab, and Seal Cracks. This is what you're referring to, is that correct? Yes. Thank you, sir. I wanted to go make sure that I had the right information you had.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just a couple quick comments. Thank you, Mr. Norton, and thank you, CAO Espinosa. I think that Mr. Norton's points are very well taken, and I think that you'll see on here we do have several projects. I also have the list in front of me, and this is one of the ways that I was justified it for me to lobby for the priority projects that are MG, because frankly I think we have to, Supervisor De La Cruz and Supervisor Botello said it best, we have to cobble together the most money we can to help Measure G. We can't just rely on that by itself. That's one source. Other sources are going to be SB1, the park giving us money, the enterprise fund, the dump, wherever we can get the money, that's what we need to cobble together. And I do believe that this is a good stab at several of the priority projects that are listed on Measure G. We can't hit them all because $1.7 million isn't going to do a whole lot. Frankly, I hate to say that, and I don't mean to be glib about it, but that's the truth. So I'm pretty satisfied that we are hitting some of these high priority areas. And as we develop the Measure G, a strategic implementation plan with Director Gilbert, that is going to be critical because, there's a thought right now, are we going to have 6 years of planning for Highway 25 and we're going to have perhaps $4.5 million a year for the county to do some roads? And then we're going to have a pause in local roads and we're going to work on the state issue, and then we're going to come back to local roads, or are we going to do that up front? So that's all the thing. Those are all the conversations, and frankly, there is no standing by or waiting. The COG board is working very diligently on this. I think we had a 4 or 5 hour meeting at the last meeting. We established the oversight committee, and we're working on getting the plan going because, as Ms. Alameda stated, who selects these? And I think to a large part, Mr. Norton address how some of these are a priority, especially with G. But as far as SB1 funds go, what I look at is I look at the pavement condition index. We did the county before my time did a nice study and looked at the worst roads in the county, and I consider that. And then I consider the amount of traffic, and then I also consider economic development. Frankly, those are the three things that I'm looking at. So I'm very transparent with the community. As you all know, District 4 probably has I don't want to say it the majority, but close to the majority of county roads in this county. And I realize, and I let my constituents know that there's no way we're going to fix every single road immediately, but we have to work on, I feel, the worst ones, the most trafficked, and the roads that are going to bring economic development, and build from there to fix our roads. And I think that this is a good list to get started. And if, Mr. Chair, if there's no other comments, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Actually, I do have a comment, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. I know it's prolonging this.
No, it's important. This is important.
Just want to refresh everything. We're gonna that 248. We're gonna use it to fix that Buena Vista section. That's Sony County. Is that correct? Is that my understanding?
So my suggestion, and I don't know if you guys are all going to agree with it. My suggestion is that so there was $193,000 that was allocated to Cienega Road.
Yes.
I think that should go back to Cienega Road, and then the balance of that, which is somewhere around, I can't see the number anymore. I apologize. What's 193 minus whatever that total is there? I can't see it. I'm sorry.
93 minus 248, about 52, 55.
50, 60,000, somewhere around there. That would go to the Buena Vista Road patching up until we can actually get the road done.
About $60,000.
Yeah, and that's just for potholes and fixing. It's not for paving.
Right. No, I understand.
You need 900, I think, to pave it.
No. I get it.
We can find you some
Who's here from the staff who can answer some of my questions?
Maybe out of Enterprise.
We can find some more.
Here you go. We got someone here.
We can find some more. Here.
My question is, what are we going to get 50,000?
Where are we going to get it?
Yeah.
What are we going to get with 50? What's going to be done to Buena Vista with 50,000?
Okay, so excuse me. So it depends on what we do with the road. For instance, potholing, which we're working on, we'll bring to the board next meeting a scope of work and a list of roads. Buena Vista is on the list. I created the list, or at least the initial list, yesterday morning. Okay.
So it's on there.
Pothole costs roughly $13,500 per mile. Now that depends on how many potholes there are on that particular stretch of road. But that's what we paid 2 years ago.
How much time? I mean, I'm going to ask the same question we asked with John Smith Road. How much time by putting those $50,000 into that Buena Vista section would the road stay like that? A couple years? 6 months?
Just pothole, yeah, you're looking at probably a couple years.
Couple years
without doing a full overlay. There's lots of different overlays and road rehabilitations. Chip seal, slurry seal, or what we're doing for John Smith, which is the cold in place. We're actually churning up the existing asphalt, recycling it, and that's a longer term fix.
Thank you. So the maker of the motion, can we put that there will be $50,000 guaranteed to Buena Vista Road? Because
I can. Yes.
Before you make your motion, Supervisor Giglio, I just want to be clear, and just for people out there and people listening, there's two things going on. There's SB 1 funding and Measure G funding.
Yeah.
Measure G funding will have a 11-person committee.
Yes.
And those were the ones that Mr. Norton, I spoke about a little while ago. So it is my job to make sure that we hold COG along with the committee accountable to fix those things that were high priorities. Is that pretty clear? I know actions are much stronger than words, but I'm just trying to make sure that I'm clear and I'm not saying we're going to do one thing and end up doing something else. So those are our main priority, is what the actual voters voted on, because they did vote that because they saw that stuff on the ballot. Okay, so that's...
Chairman Medina?
Yes,
if
sir.
I might just... one
of
quick
course.
clarification. I like to think of this in terms of 3 lists, actually, not just 2. So Measure G is one list. SB 1 is list number 2. And then what's CEO Espinosa's confirmation this morning, we're going to put money into potholing.
Okay.
That's list
Okay.
number 3.
Thank you very much for
Okay
that
with
clarification. Now,
General fund dollars.
Yeah.
yeah.
And then I would even submit that there's potentially a fourth
Yeah.
list, which is the enterprise funds, wherever we have the impact from the waste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Waste
Yeah, so there's
facility.
4.
Just to add one more,
Thank you. Yeah, keep adding them.
additional funding.
No
We're going to go look for additional funding.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Additional funding wherever it can come from.
And that is actually on our agenda as item number 3 for when the board does move forward with that, that we're asking for direction for, or allowing us to move forward with that. And also, one other thing I want to make sure is that with regards to SB1, there's 4 elements of SB1. I just wanted to make sure it was clear. I think Supervisor Gilio mentioned some of it is the standard CTC addressing that and doing what we're doing at this point. It's the other piece of it, the state-local partnership program and the application process. Looks like they'll be due in 2020 of January. So we want to make sure we're on that list as well with the 1-to-1 match on that. And then obviously then there's the other ones that we really don't fall under too much, is the congestive corridors and the trade corridors. But the first 2 I think are really, really important, and that's what we're going to go after with your board's direction.
Yeah, and you all have my commitment. I was selected by COG to be the representative to speak in Sacramento. I'm also going to be there speaking just on the county's behalf, COG's behalf, and if there are extra funds available, people are going to get tired of hearing from Jim Gilio. I can tell you that right now. They're going to be tired of seeing me. They're going to see me walking down the hall. They're going to turn the other way because I'm going to keep hounding and try to get all the funds we can possibly get. And what I would like to have is a nice big list together so that I could say, hey, thank you very much for funding the 1.7, but we actually have these other projects as well. Is there any funds left over anywhere to help us fund these projects? And you can count on me doing that. I can't guarantee you I'm going to be successful, but I think sometimes the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and I'll keep trying.
Chairman Medina, if I may make one
Sir.
last.
Yes, sir.
Because I've been doing this for so many years in my career, and I've seen the ups and downs of chasing money, I just want to make the board aware that because we only have a certain, a relative size staff to manage all this, that chasing money and going in as much as we can may not actually be in our best interest short term until we can get a sufficient amount of staff in place to manage all these projects. Because I can tell you from personal experience, from my days in Yolo County, where right before I got there, they went out and got money, millions and millions of dollars, which looks great, but we didn't have the staff to manage the projects. And that's the last thing the state ever wants to see, is you committing doing projects and not being able to fulfill them.
And that's the direction of us 5 up here. I mean, you're telling us something right now that we take serious, and you need people. And that's our job, and we will somehow figure out how to do that, because you're on record telling us we can bring in millions of dollars, but we can't do anything with it because we don't have the staff. Well, that's us. That's on us, and we'll find a way to do it for you.
Awesome. As I told CEO Espinosa earlier today, if you give me the resources, I can build you Disneyland.
Wow. I'm going to hold you to that. I love Disneyland.
But I need the resources to do it. I mean, that's what Public Works and the RMA does. That's what we do, is we build things. And we can do it with the resources. I just don't want us to be in the position of the state coming in and saying, hey, you guys committed to all this, and now you can't fulfill your commitments, so we're never giving you money ever again. And I don't want to see us
I appreciate that. I do.
Mr. Chair, if I may as well add one more comment to that. So last week, staff actually met with KNN, our financial advisor, concerning moving forward with Measure G, with SB1, with all of the different funding possibilities that our county has in front of us, and we're basically requesting some work to be done so that we can maximize the most that we can and get the most roads done. 2, we also met with TRC Valley Cooper, which actually manage public projects, in particular roads and addressing this exact thing that we're in front of, to actually manage these projects to get them going and moving forward with that. So again, we're going to obviously do our best to bring in more staffing, but we also are looking at other options as well.
Great.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Gillia.
Okay, prepared to make a motion, and this is going off of the list.
Wait, hold on, sorry.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, sir.
If I may, we need to finalize this list. We have 248,000 left.
That's what I'm going to do here.
He's going to do that right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's what I hope to do here. Let me see if I can make it clear.
That's not a problem.
So I'm going off of the list that was in the agenda packet, to be clear, which is published to the community, and that the two items that I believe, and this is prior to making the motion, but the two items that I believe need to be dealt with are number 11 and 12. Number 11 was accounted for in last year, and number 12 I'd like to see switched and pushed over to Buena Vista, and also adding, $16,000, so it becomes, well, it's actually $15,000, I guess, so it becomes $50,000. And here's my motion, and see if I can get this right. I recommend that we approve the staff list of 2020 SB1 projects with the addition of $50,000 for Buena Vista Road potholing, and shifting the $293,000 from 1819 from Cienega Road and Union Road to Hospital Road and the Union Extension headed south, as well as the listed $293,000 for 1920, and that should equal the total there of 17,336 or 965, or very, very close to it.
Do we have a second?
Well, hold on a minute. I'm trying to get the numbers here. How much you said? Was it 15 or 50,000?
55-0. No slide of hands. No slide of hands.
Mile and a half.
Second.
No slide of hands here.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
4-0.
Okay.
Okay. A couple more, and we're good to go.
And also, just want to make sure, so adopting the resolution and authorizing the CAO as well.
Yes,
was that included in there?
The CAO to move forward with the scope of work. Yes.
All right.
Do you need me to make a new motion so it's clear? Or?
Well, yeah, I would recommend doing the motion on that just for clarity purposes.
Get back here, Emmy.
I'll make a motion that we allow the CAO to adopt the scope of work and act on the behalf of the board based on the projects listed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0.
Yeah.
Now we'll move on to an informational report, information only, correct?
Yeah.
On San Benito County Affordable Housing Ordinance.
I'd like to invite Jamela. Go ahead. She's our housing coordinator. She has a PowerPoint presentation to present to us.
Is it up here? It's just right here. We moved it. Sorry, caught me off guard. I switched it. I saw that CSAC was
Sorry for keeping
a little bit before.
5 hours.
No worries. Did you guys need a break or anything like that? I wasn't sure.
Go.
Okay. No worries.
Just dance in my seat. It's all right.
No worries. So good morning. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Jamila Saka, and I am the Housing Programs Coordinator for both the City of Hollister and San Benito County. Let me just put this on the presentation form. So today I just wanted to come in front of the Board of Supervisors and thank you guys for taking your time to just really as an informational report to go over our affordable housing ordinance. I strictly just want to go over some of the details about it to build an educational platform. So before we make any future decisions or before you make any future changes, that the Board of Supervisors, the public, and our staff understand the ordinance. So just so individuals can know, we previously did have an affordable housing ordinance. It ended in 2010, and the ordinance title was Chapter 35, Ordinance 766. And currently, we do have a current affordable housing ordinance that was passed in October 2016, and that title is Chapter 21, Ordinance 951. And I apologize, I'm a little under the weather, so if you can't hear me or anything like that, just let me know.
Do you need some water?
I brought some, so I should be good. Thank you. So just want to go over a definition of what inclusionary housing is. It's a county planning ordinance that requires a share of new construction units to be affordable for individuals with very low, and moderate income. And that's seen within our ordinance as well. Within our ordinance, and I, again, will not be going into full details, I really just want to lay the groundwork for this ordinance, is an in lieu fee. An in lieu fee definition is a fee paid as an alternative to the provision of inclusionary units as defined in the county ordinance. In lieu fees are paid to the county and are deposited into a separate account with the goal of increasing, improving, or preserving the supply of affordable housing. Again, as stated in our ordinance, the fee amount will be based on the amount necessary to construct or subsidize an affordable unit or affordable units. So that's part of what's written in our ordinance. Additionally, our affordable housing ordinance establishes a housing advisory committee. So I wanted to come and bring further information to the board as well. This committee evaluates the dispersal of in lieu fees and helps to advise the Board of Supervisors with decisions. So this will be an expected membership from 2 members of the Board of Supervisors. So the Housing Advisory Committee is composed of 2 Board of Supervisors, 2 planning commissioners, and 2 members, public members at large who have experience in affordable housing. So in the future, I will be requesting 2 members to be representative of that affordable housing committee.
I got a quick question for you.
Of course.
This ordinance, is that in conjunction with the city, Hollister, or is it a county?
This one is strictly just county.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So unincorporated areas.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully you can all see here, this breakdown is related to our on-site requirement. So within the inclusionary housing ordinance, all development is expected to include 15% of their construction towards the affordable housing units. So you will see like a certain breakdown. So 1 to 4, there is no expectation. So if a development came and they're only building 1 home, they don't necessarily are expected to build an affordable unit. And as you go up, you see that when it's developments of 7 to 13 or 7 plus, they are expected to provide 15% of the units as affordable. You will see for sections 5 to 6 and then kind of spread throughout the chart that it's listed as a fractional in lieu fee or in lieu fee. So what that means is if there was a number set for a fractional in lieu fee, or excuse me, let me go back. So let's say that there is a development and there you have to build 1.25 units of affordable units. Well, obviously they can't build a quarter of a house. They can't, only have just the foundation. So what is expected of a development is they are expected to pay a quarter of that in lieu fee, or a quarter of the in lieu fee towards their fees, to offset the fact that they cannot build or are not expected to build 1.2 homes or 0.2 homes. So on the top of the chart, you will see the breakdown of moderate, low, and very low. And then on the left-hand side, you will see the breakdown of development sizes. So it is expected as the number of site or number of units increases, the number of affordable units is expected to increase. And this is for on-site development. So no matter what, the expectation is 15%. The next chart shows off-site requirement. So if a development were to be in discussions with our county, they do have, and we ultimately have, an option for off-site requirement. A development does have to show and indicate that it's a better benefit to our community to not include the units on site, but to include them off-site. Some examples may be closer to services like a hospital or something closer to schools, but it's not the choice of the development, it's the choice of our county to decide if we want them to provide off-site. With that, though, if we do allow off-site, they are expected to increase the number of affordable units allowed. So it increases to 20%. So you will see on the chart, again, it's the number of sites, and then the top portion is broken down from moderate, low to very low units. So for instance, if a site had only 5 units and they're going to be building off site, they're expected to build one unit. Within our ordinance, and as a way to preserve affordable housing, there is what is called a resale restriction. So this resale restriction basically limits the sale of the home price for a 30-year term. So what that means is, we sell the home at an affordable rate, and we want to preserve that home as an affordable home for 30 years. So if a individual were in the home for 5 years and they wanted to then sell the house, they have a restricted sale price within those 30 years. If the individual is living in the house past the 30-year recorded term limit, the San Benito County would release the restrictions, and then at that time that homeowner could sell the home at market rate. But this is part of our ordinance as a way to preserve affordability, so that we're maintaining any homes that are built affordable, that for 30 years they're expected to stay at an affordable rate. And I know at different times there are questions about area median income or how we use that information for San Benito County. So the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, annually releases the state income limits for each county. Typically they release them in April, so we will probably receive them in the next few weeks. Income levels are used across the state for designated housing programs and housing asset programs too. So it's not just our affordable housing ordinance that we use these state income limits. It's a lot of other subsidized programs within the state that are also using these state income limits. And then again, they break it down. The state breaks it down per county. So currently right now, if we were to look at a household of 4 individuals, the area median income is determined at $81,100. What I've also included in the presentation is just kind of an estimated breakdown of what an affordable mortgage expense will be and how we kind of determine the start of a sales price. So I'll explain this side a little bit more in depth. I always think it's really important to not put so much information on a PowerPoint. So how we determine the sales price for very low to moderate is based on our health and safety code 50052.5, and this helps to determine the affordability costs. So for very low to moderate, and I'll start at the top with very low, is they look at an affordable rate as not being more than 30% of their income going towards their housing expenses. So the formula that they use is 30% times 50% of the area median income, and that area median income being $81,100. For low, again, not to exceed 30%, they multiply 30% times 70% of the area median income. So they're going below what the area median income is. And then at moderate, they break it down between 28 to 35% is going towards your mortgage expenses. And to start the sales price, the health and safety code multiplies that by 110% of the area median income. And there will be an example with math in a moment. Some other factors that we want to include and watch basically our Board of Supervisors, staff, and the public to understand too is there's more information that goes into a mortgage expense. And for anyone like myself, I just recently bought a home, and so at first you're thinking, this is going to be the price, and you see all these factors that really go into an expense. And when we want to build affordable homes, we want to keep these factors in our mind as well of what that applicant is going to see and that price that they're going to see. Non-mortgage expenses to consider is a down payment for the individual, interest rates at that time, their property taxes, the mortgage insurance, and any of their personal homeowners insurance that they will have to pay for. And so this is a breakdown for very low to moderate estimated monthly mortgage expense. So you will see with the very low, I multiplied 30% times 40,550. And so that is the, I'm just going to backtrack so you can see it yourself. Oh,
Wrong way, sorry. But we're multiplying 30% times 50% of AMI. So I'll go back to that other slide, but where it showed that 40,000, that's 50% then of AMI. Okay, so for very low, you will see what's in bold is that estimated maximum monthly mortgage is $1,013. So for very low, we then multiply 30%, or excuse me, for low, we multiply 30% times $56,770. So their annual mortgage expenses are about $17,000. So that breaks down to a maximum monthly mortgage estimated about $1,419 of what they, basing on this formula by the Health and Safety Code. The next one, and I just chose the higher amount of 35% for maximum money going towards the mortgage. And so for a moderate income, you multiply 35% times 110% of AMI, which is $89,210, and the annual mortgage expenses are $31,223. So if you break that down monthly, the estimated maximum monthly mortgage is $2,601, and that maximum monthly mortgage is including those other non-mortgage expenses that we need to consider as well, such as their homeowners insurance and any of their mortgage insurance as well. So I just wanted to highlight that as we're thinking about our affordable housing ordinance and with the future report of our in lieu fee, is that these are some of the numbers that currently based on our area median income is what's considered a maximum monthly mortgage. And so I just basically kind of further broke down the example for a moderate income family with a list price of $350,000. Just so that you can kind of visually see for an example of what a home may be. So the maximum allowed moderate income to be eligible for that home is $97,320. Again, this is for a family of four. Non-mortgage expenses, about $17,000 for a down payment with a 6% interest, including their property taxes, their mortgage insurance, and homeowners insurance. Their mortgage cost is almost $2,000, so it's $1,993. And then their non-mortgage expenses, so everything highlighted in orange, is $608, which then brings them to the maximum monthly mortgage or estimated maximum monthly mortgage of $2,601. So as we're moving forward with the ordinance and moving forward with the in lieu fee, I just really wanted to break down this information as an educational platform. I think it's really important for not just our staff, but for our public to understand where this information is coming from. And then lastly, there are two major tools written within our affordable housing ordinance, are just part of our affordable housing ordinance. One is an administrative manual, basically describes the day-to-day procedures for implementing the ordinance. For instance, it details steps, like what would happen, or as a housing programs coordinator, what am I expected to do if someone decides to sell their home prior to the 30 years? If you see written in the ordinance, it doesn't give those detailed information. So right now we're working on updating that manual so it better matches what is written in the ordinance. And then lastly, one thing that we will be coming to the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission, and then 2 members at large in the future is part of this ordinance does include a Housing Advisory Committee. So as an agency, we'll need help to set up that committee. But basically that committee helps with advice, advocacy, and makes recommendations as well to the board in works that are working with myself as the housing coordinator. So lastly, I just like to let people know, especially when they do call my office, that I again work with both the City of Hollister and San Benito County. So not that I don't like receiving phone calls, but I always do feel if you have any questions to email me, just because I do go back and forth between 2 offices. So my contact information is there. So if anyone were to have any questions, they can always call. You just might reach my voicemail if I'm away at the office. But at this time, I just wanted to see if there was any questions or comments from the board related to our housing affordable
affordable housing ordinance.
Great job. Appreciate it. Supervisor Gilliam?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Jamila, and thank you for your time. We had met prior, and so I had a little more time to digest all this, and I do have a couple of comments. Number one, I think there's, for the public, there's not a lot of people left in the audience, but for the public, there's a misconception about affordable housing, what that means. There's a lot of people that have an attitude of, I don't want affordable housing around me because it's going to hurt my property values. These affordable housing projects we need them desperately. We need affordable housing in our community for our community members, for our workforce housing, doctors, nurses, professional staff. We need police officers. We need to have affordable housing as the bottom line, and we got to stop saying no to affordable housing. And I'm really looking forward to getting this ordinance passed and firmed up. So there's no. I'm concerned about ambiguity and perhaps, this project was started at this time and they don't have to follow into the rules. And so for me, the sooner the better to get this in place. And then I'm also interested in the board exploring at some point, how do we incentivize this housing? How do we incentivize? Because I keep hearing from people that are in the industry that it doesn't make sense to build multi-unit housing because of impact fees and apartments, and I guess financially it doesn't make sense. So I'd like to figure out a way to make this a priority for not only the private sector, but for us to. So this is kind of a maybe perhaps a stick approach, but perhaps there's a carrot approach as well to get these affordable places built. And it's going to take some leadership on the part of staff and our team member, our community, and this board, frankly, to get it done. But we need to get it done. We need affordable housing. Thank you for your presentation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I've been in about 3 or 4 of these affordable presentations, and they're all, with all due respect, they're all boilerplate. They're all the same. We get these regulations in place, and then nothing happens to reality. I mean, no offense to you. We had C.J. Valenzuela before, and I think we had another person before. And it's not about policy. It's about we, the boards, taking the initiative on doing creative ideas to accommodate those housing. Supervisor Gillo, you mentioned about how can we be creative. And some of the ideas that I introduced about 10 years ago was, let's work with the development community and let's work with our current families on how we can create a program in which everybody gets to benefit from it. And because of regulations, state guidelines, income, and all that, just, bureaucrats, no offense again, say you can't do that because that's the way it is. And I said, no, we got to think outside the box. And I love this template. It's good. It's the same one I seen 3 or 4 times ago. It's just that we just got to think outside the box. That's my honest opinion. I've gone through all these experiences. You mentioned about, having a 30-year restriction, which I support 100%. Unfortunately, there were about 4 or 5 families in the city of Hollister that sold their houses at market rate, and they cashed out. And there's just a lot of experience to these type of things, and I think we just need to revisit them again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't have any comments.
Thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, may I make a last comment?
Oh,
if
of course.
possible? Just a response to you. And I think that's really an important thing to note in regards to the resale thing, is this is a recorded document. So
same thing.
Yeah, and I know there's different times, there's been different loans, but I think that's something really important for individuals to know as well, that there will be measures in place, and not just maybe a resale restriction recorded, but maybe what we can do is also, they have different ones, like a request for notice that gets recorded. So anytime anything ever happens, we get notified as well. So we can have additional things that maybe we can add to the ordinance, given your known experience, that can be able to kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Just ensure that that property is staying affordable.
Yeah, I mean, it's not about the numbers. It's about how being creative, how to work with the development community. There's some ideas that I try to push at the 2006 board, and they thought I was crazy. They probably still think I'm crazy today. So,
yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate your responses, and I'll make sure I make notes with them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may add one thing to Mr. Chair. So, Jamila and I were able to go to the CSAC regional meeting, and it was about housing, affordable housing. and homelessness. And it was a really, really good meeting. And really what I took out of that was it was housing opportunities, because every county in our region is having issues with just hiring deputies, hiring nurses, even with educated positions, they're having issues being able to get housing for themselves. And in Monterey County, they were discussing, all the workers that need to support hospitality. They just have nowhere to go, and it's becoming a real problem, Supervisor Jaime de la Cruz. I think your point is well taken. I think today, is a little bit different than I think maybe what it was before, and I think all the counties, even regionally, are really being impacted by this, and I think there's more backing from CSAC and our local agencies that want to try to address that at the state level and address it at the federal level. So I just wanted to make sure that I think it's being more, there's more awareness with that, and I think we need to really push for that and address that. I think there's going to be a convention coming up as well that will probably be talking more about that as well. So.
One of my concerns is I hosted a community meeting where Chispa had about 60 apartments available, low-income apartments, and we had over 1,000 families show up. It was a joke. How can you give false hopes to a lot of those families knowing 95% ain't going to get them? We have a crisis, and it's just compounding every year.
I agree, and that was part of the reason for the presentation, is so that the public is aware, that we are trying. And I totally lost my train of thought, but I just wanted to emphasize as well that Mr. Espinoza, that did attend the CSAC meeting myself, and it was my first time, so it was definitely interesting, definitely eye-opening experience. And you could tell kind of in the room that there's more support for policies like this, and for counties to be able to assist those in need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to jump to number 27 instead of 26. I can count, but 27 first is to adopt a resolution approving settlement authority for workers' compensation matters, and provide direction to staff, and adopt resolution delegating settlement authority to the county administrative officer regarding all claims up to $50,000.
So that's the next two items, 26 and, hang on a second, I got the wrong item here. My apologies. It's 27 and 26 are going to be presented from our county council, Barbara Thompson. I don't think you are going to present that. And we did have number 23 that we haven't touched. I was going to have Dulce Alonso bring that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
23
that's all right.
Easy one. Yeah.
23.
Go to 23. I'm sorry. That's adopt a resolution to approve CSAC recommendation to support a state commission to address new challenges in local governments resulting from restrictions placed on exported recyclables.
That's SB1.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay.
Do I have that?
Okay, so I'll be quick. I promise it won't take too long. Okay. So a little bit of how California recycling is changing. And so this is a map of California's export of recycling. And you could see the significant growth since 1998 to 2000, a peak at 2011, and then a decline. And California actually exports a third of all recycled material to foreign markets, and the majority goes to China. And there's been recent changes to international policies restricting foreign imports of recycled materials, and so that actually is going to affect our county. And so national SWOR is China's ban on foreign recyclables. So in February of 2018, China banned 24 types of waste material, or eliminated those from entering their entering China. Basically, what happens is recycled material gets shipped to China like in bulk, and they sort through it, they convert it into reusable material and send it back. But here's kind of a timeline of what's happening. So in July of 2008, China declared an intent to ban all recyclables by 2020, and more recently, in March of 2019, India is also imposing a ban by August 31st of 2019. So what that means for local governments. So local governments has various regulations that they have to, state mandates that we have to reach. AB 931 requires us to divert 50% of solid waste from landfill. Then there's AB 341, which requires 75% of statewide targeted of solid waste to be diverted from the landfill by 2020. And then there's SB 1382, which is a mandate to reduce 50% of disposal of organic waste from levels of 2014, and to make a 75 reduction by the year 2025. So those are local mandates that we have to reach. Currently, the Integrated Waste is working with Raycology on various programs. One's to do a recycling assessments with business owners, to provide contamination notices, to educate the public, and they're involved in community events. So as part of the resolution, what is being proposed is for the state to come together with local agencies and industry to create a commission to address the recycling needs. So resolution number 2019-31, it's to approve CSAC's recommendation to support a state commission to address the challenges on local government resulting from restrictions placed on exporting recyclables. Any questions?
Any questions? What's the pleasure of any public comment?
It's pretty clear. I mean, I actually, the only comment I want to make is I actually partake in the program at my shop and could use a little, which maybe this would help, could use a little bit of working out the kinks. You know, I can't force a 3-year-old child to put a plastic container inside of a recycling container. I tried to encourage, anyways, I'm pretty sure there's something good you can come up with by creating this commission. Thank you, Dulce.
Mr. Chair, I have to express the views of a couple of my constituents, and they call me not about this, but about the land, how we enter into the curbside garbage relationship a while back. Is that you force us to recycle and to conserve recycling, and yet you're charging us for that.
Yeah.
Just want to give you those words, Dulce.
It's a state. The state forces us to.
What is the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion to support the CSAC request.
Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. If it is all right with you, Mr. CAO, I'd like to go to number 27 prior to 26.
That works. That's fine. Like to invite up
But we
Sarah.
put them together?
Well,
Just kidding.
What's that?
Yeah, 26 is a little bit more complex.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted
Yeah.
I just want.
Which one you want to do first?
We're going to do 27 first. That's
Okay.
the 500,000.
27.
Or 50,000.
27.
Sorry, that's not my ground.
You can hear it from over here.
All right, so I'll just jump into it then. With item number 27, we're looking at two different resolutions. In one of the resolutions, we are looking at the settlement authority for workers' compensation matters. And in the second resolution, looking at delegating authority to the CAO regarding all claims up to $50,000. So let's start with the first resolution. This one would replace current resolution 2013-71, in which currently we have Trindell provided the authority to resolve workers' compensation claims. What's proposed, you have two different resolutions before you to choose from. What's proposed is to have the CAO or his designee to be able to compromise and settle workers' compensation claims. And there's two different bullet points, and there's differences between the different resolutions. And so in both resolutions, you have pre-litigation settlement authority up to $50,000. And then in the second bullet point, the CAO would have authority to settle pending workers' compensation litigation matters, and so whatever that cap might be on it. As written, I see the first resolution to have authority in excess of $50,001, and then in the other resolution is in excess of $50,000, but not greater than $100,000. So really, if the board is wanting to put a cap on the CAO's authority, and pending which resolution the board wants to go with, I do have a recommendation for a small change, but I just want to put that out there and help the board to make sure that whatever resolution they do want to pass, it will be so noted. And this will basically just help with those day-to-day issues that the county has to deal with, take it back to the staff, and so that the board doesn't have to deal with this and we can have resolution in a quicker manner. Do you want me to move on to the next resolution on that?
Put the 50.
So the next one is
33.
Yeah, 33.
Okay.
Okay, so the next one is the CAO's authority to settle all types of claims. So rather than just the limited workers' compensation claims that we talked about in the first resolution that's proposed, the second resolution that's proposed is just to help with the day-to-day management of certain claims against the county. Right now, Trindell has authority pursuant to Resolution 2016-72 to compromise and settle claims up to $40,000 under the Government Tort Claims Act claims. This resolution would increase the current amount that the CAO has of $25,000 up to $50,000 to settle all claims. So again, helping with the day-to-day resolution of matters in a quicker, more efficient manner for county staff to be able to do.
Discussion?
Yeah, just the only question I have, Mr. Chair, is that you will report to the board, right, Ray? On, I settle this and that kind of stuff. It's not something that I'm going to get from a constituent says, oh, I just settled for $100,000 for Ray.
The process and how I would do that, I would have to, it would probably be on one-on-one, probably, if there's anything out of the ordinary. I mean, I try to inform you guys on everything that goes on, so that's how I would probably do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I do have a question. Perhaps, Ray, if your colleagues, or maybe even for Edgar, coming from another county, what's the standard at the county level? I'm a little more familiar with the city level. Are these numbers pretty standard in your industry, Ray or Edgar?
Yeah, Edgar can comment. He's been on the risk side and CSAC, EIA.
If I may, Chair.
So he has a breadth of different counties, a lot more than that.
So for Supervisor, for the liability side, $50,000 is the government max amount, and that's usually across the table with everybody.
Okay.
For the other side, for workers' comp, $100,000, we surveyed other counties. The ones that are moving along based on what we're looking out there from CSAC EIA are moving to the $100,000 limit because of medical costs have gone up and we need to settle those amounts. But the workers' comp is more of the tedious ones, and that one's tied to medical, and that's why they're going through the roof.
Got it. Thank you.
What's the wish of the board?
I'm trying to find the right language on the resolution here. I can make a
version
motion.
1 or
I can't
2?
Find it here. Sorry, I was looking at
The one is 50,000.
Yeah, I was looking at
Yeah.
the trying to. Can we lump them both together, or should I do two? Should we do both of them separately?
If you could maybe do each separately, and only because, or if you can figure out which one you want first, because two were presented to you for the Workers' Compensation Authority.
Right.
And so I think that we want to make sure we're clear as to which direction the board wants to go with the two that are provided before you.
I actually personally like the $100,000 limit that Edgar spoke of. I'm just trying to find the appropriate language. If you want to read it into the record, I can make that my motion. I'm sorry, I lost it.
It was
here.
number
I'm trying
2.
to find it here. I see currently the CAO has authority to settle claims, but that's not the language for the.
Okay, let me look at what the staff recommendation is, and I'll help you with your motion here.
Adopt a proposed resolution increasing. Here we go. I think this will work. Proposed resolution. Recommendation 1 and 2. 1 has $0 associated with it, and 2 has $50,000 associated with it.
Okay, so what I'm looking at is for the workers' compensation, and if you don't mind, I think that there. Do you have if you have a copy of the resolution for version 2 in front of you, where it indicates in the second bullet point on the first page,
Okay.
the county administrative officer or designee with county council approval have stipulation and compromise and release authority in excess of $50,000, but not greater than $100,000. I would actually just strike the language and just say not greater than $100,000. So it would read county administrative officer or designee with county council approval have stipulation and compromise and release authority not to exceed $100,000 in pending workers' compensation litigation matters. That's the one change I would make if that's the one that you would like to
And
go
then we
with.
can deal with the general liability second. Is that the way you'd prefer it? So this will deal with workers' compensation directly. The next one will be with just general claims.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I make a motion that I move that the county administrative officer or designee with county council approval have stipulation and compromise and release authority in not to exceed $100,000 in pending workers' compensation specific litigation matters.
Apologize if I can
Please.
just interrupt
Help
for a
me
moment.
out, please.
I was saying that that's maybe the change to this resolution, but I don't want you to also lose then the $50,000 settlement authority for pre-litigation workers' comp matters.
Okay.
So perhaps what we can...
Can I add on to that? And up to $50,000 in pre-litigation workers' comp matters.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We'll make that change.
4-0.
We'll make that change to the resolution and present that for you for signature then. Moving on to the general settlement authority. It's been suggested up to $50,000 for the CAO.
What is it right now?
It's currently $25,000 for the CAO. Trindle has up to $40,000 for the Tort Claims Act matters.
And the maximum is 50 per the state government, is that correct?
Yes.
Authority.
So let's go with the state.
Please, go ahead. I struggled through the last one. I'll let you go ahead.
Nah.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the increase in the ability for the county administrative officer to settle general liability claims outside of workers' compensation up to $50,000, the state mandated limit.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. Okay, our final open session.
Okay, and that is item number 26, I believe.
26, ma'am, yes. Discuss and provide direction to staff as to various streamlining processes, both in the purchasing ordinance, personnel rules, hiring processes, and county's travel policy, and provide direction to staff as to any desired changes to county purchasing ordinance and purchasing manual, hiring, procedures, personnel rules, and travel policy.
Great. This is an item that's being brought before the board just because there's certain inefficiencies within the system as is, and so staff is looking for direction from the board, hoping to maybe change some of these policies in our county ordinance with regard to purchasing limits. For example, changing the limit for the CAO, department heads, RFP amounts, et cetera. And there's been at least, looks like 10 different questions that have been presented to you, and Dulce is going to bring up the items so that you can see each of those questions up here on the screen.
And as you recall, Mr. Chair and Board, that you requested to have this back on this date. So that's why we have it here today before you from our board retreat.
Question one, should the county increase the purchasing authority of the county administrative officer from 10 to 50 and increase the authority of departments to 10? I fully support that one. I'm not sure what everyone else is looking at.
Take them one at a time.
That's what I'm doing.
Is that a good idea, do you think?
Yeah.
I'm asking the board here.
Oh, that's what I was going to do.
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Question one was, we're looking at Ray having the authority of 50,000 and then the department heads to 10,000.
I will not support the department heads, Mr. Chair.
Can you explain,
Why?
Supervisor?
Yeah, absolutely. We're basically obsoleting our services. If that's the case, let Ray do everything. Let him run the budget. Let him do everything. There's got to be some accountability, some check and balances. I'm okay with having Ray to a certain degree, but I'm not okay with department heads.
Isn't the budget your check and balance? I mean, if a department head is in charge of something and they know their budget's $40,000 and they have it pre-planned what the $40,000 is, that's what they're spending.
Right, but this is above and beyond the 40,000.
No,
No, it's not. This is not above and beyond. It's still have to hit their budget. They can't just go if they have a budget of $40,000 for the year, they can't exceed their budget.
So to give you a perfect example, so if department head, during the budget process, we approve $15,000 for a combo yaw at San Juan Oaks, and the department head, they decide to go over there and it's $15,000. Before we approve this, they have to come before the board of supervisors. Is that correct, Ray?
So every year, your board receives a budget.
Right.
And during that time, the budget consists of contracts, consists of services and supplies, and also you have your salaries and benefits section. And every year you almost bless, or the board has historically blessed it twice. And then we've had we go through this process of doing the budget, and then later come back later and then have to go through this whole process, which can take 2 months. We just talked about a process earlier today about hemp and coming back to your board. Once you put it down that process, it can take months to actually move forward with the purchase of something.
This is something like where Alan always comes to the board with his contract laid out. Although it's been approved in the budget, he just needs to come back to the board to approve it.
Yeah, that's right. And in some cases, in that matter, though, just for clarity too, with that, in some cases, there has to be a board approval from the state. So sometimes that may have to come back anyways, but not in all cases. I want to make sure the board is clear and aware of that. There are some nuances with certain state and federal requirements that do require the board to approve a specific contract. So there still may be some nuances coming back.
Yeah, I see. Okay. But here's the issue. In Supervisor Jerry Munzer's, it was Jim Gilly holds the position today. He used to hammer a lot of departments, although it's been approved in the budget process, and it was worthwhile and it was very educational because a lot of the department heads were held accountable. Perfect example, the video thing. Mm-hmm. If we do this, your opportunity to question that doesn't come up.
That was $12,000.
Well, they'll bring under $9,999.99. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, and if I may,
how do you include that, CAO?
Sorry.
How do you include that opportunity to still vet it? Or at
and
least,
that's what I have to do. I have to make sure that those questions are answered. What happens at times, and we have to put in in the policy certain things. That's one side of the coin. So that may be true. The other side of the coin is when we have to get something done, a sign, for instance, on Fairview Road, that can take months to get. 4 months, because it goes through the process, and we have to bring it, back to the board. You have to go out and you have to vet it, and those types of things. That's a safety issue in some cases. But I'm just giving you kind of an extreme that we're confronted with that, and it can take months, and that really slows down the process. And then your constituents are upset, and they want to see results, and we're just we're trying to do everything by the policy and by what you have before you. And it sometimes, when I go through and I'll vet this and I'll look at certain things as a purchase with computers, I'll notice that there may be, a purchase for $7,000 and then another one for $4,000. I'll question those. I'll say, well, wait a minute, is this the same purchase? Is this for the same, department? If so, they have to go back to the board. They have to take this back to the board, and we're trying to, follow the approval authorization policies that we have, but it does take a long time, and and then there's questions why aren't these things getting done sooner, and that poses the issue. So that's really what we're here for. And as your board recalled, we really want to try to add some efficiencies to moving things, and just really kind of lightening our load a little bit too as well from a staff perspective, because we have so many things we got going on. So.
Are you all right with the 50,000 or the 10,000, or?
I'm not all right with the 10, but I'm okay with the 50.
Okay.
Can I make a statement, Mr. Chair, real quick? Supervisor Dela Cruz, I definitely see where you come from 100%. My experience where I came from, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just saying my experience was that we would prepare very detailed budgets, which what I see here at the county, we prepare very detailed line item budgets. I've sat through almost every department head's budget meeting, and it literally talks about, how much paper supplies they're going to need, how much, for toilet paper, how much for cleaning. My thought is we need to scrutinize that as a board and spend a lot of time during the budget hearing, and then we need to either have the faith and the trust in our county administrative officer and his designees, the department heads, to carry out our wishes in the budget. And if we don't have that faith or trust that they're going to do that, then I think we need to figure out a better solution. And the thought is this: I'm a very big proponent of the RFP process, the bid process. If you're spending more than $1,000, you need to get 3 quotes. If you're spending more than 25, RFP, full blown, all those things. So it's very competitive, and I support that 100%. But I think we need to have some efficiencies in there. With that being said, could I ask you what level would you be comfortable with the department heads purchasing approval? What would make you more comfortable so we can all come to a consensus and support the team on this one?
Well, anything shorter than that is a joke. The reality, it's immaterial, because the way things are, they're expensive today.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, and I apologize. It's immaterial, that question. What's important to me, which I support 100%, is you allow Ray the $50,000, and department heads can work through him. And if there's ever an issue that the department spends that Supervisor Hernandez has a question, Ray's going to have to answer to Supervisor Hernandez.
He's going to be held accountable.
Yeah. He's going to, and I feel that relationship, it's the way it should always be between the board and him. And I don't want to have the relationship, which I do respect, and Joe Powell here is the department head. I support every single department, but our main relationship is between the board and Ray when it comes to budget issues.
So one item I want to add to that, and Supervisor Giglio did highlight that, is that we have a new ERP system, New World system, and we have notation that we have the ability to put into. We can put those types of things. We can put the contracts in there. We have a contracts module that we're gonna have. So there's a lot of things in there that there can be checks and balances, and actually viewing those items. During the board, you'll have the ability to do that during the budget process, to actually look at those items, which is a secondary way of you reviewing it, approving it, and obviously when it comes to me, I can go ahead and sign off on it.
Right. Mr. Chair, call me an old horse, but Supervisor Pat Lowe, Red Bonaco, Donnie Marcus, Margie Barrios, we were all under the assumption that once we approve the budgets, that those contracts will make presentations throughout the whole year. That's how we became engaged with the department heads and the COU. Now we're eliminating that aspect now, because in the budget process, there's just no way we can entertain all those ideas.
And that's why we had the presentation at the board retreat to look at efficiencies.
Yeah.
This is the thing: our county is not growing staff-wise. We just don't have. We're not able to provide those. We barely have accountants now that we brought into the accounting office just to do the bare minimum with regards to accounting. way back in those days, obviously with the downturn, things changed. But back in those days, we had staff to do a lot of those work. To do the work, we had, I think, 4 management analysts in the administrative office. We don't, we have 1 management analyst right now in our office. So we have there's a higher cost associated with each employee today, and the current employees are paying for OPEB and other obligations that we have from past employees that we have to pay, and those costs are rising. So it's much more difficult to add staff and to handle those types of duties. So with that being said, I think we have to look at efficiencies, we have to look at technology, we have to look at other options, and that's what I think the board retreat was about, was to discuss that with your board to see what we can do to help expedite purchases. When there's an issue with the road, as an example, in Fairview, we can expedite those things and get those things done instead of it going through county council and reviewing the contract and it's sitting in their office for 2 weeks and then having to go out to bid, or there's a lot of other things that that we're trying to look at here. But that's just an example that things can drag on and take a lot of time to get things done. We just need to look at efficiencies.
Now, if I can interject, we all agree on 50,000 for Ray. On the 10,000 is where we're in a sticky point. I'm fine with the 10,000.
What's the current number?
It's 3.
Supervisor Gilio?
I'm okay.
Supervisor Hernandez?
I'd like to basically still get feedback on what's going on with
yes or no?
that exit trend.
Yes or no on the 10?
No.
Okay.
If that's what it comes out.
10,000 for department heads to make a purchase. Right now it's 3,000.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so that would pass anyway.
Right.
So
do you need motions on all these, or are we just giving direction?
Yeah, I don't even see.
Giving direction. We have to come back with the ordinance, so we have to.
Direction. It's
just direction today.
It would pass if it's 3-2.
Right.
So we're not making motions. We're just giving direction. So it would be 3-2 that you would have 50,000 and you'd have 10,000.
And then you're going to develop a comprehensive ordinance. You're going to bring this back for our vote, formal vote.
Formal vote later.
And second reading and all that stuff.
That's correct. Okay. It's got to go through the whole.
The second one is authorize the CAO to approve not more than one amendment to a board-approved contract in an additional amount not to exceed 10,000, or alternatively an amount not to exceed 10% of the previously board-approved contract, and authorize the CEAO to approve contracts for specific expenditures approved in the county budget process, such as for a piece of equipment or a vehicle. I support that.
I do. I as well.
Me too.
I mean,
What are we looking at again?
Question 2, 3, and 4 together.
Page number 795, I believe it is, on the agenda packet.
Question 2 and question 3.
So for example, on question 2, if we have a $50,000 contract and it needs to go up to $53,000 at this point in time, it needs to come back to the board approval, even though the amendment's only for $3,000. So this streamlines it so that the CAO can make minor amendments to a board-approved contract, so that doesn't need to come to the board if it's less than $10,000 or less than 10% of the previously approved contract. Because there are times where you'll be over a contract just by a few $1,000s and it needs to come back for formal approval at the board level. That's number 2.
Mr. Chair, in my previous, I just feel like we're going roughshod right now.
Well, we had 4 days to look at it.
Yeah. Well, we haven't had 4 days to talk about it. Looking at it's one thing, but actually dialoguing with the public is a whole other element. But my point is to me, the money is relative. It's not about, and it's not about not trusting our CAO. To me, has nothing to do with that. You know, I have an accountant that manages my P&Ls or my accounting, and I still need to know what's going on. I mean, that's the main element, I believe, of this conversation. I trust her to manage the practices. It's her job, but I don't just say, do what you want. I got to somehow be integrated in that process. So otherwise, how am I filtering the decision-making of what's happening with these funds? That's all. I mean, it's just not disconnecting. There was a reason why Supervisor De La Cruz mentioned the previous supervisors that was their balance. That was their check and balance. If we can come up with a better solution on how to understand that we're still at least connected with the decision, where we're not questioning why someone's spending $12,000 on a video, a 3-minute video, and it ended up not getting vetted thoroughly, then that's all we're talking about.
So, go ahead.
Well, there'd be two possible ways if the majority of the board wanted to have that extra checks and balances. One is you could do a report of expenditures that were approved pursuant to these authorizations, that there could be, for example, a report of the contracts that were prepared every month. And the second way is if you wanted to have a delegated board person to be like a second signatory, so like the chair to sign off.
But I think, Mr. Chair, if I may, the essence of this is to be, to look at streamlining this.
Exactly.
If we're going to come back and we're going to we might as well just take it back to the board.
Yeah.
If we're going to have to do a lot of legwork on it. So there's two options that we have. One is we have the ability for your board to actually look at the budget online. You can go through and delve through it, which we can definitely retrain you, and also the public can view that as well, can view our numbers online. Second thing is that we can bring quarterly reports. When I have Stuart come in, we can maybe be a little bit more comprehensive with those types of reporting that you guys may want to look at. So it can be contracts. We can maybe be a little bit more comprehensive with the actual budgetary units, if there's something. And that's what we try to do now. And every year we've been in the black. We've been doing pretty well. So, but whenever there's kind of a concern or a question, we'll make sure that we bring that up to you. So if the overtime is an example that comes up, we'll make sure, out of the safety department, we come in and we talk about it. So there's certain things that we could do during the quarterly reporting. And I got our budget officer here waving his hand in the back corner over here. He's probably going to add a few more things
Ray,
to
can I
this.
make one point before you get off of that, CAO Espinosa? I'm sorry. So the key for me is that this is budgeted within the budget that we all approve and we all go through. I mean, I've spent a significant amount of time meeting with department heads, and I know their budget really well, and we haven't even had the budget meetings yet.
Right.
So I'm committed to that. And if there is an overage, for example, in overtime, we're not giving you any additional authorization. That needs to come back to the board. Anything that is outside of the approved budget, we're just saying, hey, we know, for example, I'm just going to throw a spitball out there. Probably this year in roads department, because I was with them, we're going to need to buy a couple vehicles and a couple pieces of road equipment. We're going to have that spec in our budget. My thought, for efficiency's sake, is we approve it here at the board in the budget. They're going to now go out to the RFP process. They're going to be monitored by CAO Espinosa. They're going to come back, and let's just say that, I don't know, Tiffany Ford gets a bid for a Ford truck, or whoever the Chevy dealer is, Greenwood gets it for the Chevy. And then there's an RFP, though. It's not just we just going out and spending money because we want to spend money, and then you're watching that process very closely, and if for some reason there's a deviation from the approved budget, it always comes back to the board. We're just suggesting to streamline the process and give you a little more authority to keep our county moving with the thin staff that we have. Do I see that right or feel that right?
Absolutely right.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, and I know Stuart's in the wings waiting, but during back then, and Anthony could attest to this, we had some bad times and hard times, and the board decided to get proactive and scrutinize everything, and might have been wrong. But when the economy was going bad, we needed to make sure that we didn't lay off employees. We didn't do the things that we don't want to do. Things are better now, and we have a tendency to be loose about it. That's the wrong time to think about it when it's fiscal. When you're an accountant, when you're fiscal concept.
Well, when you use the word loose,
I don't think so.
That's not even close to being correct, Supervisor. You're looking at a decade ago. We didn't have modern technology like we have now. You had a budget that wasn't even close to what it is now. You have everything you can look at online now, whereas before you did not. So as technology increases, we've got to be smarter with our stuff too. And this is what I'm referring to. So when you use the word loose, we approve the budget. We're still looking at these expenditures. Our job is to look at this on not one or twice a month. It's to look at it every time we have a chance to meet with people and talk about things.
Mr. Chair, maybe the compromise here is move forward with these items. And let me finish, Mr. Chair. And have I don't know who it is, Ray or Stu or someone, put in a spreadsheet what are those things that are approving. So then it gives us the opportunity, as myself and the rest of the board members, you're about to spend $15,000 a year. Can you explain me why? Because I don't want to see a report every quarter and the money's already spent. It's not the idea of seeing a report that's already spent. Is seeing something before it gets spent.
I would say keep it the old way because we're defeating the purpose.
Yes, sir. Mr. Joe Paul, I think, wants to say something. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
What he has to say. He's our financial.
He's the money man.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Just wanted to bring up that the auditor's office, what we do is basically we turn over every leaf. So if a department head sends in an invoice for a payment of a contract, we have to have the contract. It better have a legitimate business purpose, and that. In fact, what I'm pushing for is to tighten up the purchasing ordinance a little bit more so that we require department heads to submit the actual proof of formal quotations, proof of that they went out and looked for three
I like that.
3 bids.
I like that. I support that.
Okay, no more questions.
Peter, are you fine with that? Are you understanding?
It's always been about reporting, as long as we understand what's going on.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the question here was to look at the contracts, of course. Now, one of the things was, should the county increase fixed assets and capital assets from 3 to 5? I don't see any issue of the 3 to 5. I mean, unless you want to. I know Jaime understands that.
Capital, we got to track, right? We got to track every single one of our capital assets. So if you have a capital asset that's $3,000, and it's this computer, for example,
and you still have to follow the generally accepted government, I guess.
County principles.
Because I know it's different than GAAP.
Pretty much, the state controller's office provides us the guidelines on all transactions. No one should be less than 5,000.
Yeah.
Get you 5 grand anyway.
Yes. Good. Agreement, Supervisor Hernandez?
That's good.
In fact, our CAFR, we only reported at $5,000 level to be consistent with the GFOA guidelines as well as the state controller's office.
Now we'll get into the big ones because these are the ones that I had questions on.
All right.
Question 6. May
Mr. Chair, question 5, no?
Yeah, we're on 5.
Oh, I just wanted to miss 5. Question 5. Should contracts less than $20,000 or other amount determined by the board be reviewed by attorneys or by paraprofessional staff, legal, secretary, paralegal, and risk management? Currently, all signatures require legal review by counsel.
I'm sorry, all contracts. That's just a typo.
Oh,
all contracts require legal review by counsel.
This requires significant county counsel time reviewing low dollar amount contracts that present minimal liability risk to the county. The county counsel department recommends that paraprofessional staff review contracts less than 20. Those staff members, primarily a legal secretary or paralegal employed by the county counsel's office, or if none, then risk management staff can review the approved basic contracts less than $20,000. Staff members will flag specific contracts for attorney review as necessary. The proposed ordinance also specifies the approved as to form signature may be faxed, original, or email signatures. So we're not really taking it away. We're taking it from, with all due respect, from a person that needs their time could be spent better somewhere else than someone that can just do it day to day.
Yes, and these contracts would be all on, our recommendation is that we start with the contracts that are on our standard contract form, so that basically it's reviewing the standard contract form to make sure that it's filled out completely and accurately and that it makes sense. And if there's anything that's unusual about it, then it would be kicked up for attorney review.
Can I ask you a question about the signature? So,
that's
yeah. So, state law or any contract law doesn't say that we have to have a wet signature. We can use facsimile signatures or copies or electronic now.
We're going to look into that, but I believe that fax signatures, as long as it's actually in the contract that says you can use fax instead of original signatures, that fax signatures or copied signatures can be treated as originals, then we can actually transition to using, I believe, fax signatures. This is just pertaining to and we are going to be moving in that direction, and there's a difference between fax signatures and electronic signatures, but we are going to be moving that direction, looking at that for all these contracts. Our signatures, we don't even actually have to sign the contract, and some counties don't sign the contracts. Our signature could be faxed, emailed, not even on the contract. So that's like not a big issue, but we're going to be looking forward to also streamlining the contracts so that we can have fax signatures instead of always trying to make sure that we've got original signatures on file. That's going to be a separate issue.
Thank you.
What do you guys think here? Peter?
I think, not knowing the roll through the process as far as what the standardization expectation, like there's going to be kind of a checklist that says, this is kind of pretty standard stuff, and this is what you need to watch out with certain, it's really just, if it makes it more efficient, that's awesome. How? I'm not 100%.
What you're doing is you're taking you're taking someone that could spend their time elsewhere, that has the capability and the capacity to do something different, and delegating it to someone that doesn't have the opportunity to do those big things. You're still going to do it, but it's just going to be a different. And I hate to use a lower level person, but I just used it. You're having a lower level person
Instead of an attorney, a paralegal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what,
I know that's what that says, but it
makes
kind of
sense.
sounded like it was.
And we have some
all the
ideas
same
about
people.
what type of contracts that would be delegated,
That's my question.
obviously
it wasn't
not
clear the way it was framed.
Yeah.
It sounded like
anything that.
away with it altogether and just.
See, in this case, stream process works. However, my question Barbara was leading into is what type, because we definitely don't want a paralegal interpreting a contract that requires an attorney to look at it.
That's right.
That's the only concern I have.
Right. In my mind, it would be ones that don't involve CalPERS issues, one that don't involve hazard X activities, ones that don't involve
checklist.
public contracts. Because there's a lot of public contracts laws that might be triggered for those type of contracts. It's basically just run-of-the-mill, kind of standard, non-hazardous, ideas that would not present, any sort of real liability risk. And if they see anything that triggers, and we could have like a checklist of items that they're able to review, but it's going to be mainly lower level service contracts that aren't hazardous and aren't public contracts, and they're on standard contract form, because even a copier contract that's not on our standard form, you have to look at non-appropriations clauses. So that'd be another thing, contracts that have a termination clause of 30 days, for example. We would develop a checklist so that we know that if it doesn't have a termination clause, or if it's, longer than one fiscal year, to make sure that the county can get out of it. We'd have to train somebody to kind of look at those contracts.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we don't begin this slippery slope in which they say, oh, well, there was 6 letters, now I can define 15-letter words. Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And it's all measured according to risk, correct?
Yes. Yes, we want to still look at anything that presents any level of risk to the county. That would be reviewed by attorneys.
Supervisor Bertello?
Yeah, I don't know how many contracts we have, probably close to 900 contracts, maybe 1,000.
Yeah.
And, some of these lower level contracts, I bet you are just renewal type of contracts. And then we're tying up our people and not getting the work done that we want to get done. That's the problem, and I'm so for this. This is fine until proven wrong.
But one thing I will align with Jaime on is we need to make sure we have a detailed checklist.
Okay.
Please. Number 6, may RFPs less than $100,000 be approved by the county administrative officer or his or her designee prior to release. Currently, subsection B 3.4, request for proposal of the purchasing policy states the department head shall institute a process for maintaining a current file open for public inspection and updated regularly of firms, consultants, and various professional categories to their department. RFPs for professional consultants and architectural and engineering firms for service of more than 50,000 required Board of Supervisor approval. It is recommended that RFPs for professional services more than 50,000 be submitted to the County Council for consultation and review prior to going to the Board of Supervisors for approval and release.
It's increasing. Right now, you would have RFPs greater than 50,000 going to the board. This means that RFPs greater than 100,000 would go to the board. So you would see less RFPs prior to their release, but that doesn't change the fact that any contracts that are awarded out of those RFPs would still meet the standard guidelines for the purchasing policy. So if it were
And they're over 100. They're over the CAO's limit of 50,000, so they would have to come back to the board anyway. We're just not seeing the RFP before it goes
yes,
out.
yeah. And we do have a standard form for RFPs. At least a suggested guidelines for RFPs. And technically, the RFP, as long as it has the standard language in it, the board doesn't necessarily really have to review the RFPs because you're not entering into a contract there. Sometimes counties like to see the RFPs to make sure that that they reflect the board's intention before you send out an RFP. Because, for example, like in other counties, they want to make sure that staff's not issuing an RFP and having people respond if the board has no desire to head in that direction. So that's where the checks and balances have been traditionally, to make sure that the board would support an RFP before it actually was issued.
Mr. Chair, and that brings up a very good question because Supervisor Batalla was so heavy on this one. Bertha Briggs Building. You remember that? Some staff decided to award the contract without going to the Board of Supervisors for approval.
Right. Yeah.
We're not awarding anything here, right?
It was
This is-
going out.
right?
I think it was going out.
This is going out,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, this is just going out.
Yeah.
This has no,
Just for going out.
yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm wondering is what can go wrong here? Because we're not putting our signature or we're not paying any money. The only thing can go wrong is a wasted time of going out to RFP. Is that correct? So staff time would be the only, but it's not a fatal flaw.
And if I may add to time, waiting for our Board of Supervisors meeting.
Right.
On top of it.
To get on the agenda.
I like the idea. Peter? Jaime? Okay, number 7 is the one that I need some education on. I tried to research it over the weekend, but I couldn't figure it out. Should department heads be allowed to hire at the A, B, C steps, and the CAO allowed to hire at the D, E, F, G steps? This delegation of authority would avoid the delay in hiring when salary steps has to go to the board for prior approval.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where department heads, what currently can they hire?
A through C.
So nothing changes?
With my approval. Yeah.
Yeah, but nothing changes there.
And then anything
Okay,
above
that's
C
what.
needs to come to the board, is that correct?
And then after C, C through G has to come to the board.
Okay, so now this
Or
is
D, excuse me, D.
this is a question I had then.
D
Okay,
through-
let's say there was a level D, and we
D as in dog.
D as in dog,
Okay.
D as in Delta.
Mhm.
Now, what we've we've offered a individual this position at the D level. So we would have to wait, and it happened to be tomorrow. So now we can't do anything until the 16th of April until we have the board's approval. What are the chances of that person not accepting the position because they have to wait 2 weeks? That's where I have a hard time trying to figure it out. I don't know the answer, so I'm asking for help here.
I have had people, as a person that's a hiring authority, I have had people where they're unfortunately soliciting for more than one job at the same time.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If they're on a legitimate job hunt, they've got an application here and then they had an application in with another city. And so it is sometimes, even though you wouldn't think that it would be, sometimes time is of an essence.
Edgar?
Chair, when we developed these personnel rules, we also only had 5 steps. So when we moved on to 7, that didn't change. We're still at the 3.
So you
I just
created
wanted
a
to
new
make that
step
clear.
G.
So you created 2 new steps, but we haven't changed or modified. In
Our-
theory, we
You're-
should modify it by 2.
Your board did, yeah.
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 Can I ask a quick budgeting question?
Yes.
When we budget, this is my first year going through this, do you budget at full boat, measure, or measure,
No, good question.
step G, or do you budget at an average of what you think they're going to come in at?
We have been budgeting at the C level step,
Yeah,
and that's because that's the authority of the departments.
Got it. So if we were to change this, you would bump it up to whatever the change is. Is that accurate?
I'm going to need to discuss that a little bit more, especially with some of the recommendations that I've gotten from Edgar on his prior experience with the budgeting portion. Just because this isn't, we might budget for somewhat of a cushion for that because we wouldn't always hire at a G level step, and it would inflate the budget if we started putting G step across the board, and it would kind of tie our hands with the revenue sources that we have coming in.
Right.
So yeah, we would come back to your board with an idea for that.
And I'd like to add to that, too, is that we do budget for the full benefit because we don't know if we're going to hire someone that has a family or just single or may even opt out. So we don't really know. So in that case, we have to,
Budget for the full boat,
full
worst
boat,
case scenario.
worst case scenario.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you, the Supervisor Gilio, because that's the question I was going to ask. We currently have a contract with the unions that when we hire, correct me on this, on Ray, if we hire, it's at C, right? Or is that just a board policy?
That's our current policy, current personnel policy. But it doesn't mean that we hire to C. We hire depending on the qualifications, depending on the experience. That's what we usually offer the position. We can offer,
Right,
a step.
And this is where I'm going to throw the blame on myself and Anthony, too, because for in a while we still wanted to hire just at C. I mean, we used to tell the CEO, bring him at C, work with it, and times have just changed, the reality. And this is where I understand where our chairman is coming from.
Yeah.
Times have changed, and C is no longer the available to hire.
Right. But what is?
That's a good question. But by moving these, moving that way, Stuart, that's good responses because now it's going to change the salary structure. And in fact, there are employees in our community, in our county right now, that once we approve this, you're going to come to the board and say, I need to change these guys. I guarantee you're going to do that.
Isn't this for hiring?
This is only for hiring.
But there's always what's that phrase? Salary equity issue. We're going to get that pressure.
I don't know. This is strictly for hiring. I think what we're gonna see is when we go out to the salary comp study, there's gonna probably be some changes at that point. So I agree with you with regards to there are gonna be some changes, and we're gonna have to address that through this next few years in budgeting.
I mean, I think we need to move in that direction. I just want to bring it that's one of the options that's going to happen by going forward today on that.
Make a recommendation for you? See if the board would approve just
Sure.
in the effort of expediency. Can I recommend that since we added 2 steps, we bump it up 2 steps?
That's what I was after. That's what I was after,
And
too.
anything above, what is that? Let's go backwards. What is that? G, what is it, F? Something you
It's,
have to come to the board?
so we would hire D&E.
D&E, there you
D&E.
Yeah.
There you go.
Staff has, so
Delta,
for clarity, staff has the ability to hire up to E. Anything beyond that goes to the board.
Okay. So Delta and Elephant we're going to add.
Are you guys okay with that? That's what
I'm
my
fine
suggestion
with
is.
that.
I'm fine. Are you all right, Peter?
So my only question is in regards to what Supervisor Delacruz was mentioning is it's the issue's not gonna it's gonna come up anyways with the comp study.
Yeah, I think it will.
Yeah.
So are we gonna
But
how
But once
and I know maybe that's a separate conversation, but how are we gonna address?
But once again, we don't have to bring these people in at
No,
that level. This is just giving them the authority. So ultimately, you're still looking at C, but as a backup plan, you have the D or the E. So that doesn't mean it's a new increase in minimum wage or anything.
Yeah.
It's just reserved for the expediency to prevent people from jumping to the other county instead of our county or city.
And just being cautious.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm used to a line of picketers. That's what.
preference to hire at A for somebody that doesn't have experience in the job.
Yeah.
How our personnel policies are written, it's usually that we're getting a lot of, like, the people that are laterally transferring that do have applicable experience that we hire. Like, if they have some experience, to bring them in to justify bringing them at a higher level. If somebody has no experience in that job, they can be brought in still at the A level. And
So for clarity, then, I don't, Mr. Chair, if I may. So the department heads have the ability to hire A through C. The CAO, that would be D and E, and then the board, F and G.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
F and G.
All right.
Okay. Out of state travel less than 4,000 per employee, 20,000 aggregate be approved by the CAO. Currently, all out-of-state travel must be approved by the board. Occasionally, out-of-state travel must occur within a short period of time, most often in the juvenile dependency matters. Determine whether out-of-state under a certain dollar amount could be delegated to the CAO for approval. In theory, I can only think it would only be the juvenile dependency matters, because most of our stuff that I've seen in the 2 years has been, months or if not years planned ahead of time. So I need help on this one also. Jaime and Anthony, you've seen more of the stuff than I've ever seen.
Well,
what is your...
I think we put restrictions on during the recession.
Yes, that's what it was.
And now is not a bad time to relax that and allow our departments to function and travel within their budget. When we do the budget, if they work within those parameters and make it work through the course of the year, I'm okay with it.
100% agreement.
And I'm fine with it. Peter?
I mean, and for clarity's sake, the goal of this is cost savings also because of the expediency, right? You're not going through a lot of steps to actually get to the point you're trying to get to with all these items.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. And there has been at least one instance where there was an issue with a conservatorship matter that they needed immediate travel. But I think in general that's a broader question about whether or not, if it's budgeted in the department's budget, whether they can be delegated that authority to take that travel. And of course, they still have to submit the travel claims to the auditor's office, and they inspect to make sure that the hotels and the reimbursement for gas and all follow within our travel policy.
Mr. Chair, if at all possible, would it be even maybe just for the sake of a feel-good item, see what that savings would amount to? I mean, it's like it becomes at that point a justification, right? That if we're supporting these things and then next year we realize that because we're leaner and meaner, there's obviously a savings. How that has helped our cause of staying on this course. You know what I mean? So there's a cost. There being a cost savings, what does that amount to? And that way, next year we could say, yes, we're doing a good job of delegating these funds or delegating our CAO to handle these responsibilities with the funds.
A cost benefit analysis on these. I'm trying to just think out loud here.
It takes probably an hour to do. Maybe it takes an average of it. I mean, maybe 45 minutes or an hour, half an hour to an hour to do an agenda item and appear from the board. So you were saving at least an hour of staff time, probably, per travel request.
There's a math to it. If, you guys would know what that math would be.
We can look into that. Number 9. Should most department heads, except those otherwise specified in the county code, be appointed by the CAO rather than the Board of Supervisors?
And currently there's language in the county code. It says the current language says that all other department heads, because the section right above this lists specific department heads that are appointed pursuant to different sections in the county code, and the obvious example is county council and the ag commissioner and the chief probation officer, et cetera. So those department heads are called out, but the rest of the department heads are indicated that they would be appointed by the Board of Supervisors upon the recommendation of the county's administrator officer. And now the question is, as you can see in the section right there below where it's the second D, I've amended that section. I've suggested amendments by cross out and the addition of language in bold, so it would read that all the department heads shall be appointed by the county administrative officer. So this makes it so those department heads are direct appointees and reporting to the county administrative officer rather than the board level. And that's so that those department heads would be supervised by the CAO.
Can you give some examples of which department heads you're talking about?
Resource management, library, behavioral health and human services.
RMA.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I certainly feel that the department heads should be hired and answerable to the CAO, and I support the county code with the appointments that we make as supervisors, but then if the CAO hires a department head, I think that department head is going to be more answerable to the CAO, and that's not our role. It's his role, and I think we've seen a couple of cases very recently where that hasn't been working too well because we have been more involved than what we should be, and so I feel pretty strongly about this one.
I've done some research on this. I looked at different counties, different cities. There is a city in California, which isn't far from here, that they won't even let the council. This is a city, so the council members even talk to the city manager while they're trying to hire one of these appointed or one of these positions, and they cannot even discuss with them. It takes the politics out of it. Yeah. It really makes that person that's entering into our team accountable to Ray. Whereas if this person's been tainted by one of us, they are looking at Ray saying, well, you know what, I'll just go talk to Mark, or I'll talk to Jim or Anthony or Peter or Jaime. So, I fully agree that Ray should do the hiring, and Ray should be against this because this is putting a lot more work on Ray.
And responsibility.
And accountability. So, if you have a guy that's over there that's, agrees with it, that just tells me that, we need to try something different. We've tried the same thing for years upon years, and we just need to do something different. And I think this is the right move.
I could count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that if we would have had this in place, Ray would have taken care of those individuals, and it never would have been a problem at the board level. So I support this 100%. Yeah.
Peter, more examples or just
CAO is like a CEO, right? He becomes the executive officer of the will of the board. So it's it makes sense.
How did they do it at the school district?
The same way. Our superintendent basically oversaw the department heads, and we through the superintendent we delegated authority, and we held accountable too. So if there was an issue, we would bring it up and have a healthy discourse about it.
Perfect. It sounds.
Can he hire or fire the District 4 supervisor? Is that on there?
Yes, it is. Only District 4. That's all. Only District 4. Oh, I'm up.
10.
The last one is for Anthony and Jim and Peter and Jaime, because I have no clue. Should CAO approval, rather than the board approval, be required prior to approving CalPERS retirement benefits for temporary employees who are prior CalPERS employees when those contributions are required CalPERS law regulations? I tried to understand it, and I could
Maybe
not.
it's just the way it's written.
I personally, I would like that to come to the board, and I'll tell you why. That my concern. Let me get on the speaker.
Yeah.
My concern is the liability number one, and also public perception of a double dipping situation. So I personally would just like to be transparent with the public. Not that we're not transparent, but it's in an agenda packet. They see it ahead of time because there's a lot of concerns with the CalPERS stuff. So that's my humble opinion.
Did this happen in the city? What I recall, and I tried to remember, there was something in the city where you have to make sure that they don't work so many hours also. Is this part of that whole thing,
Correct.
Jim?
960, yeah.
Okay, okay. So yeah, that's why I'd rather keep it. I'd rather keep it at the board because there's
okay
more
with you
eyes
guys.
watching.
If you guys want to change it, I'm okay with that.
No,
I'm just telling you my
there's more
opinion.
eyes watching it. I think because that person can become. Aren't they penalized or something if they go over?
And not only them, but also the county.
Yes, that's what I
think
thought.
the county got hit pretty hard with one, didn't they?
Yeah.
Is this a different issue or same?
This is slightly different
that's-
in my understanding,
Okay,
is
go
because those cases when you've gone over the hours, then you've had to go back and pay CalPERS retirement. In these cases, you're actually paying the CalPERS up front.
Okay.
So that's one slight difference. And then the other one is that these people would not be the retirees, and it doesn't affect when a retiree would have to go. So they're actually not pulling a CalPERS retirement for these people. They're people that are part of the system which have not retired. I would make that distinction so that
But Barbara, temporary means you can only put 800 or 900 hours a week,
Well, you'd
right?
still-
A year.
999.
yeah, you'd still have those limits,
Oh,
but
well-
you're already paying the
Well,
CalPERS.
there was a top dog in our county that went beyond those hours
So are you?
a while back.
I think I'm misunderstanding the issue. Could I get
So
an example of how this would apply?
So all this does, for extra help employees, right now what we're doing is if they have prior CalPERS membership, we have to come before you to hire those individuals. All it does is streamlines that. It doesn't change any of the requirements that we do as HR is tracking their hours. So if we come before right now, the current policy, we come before to your board, you guys say yes. It doesn't change anything on the tracking side. We are still responsible for that. All we're doing is streamline the process. So an example is probation just hired extra help employees. They have to come before your board. They actually lost both of them because they had to wait that much longer to get them onboarded.
Can I ask you a question? In that example, those employees were retirees of a different PERS system?
No.
They were
in
just
this system. Yeah.
They were active employees, so what we call is they're non-retired active members in CalPERS.
Because it's 90 days, correct?
So they went beyond their 6 month. So I'll use myself as an example. Let's say I worked for Santa Cruz County. I go to a private sector. I don't pull my retirement. I'm not in retirement age. And now I want to work as a management analyst for Ray as extra help. Currently, Ray would have to come for approval to you guys before he hires me as extra help.
So why does it come to us if it's not an issue?
Because the current policy is written that way.
But part of the reason, correct me if I'm wrong, it's because we want to make sure we're checking the hours, making sure that we're not going past, so they're not getting to retirement.
We're not
basically.
reporting back on those.
Yeah.
It's just to formally approve hiring of
Can we
a
distinguish this between CalPERS and retirees that are coming out of retirement and back into the workforce, and the whole, having a CalPERS retirement, being an active employee, the 960? Can we make sure, if we can make sure that doesn't cloud into this, then I'm okay with what you're
so
saying.
this is only for non-retired prior membership CalPERS employees.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair, my concern is twofold. And I talked to, there was a situation, I'll be honest. I'm the one who kind of popped this up. We had that experience with that high department head that we brought in for over $900, and it cost 900 hours, and it cost us a lot of money in our pension that shouldn't have been. Even if it's $10, it was a lot of money. And sometimes I feel that department heads know that their employees are going to retire, and there's that 6-month period in which they should be working towards that retirement, so there's going to be a smooth transition until someone come in. If this can provide that opportunity, then I'm okay. I'm good.
So Supervisor De La Cruz, this is completely different.
Yeah, maybe I could help you on
Help me
this
out.
one.
It's kind of late.
I think when that happened with the county a few years back, we were still on a paper system. We didn't do our payroll on the computer system, if I recall.
Exactly.
And it was easy to lose track of the total hours. Am I right, Joe Paul? It was a paper system that we had.
That's true, but the issue here is very different.
Yeah.
It's not the same issue.
Yep, totally.
I agree, and I'm supportive of this anyhow, but you're
What's the issue here? Tell me. Talk to me.
So, what basically, when the county hires an extra help, a temp employee, they can't work more than 1,000 hours.
1,000 hours.
Okay, if they work more than 1,000 hours, we end up having to pay for initiate their membership. So the issue here is we're hiring an extra help employee who's already a CalPERS member. You know, they became a member. They could have not been a member not been active in a CalPERS agency for 5 years. Doesn't matter. They decide, well, I'm going to come back. I'm going to work part time. Well, in order for under our personnel rules, CalPERS is a benefit. So, in order for the county to hire them, only the board can allow for that benefit to be given to that employee, which is paying CalPERS. Because actually, we're paying more on behalf of that employee than a non-member. That's why it's considered an extra benefit. And so, but the funny thing is that if that employee is hired and they're a CalPERS member, I'm required by law to pay their pay the CalPERS membership fees. And so it puts my office in a kind of a conflict with the board personnel rules. And I think what Edgar is asking for here is that, hey, it seems that it's a pretty good idea that if we simply just said, hey, give the authority to the administrative office to hire active members for temporary positions, and of course, everything has to be done within the budget constraints.
Do you see that as an advantage?
I think it is an advantage if we're looking for people who have experience in probation, in law enforcement, perhaps, where they're specialized areas. So I think it's a good idea. And like I said, besides, if a CalPERS member is hired, as soon as they start working for this shop, I've got to start paying making those payments.
So, Mr. Chair, so temporary is the only way to go to hire temporary help? There are other selected type of individuals besides
We can hire temporary people that are not a part of CalPERS. I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
And we can do that. We can hire people. But I think what both Edgar and Joe Paul Gonzalez are talking about is that, when we need to bring expertise and we want to have some experience. And this is, we're better to get it from someone that's worked in the industry in the CalPERS system and be able to pull them in. So that's what this is about.
These are non-retired folks, correct?
That's right.
That's right.
And I wanted to.
Go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt you.
Go ahead, Joe Paul.
I just wanted to point out that yes, in our ERP system, we track all the hours. For retired annuitants, 960 hours is the limit. For temporary employees, 1,000 hours is the limit.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with it now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I had a misunderstanding of that.
So did I.
So, if I may ask, actually, Edgar, so why did we lose those two? Because of the time constraints?
Yeah. It took him a while because for probation, what Joe was saying, he has to go through all his normal processing of backgrounds, even for extra help. There's no distinguishing. And he needed 2 individuals for juvenile hall. And by the time he got to the board, he lost both of them. But it just took that much longer to offer extra help.
Because they got another job?
I couldn't tell you. But Joe did mention that it takes that much longer to come to the board, get approval, and also has a discriminatory factor on the other side because as a department head, if I have 2 extra help employees, one's a CalPERS member and one's not, I'm going to go for the non-CalPERS members. I could hire the extra help immediately, and I don't have to come to the board.
Okay.
Yeah, so if someone, just to kill this one, if someone comes in on April 17th, they would not be able to come to the board until May 7th. So that's 3 weeks. So I see what, I see that now.
They probably go somewhere else.
I make a motion, we give the approval on number 10.
Second.
Approve, yes.
You got all the, you wrote?
We got all the notes on all 10, right? All right.
Closed session?
Is there any public comment? There's nobody really
Public
here.
comment for a closed session?
And then there was an action item on that one, which was you gave direction on questions 1 through 10, but there was also approve and adopt the amended job descriptions as the second part of the staff recommendation on that item.
And that's for the CAO to appoint versus us?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes. Appoint and serves at the pleasure of the board. Is there a motion on that?
I'll make the motion. So moved.
Second.
Appointed by the CAO, not the pleasure of the board. I think we said it backwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now we'll go to closed session.
29, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision D2 and E2 of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number of cases, 1, facts and circumstances justifying closed session, potential litigation relating to county's actions or policies under the LPS Act. 30, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to D2 and E2 of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number of cases, 1, facts and circumstances justifying closed session, potential litigation relating to the collection of impact fees on behalf of San Benito High School District. 31, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivisions A and D1. Name a case, Baldwin County et al. Versus Richard Sackler, United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, case number 1:19-CV-2421. 32, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to subdivision D4 of Government Code Section 54956.9. 28 was pulled. Yes.
All together. We're not going to talk about it.
And let me see. So you've done 26 and. Pardon? And I'm sorry, I didn't read item number 1 in.
We got to read one more into the record.
One more. Thank you.
Chairman.
And also closed session, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to D2 and E2 of Government Code Section 54956.9, number of cases, 1, facts and circumstances justifying closed session, potential litigation related to the letter received on January 22nd, 2019, relating county enforce the zoning contract between the county and Ridgemark Corporation.
Thank you. For the record, I'll be recusing myself from closed session item number 1 because I live within proximity to the project.
Which one?
Dinner now, dinner, you're on. 1, I believe it was, you said, right? Closed session item number 1. The one you read last, so that's the one I have to recuse myself.
Okay.
That's